The Alchemist by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Alchemist by H.P. Lovecraft. High up, crowning the grassy summit of a swelling mound whose sides are wooded near the base with the gnarled trees of the primeval forest, stands the old chateau of my ancestors. For centuries, its lofty battlements have frowned down upon the wild and rugged countryside about, serving as a home and stronghold for the proud house whose honoured line is older than even the moss-grown castle walls. These ancient turrets, stained by the storms of generations and crumbling under the slow yet mighty pressure of time, formed in the ages of feudalism one of the most dreaded and formidable fortresses in all France. From its matriculated parapets and mounted battlements, barons, counts, and even kings had been defied, yet never had its spacious halls resounded to the footsteps of the invader. But since those glorious years all is changed. A poverty but little above the level of dire want, together with a pride of name that forbids its alleviation by the pursuits of commercial life, had prevented the scions of our line from maintaining their estates in pristine splendour, and the falling stones of the walls, the overgrown vegetation in the parks, the dry and dusty moat, the ill-paved courtyards and toppling towers without, as well as the sagging floors, the worm-eaten wainscots and the faded tapestries within, all tell a gloomy tale of fallen grandeur. As the ages passed, first one, then another of the four great turrets were left to ruin, until at last but a single tower housed the sadly reduced descendants of the once mighty lords of the estate. It was in one of the vast and gloomy chambers of this remaining tower that I, Antoine, last of the unhappy and accursed Comtes de C, first saw the light of day, 90 long years ago. Within these walls, and amongst the dark and shadowy forests, the wild ravines and grottos of the hillside below, were spent the first years of my troubled life. My parents I never knew. My father had been killed at the age of 32, a month before I was born, by the fall of a stone somehow dislodged from one of the deserted parapets of the castle, and my mother, having died at my birth, my care and education devolved solely upon one remaining servitor, an old and trusted man of considerable intelligence, whose name I remember as Pierre. I was an only child, and the lack of companionship which this fact entailed upon me was augmented by the strange care exercised by my aged guardian in excluding me from the society of the peasant children, whose abodes were scattered here and there upon the plains that surround the base of the hill. At the time, Pierre said that this restriction was imposed upon me because my noble birth placed me above association with such plebeian company. Now, I know that its real object was to keep from my ears the idle tales of the dread curse upon our line, that were nightly told and magnified by the simple tenantry as they conversed in hushed accents in the glow of their cottage hearths. Thus isolated and thrown upon my own resources, I spent the hours of my childhood in poring over the ancient tomes that filled the shadow-haunted library of the chateau, and in roaming without aim or purpose through the perpetual dusk of the spectral wood that clothes the side of the hill near its foot. It was perhaps an effect of such surroundings that my mind early acquired a shade of melancholy. Those studies and pursuits which partake of the dark and occult in nature most strongly claimed my attention. Of my own race I was permitted to learn singularly little, yet what small knowledge of it I was able to gain seemed to depress me much. Perhaps it was at first only the manifest reluctance of my old preceptor to discuss with me my paternal ancestry that gave rise to the terror which I felt at the mention of my great house. Yet as I grew out of childhood, I was able to piece together disconnected fragments of discourse, let slip from the unwilling tongue which had begun to falter in approaching senility, that had a sort of relation to a certain circumstance which I had always deemed strange, but which now became dimly terrible. The circumstance to which I allude is the early age at which all the Comtes of my line had met their end. Whilst I had hitherto considered this but a natural attribute of a family of short-lived men, I afterward pondered long upon these premature deaths, and began to connect them with the wanderings of the old man, who often spoke of a curse which for centuries had prevented the lives of the holders of my title from much exceeding the span of 32 years. Upon my 21st birthday, the aged Pierre gave to me a family document which he said had for many generations been handed down from father to son and continued by each possessor. Its contents were of the most startling nature, and its perusal confirmed the gravest of my apprehensions. At this time, my belief in the supernatural was firm and deep-seated, else I should have dismissed with scorn the incredible narrative unfolded before my eyes. The paper carried me back to the days of the 13th century, when the old castle in which I sat had been a feared and impregnable fortress. It told of a certain ancient man who had once dwelt on our estates, a person of no small accomplishments, though little above the rank of peasant. By name, Michel, usually designated by the surname of Mouvet the Evil, on account of his sinister reputation. He had studied beyond the custom of his kind, seeking such things as the philosopher's stone, or the elixir of eternal life, and was reputed wise in the terrible secrets of black magic and alchemy. Michel Mouvet had one son, named Charles, a youth as proficient as himself in the hidden arts, and who had therefore been called Le Sorcier, or the Wizard. This pair, shunned by all honest folk, were suspected of the most hideous practices. Old Michel was said to have burnt his wife alive as a sacrifice to the devil, and the unaccountable disappearances of many small peasant children were laid at the dreaded door of these two. Yet through the dark natures of the father and the son ran one redeeming ray of humanity. The evil old man loved his offspring with fierce intensity, whilst the youth had for his parent a more than filial affection. One night, the castle on the hill was thrown into the wildest confusion by the vanishment of young Godfrey, son to Henry the Comte. A searching party, headed by the frantic father, invaded the cottage of the sorceress, and there came upon old Michel Mouvet busy over a huge and violently boiling cauldron. Without certain cause, in the ungoverned madness of fury and despair, the Comte laid hands on the aged wizard, and ere he released his murderous hold, his victim was no more. Meanwhile, joyful servants were proclaiming the finding of young Godfrey in a distant and unused chamber of the great edifice, telling too late that poor Michel had been killed in vain. As the Comte and his associates turned away from the lowly abode of the alchemists, the form of Charles Le Sorcier appeared through the trees. The excited chatter of the menials standing about told him what had occurred, yet he seemed at first unmoved at his father's fate. Then, slowly advancing to meet the Comte, he pronounced in dull yet terrible accents the curse that ever afterward haunted the house of C. May ne'er a noble of thy murderous line survive to reach a greater age than thine, spake he, when suddenly, leaping backwards into the Blackwood, he drew from his tunic a phial of colourless liquid, which he threw into the face of his father's slayer as he disappeared behind the inky curtain of the night. The Comte died without utterance, and was buried the next day, but little more than 32 years from the hour of his birth. No trace of the assassin could be found, though relentless bands of peasants scoured the neighbouring woods and the meadowland around the hill. Thus time and the want of a reminder dulled the memory of the curse in the minds of the late Comte's family, so that when Godfrey, innocent cause of the whole tragedy, and now bearing the title, was killed by an arrow whilst hunting, at the age of 32, there were no thoughts save those of grief at his demise. But when, years afterward, the next young Comte, Robert by name, was found dead in a nearby field from no apparent cause, The peasants told in whispers that their seigneur had but lately passed his 32nd birthday when surprised by early death. Lewis, son to Robert, was found drowned in the moat at the same fateful age, and thus down through the centuries ran the ominous chronicle. Henrys, Roberts, Antoines, and Armands snatched from happy and virtuous lives when little below the age of their unfortunate ancestor at his murder. That I had left at most but 11 years of further existence was made certain to me by the words which I read. My life, previously held at small value, now became dearer to me each day as I delved deeper and deeper into the mysteries of the hidden world of black magic. Isolated as I was, modern science had produced no impression upon me, and I laboured as in the Middle Ages, as wrapped as had been old Michel and young Charles themselves in the acquisition of demonological and alchemical learning. Yet, read as I might, in no manner could I account for the strange curse upon my line. In unusually rational moments, I would even go so far as to seek a natural explanation, attributing the early deaths of my ancestors to the sinister Charles Le Sorcier and his heirs. Yet having found upon careful inquiry that there were no known descendants of the alchemists, I would fall back to occult studies, and once more endeavour to find a spell that would release my house from its terrible burden. Upon one thing I was absolutely resolved. I should never wed, for since no other branches of my family were in existence, I might thus end the curse with myself. As I drew near the age of 30, old Pierre was called to the land beyond. Alone I buried him beneath the stones of the courtyard about which he had loved to wander in life. Thus was I left to ponder on myself as the only human creature within the great fortress. And in my utter solitude, my mind began to cease its vain protest against the impending doom, to become almost reconciled to the fate which so many of my ancestors had met. Much of my time was now occupied in the exploration of the ruined and abandoned halls and towers of the old chateau, which in youth fear had caused me to shun, and some of which old Pierre had once told me had not been trodden by human foot for over 4 centuries. Strange and awesome were many of the objects I encountered. Furniture, covered by the dust of ages and crumbling with the rot of long dampness, met my eyes. Cobwebs, in a profusion never before seen by me, were spun everywhere, and huge bats flapped their bony and uncanny wings on all sides of the otherwise untenanted gloom. Of my exact age, even down to days and hours, I kept a most careful record, for each movement of the pendulum of the massive clock in the library told off so much more of my doomed existence. At length I approached that time which I had so long viewed with apprehension. Since most of my ancestors had been seized some little while before they reached the exact age of Comte Henry at his end, I was every moment on the watch for the coming of the unknown death. In what strange form the curse should overtake me, I knew not, but I was resolved, at least, that it should not find me a cowardly or a passive victim. With new vigour, I applied myself to my examination of the old chateau and its contents. It was upon one of the longest of all my excursions of discovery in the deserted portion of the castle, less than a week before that fatal hour which I felt must mark the utmost limit of my stay on earth, beyond which I could have not even the slightest hope of continuing to draw breath, that I came upon the culminating event of my whole life. I had spent the better part of the morning in climbing up and down half-ruined staircases in one of the most dilapidated of the ancient turrets. As the afternoon progressed, I sought the lower levels, descending into what appeared to be either a medieval place of confinement or a more recently excavated storehouse for gunpowder. As I slowly traversed the nitre-encrusted passageway at the foot of the last staircase, the paving became very damp, and soon I saw by the light of my flickering torch that a blank, water-stained wall impeded my journey. Turning to retrace my steps, my eye fell upon a small trap-door with a ring which lay directly beneath my feet. Pausing, I succeeded with difficulty in raising it, whereupon there was revealed a black aperture, exhaling noxious fumes which caused my torch to sputter, and disclosing in the unsteady glare the top of a flight of stone steps. As soon as the torch, which I lowered into the repellent depths, burned freely and steadily, I commenced my descent. The steps were many, and led to a narrow stone-flagged passage, which I knew must be far underground. The passage proved of great length and terminated in a massive oaken door, dripping with the moisture of the place, and stoutly resisting all my attempts to open it. Ceasing after a time my efforts in this direction, I had proceeded back some distance toward the steps, when there suddenly fell to my experience one of the most profound and maddening shocks capable of reception by the human mind. Without warning, I heard the heavy door behind me creak slowly open upon its rusted hinges. My immediate sensations are incapable of analysis. To be confronted in a place as thoroughly deserted as I had deemed the old castle with evidence of the presence of man or spirit, produced in my brain a horror of the most acute description. When at last I turned and faced the seat of the sound, my eyes must have started from their orbits at the sight of what they beheld. There in the ancient Gothic doorway stood a human figure. It was that of a man clad in a skull cap and long medieval tunic of dark colour. His long hair and flowing beard were of a terrible and intense black hue, and of incredible profusion. His forehead high beyond the usual dimensions, his cheeks deep sunken and heavily lined with wrinkles, and his hands, long, claw-like and gnarled, were of such a deathly marble-like whiteness as I have never elsewhere seen in man. His figure, lean to the proportions of a skeleton, was strangely bent and almost lost within the voluminous folds of his peculiar garment. But strangest of all were his eyes, twin caves of abysmal blackness, profound in expression of understanding, yet inhuman in degree of wickedness. These were now fixed upon me, piercing my soul with their hatred, and rooting me to the spot whereon I stood. At last the figure spoke in a rumbling voice that chilled me through with its dull hollowness and latent malevolence. The language in which the discourse was clothed was that debased form of Latin in use amongst the more learned men of the Middle Ages, and made familiar to me by my prolonged researches into the works of the old alchemists and demonologists. The apparition spoke of the curse which had hovered over my house, told me of my coming end, dwelt on the wrong perpetrated by my ancestor against old Michel Mouvet, and gloated over the revenge of Charles Le Sorcier. He told how the young Charles had escaped into the night, returning in after years to kill Godfrey the heir with an arrow, just as he approached the age which had been his father's at his assassination. How he had secretly returned to the estate and established himself, unknown, in the even then deserted subterranean chamber whose doorway now framed the hideous narrator. How he had seized Robert, son of Godfrey, in a field, forced poison down his throat, and left him to die at the age of 32, thus maintaining the foul provisions of his vengeful curse. At this point, I was left to imagine the solution of the greatest mystery of all: how the curse had been fulfilled since that time when Charles Le Sorcier must in the course of nature have died, for the man digressed into an account of the deep alchemical studies of the two wizards, father and son, speaking most particularly of the researches of Charles Le Sorcier concerning the elixir which should grant to him who partook of it eternal life and youth. His enthusiasm had seemed for the moment to remove from his terrible eyes the hatred that had at first so haunted them. But suddenly the fiendish glare returned, and with a shocking sound like the hissing of a serpent, the stranger raised the glass phial with the evident intent of ending my life, as had Charles Le Sorcier 600 years before ended that of my ancestor. Prompted by some preserving instinct of self-defence, I broke through the spell that had hitherto held me immovable, and flung my now dying torch at the creature who menaced my existence. I heard the file break harmlessly against the stones of the passage as the tunic of the strange man caught fire and lit the horrid scene with a ghastly radiance. The shriek of fright and impotent malice emitted by the would-be assassin proved too much for my already shaken nerves, and I fell prone upon the slimy floor in a total faint. When at last my senses returned, all was frightfully dark, and my mind, remembering what had occurred, shrank from the idea of beholding more. Yet curiosity overmastered all. Who, I asked myself, was this man of evil, and how came he within the castle walls? Why should he seek to avenge the death of poor Michel Mouvet, and how had the curse been carried on through all the long centuries since the time of Charles Le Sorcier? The dread of years was lifted from my shoulders, for I knew that he whom I had felled was the source of all my danger from the curse. And now that I was free, I burned with the desire to learn more of the sinister thing which had haunted my line for centuries and made of my own youth one long, continued nightmare. Determined upon further exploration, I felt in my pockets for flint and steel and lit the unused torch which I had with me. First of all, the new light revealed the distorted and blackened form of the mysterious stranger. The hideous eyes were now closed. Disliking the sight, I turned away and entered the chamber beyond the Gothic door. Here I found what seemed much like an alchemist's laboratory. In one corner was an immense pile of shining yellow metal that sparkled gorgeously in the light of the torch. It may have been gold, but I did not pause to examine it, for I was strangely affected by that which I had undergone. At the farther end of the apartment was an opening, leading out into one of the many wild ravines of the dark hillside forest. Filled with wonder, yet now realizing how the man had obtained access to the chateau, I proceeded to return. I had intended to pass by the remains of the stranger with averted face, but as I approached the body, I seemed to hear emanating from it a faint sound, as though life were not yet wholly extinct. Aghast, I turned to examine the charred and shriveled figure on the floor. Then all at once the horrible eyes, blacker even than the seared face in which they were set, opened wide with an expression which I was unable to interpret. The cracked lips tried to frame words which I could not well understand. Once I caught the name of Charles Le Sorcier, and again I fancied that the words years and curse issued from the twisted mouth. Still, I was at a loss to gather the purport of his disconnected speech. At my evident ignorance of his meaning, the pitchy eyes once more flashed malevolently at me, until, helpless as I saw my opponent to be, I trembled as I watched him. Suddenly, the wretch, animated with his last burst of strength, raised his hideous head from the damp and sunken pavement. Then, as I remained paralyzed with fear, he found his voice, and in his dying breath screamed forth those words which have ever afterward haunted my days and my nights. "Fool!" he shrieked, "can you not guess my secret? Have you no brain whereby you may recognize the will which has through 6 long centuries fulfilled the dreadful curse upon your house? Have I not told you of the great elixir of eternal life? Know you not how the secret of alchemy was solved? I tell you, it is I that have lived for 600 years to maintain my revenge, for I am Charles Le Sorcier." End of The Alchemist. Story 12 of Day and Night Stories by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Story 12. A Bit of Wood. He found himself in Merrin with some cousins who had various slight ailments, but being rich and imaginative, had gone to a sanatorium to be cured. But for its sanatoria, Merrin might be a cheerful place. Their ubiquity reminds a healthy man too often that the air is really good. Being well enough himself, except for a few mental worries, he went to a guest house in the neighbourhood. In the sanatorium, his cousins complained bitterly of the food, the ignorant sisters, the inattentive doctors, and the idiotic regulations generally, which proves that people should not go to a sanatorium unless they are really ill. However, they paid heavily for being there, so felt that something was being accomplished, and were annoyed when he called each day for tea and told them cheerfully how much better they looked, which proved again that their ailments were slight and quite curable by the local doctor at home. With one of the ailing cousins, a rich and pretty girl, he believed himself in love. It was a 3 weeks' business, and he spent his mornings walking in the surrounding hills, his mind reflective, analytical, and ambitious, as with a man in love. He thought of thousands of things. He mooned. Once, for instance, he paused beside a rivulet to watch the buttercups dip, and asked himself, will she be like this when we're married? So anxious to be well that she thinks fearfully all the time of getting ill? For if so, he felt he would be bored. He knew himself accurately enough to realize that he never could stand that. Yet money was a wonderful thing to have, and he, already 35, had little enough. Am I influenced by her money then? He asked himself, and so went on to ask and wonder about many things besides, for he was of a reflective temperament, and his father had been a minor poet. And doubt crept in. He felt a chill. He was not much of a man, perhaps thin-blooded and unsuccessful, rather a dreamer, too, into the bargain. He had £100 a year of his own, and a position in a philanthropic institution, due to influence, with a nominal salary attached. He meant to keep the latter after marriage. He would work just the same. Nobody should ever say that of him. And as he sat on the fallen tree beside the rivulet, idly knocking stones into the rushing water with his stick, he reflected upon those banal truisms that epitomize 2/3 of life. The way little unimportant things can change a person's whole existence was the one his thought just now had fastened on. His cousin's chill and headache, for instance, caught at a gloomy picnic on the Campagna 3 weeks before, had led her to going into a sanatorium and being advised that her heart was weak, that she had a tendency to asthma, that gout was in her system, and that a treatment of X-rays, radium, sun baths and light baths, violet rays, no meat, complete rest, with big daily fees to experts with European reputations were imperative. From that chill, sitting a moment too long in the shadow of a forgotten patrician's tomb, he reflected, has come all this, including his doubt as to whether it was herself or her money that he loved, whether he could stand living with her always, whether he need really keep his work on after marriage. In a word, his entire life and future, and her own as well, all from that tiny chill 3 weeks ago. And he knocked with his stick a little piece of sawn-off board that lay beside the rushing water. Upon that bit of wood his mind, his mood, then fastened itself. It was triangular, a piece of sawn-off wood, brown with age and ragged. Once it had been part of a triumphant, hopeful sapling on the mountains. Then, when 30 years of age, the men had cut it down. The rest of it stood somewhere now, at this very moment, in the walls of the house. This extra bit was cast away as useless. It served no purpose anywhere. It was slowly rotting in the sun. But each tap of the stick, he noticed, turned it sideways without sending it over the edge into the rushing water. It was obstinate. It doesn't want to go in, he laughed, his father's little talent cropping out in him. But by Jove, it shall. And he pushed it with his foot. But again it stopped, stuck endways against a stone. He then stooped, picked it up and threw it in. It plopped and splashed and went scurrying away downhill with the bubbling water. Even that scrap of useless wood, he reflected, rising to continue his aimless walk and still idly dreaming, Even that bit of rubbish may have a purpose and may change the life of someone, somewhere. And then went strolling through the fragrant pine woods, crossing a dozen similar streams, and hitting scores of stones and scraps and fir cones as he went, till he finally reached his gas house an hour later and found a note from her. "We shall expect you about 3 o'clock. We thought of going for a drive. The others feel so much better." It was a revealing touch, the way she put it on "the others." He made his mind up then and there. Thus tiny things divide the course of life, that he could never be happy with such an affected creature. He went for that drive, sat next to her consuming beauty, proposed to her passionately on the way back, was accepted before he could change his mind, and is now the father of several healthy children, and just as much afraid of getting ill, or of their getting ill, as she was 15 years before. The female, of course, matures long, long before the male, he reflected, thinking the matter over in his study once. And that scrap of wood he idly set in motion, out of impulse, also went its destined way upon the hurrying water that never dared to stop. Proud of its new-found motion, it bobbed down merrily, spinning and turning for a mile or so, dancing gaily over sunny meadows, brushing the dipping buttercups as it passed, through vineyards, woods, and under dusty roads and neat, cool gutters, and tumbling headlong over little waterfalls until it neared the plain. And so, finally, it came to a wooden trough that led off some of the precious water to a sawmill, where bare-armed men did practical and necessary things. At the parting of the ways, its angles delayed it for a moment, undecided which way to take. It wobbled, and upon that moment's wobbling hung tragic issues of life and death. Unknowing, yet assuredly not unknown, it chose the trough. It swung light-heartedly into the tearing sluice. It whirled with the gush of water towards the wheel, banged, spun, trembled, caught fast in the side where the cogs just chanced to be, and abruptly stopped the wheel. At any other spot, the pressure of the water must have smashed it into pulp, and the wheel have continued as before. But it was caught in the one place where the various tensions held it fast immovably. It stopped the wheel, and so the machinery of the entire mill. It jammed like iron. The particular angle at which the double-handed saw, held by 2 weary and perspiring men, had cut it off a year before, just enabled it to fit and wedge itself with irresistible exactitude. The pressure of the tearing water combined with the weight of the massive wheel to fix it tight and rigid. And in due course a workman, it was the foreman of the mill, came from his post inside to make investigations. He discovered the irritating item that caused the trouble. He put his weight in a certain way. He strained his hefty muscles. He swore, and the scrap of wood was easily dislodged. He fished the morsel out and tossed it on the bank and spat on it. The great wheel started with a mighty groan, but it started a fraction of a second before he expected it would start. He overbalanced, clutching the revolving framework with a frantic effort, shouted, swore, leapt at nothing, and fell into the pouring flood. In an instant he was turned upside down, sucked under, drowned. He was engaged to be married, and had put by 1,000 kronen in the Tiroler Spar Bank. He was a sober and hard-working man. There was a paragraph in the local paper 2 days later. The Englishman, asking the porter of his gas house for something to wrap up a present he was taking to his cousin in the sanatorium, used that very issue. As he folded its crumpled and recalcitrant sheets with sentimental care about the precious object, his eye fell carelessly upon the paragraph. Being of an idle and reflective temperament, he stopped to read it. It was headed Unglücksfall, and his poetic eye, inherited from his foolish, rhyming father, caught the pretty expression fließend des Wasser. He read the first few lines. Some fellow with a picturesque Tyrolese name had been drowned beneath a mill wheel. He was popular in the neighbourhood, it seemed. He had saved some money and was going to be married. It was very sad. Our reader's sympathy was with him. And being of a reflective temperament, the Englishman thought for a moment, while he went on wrapping up the parcel. He wondered if the man had really loved the girl, whether she too had money, and whether they would have had lots of children and been happy ever afterwards. And then he hurried out towards the sanatorium. I shall be late, he reflected. Such little unimportant things delay one. End of A Bit of Wood. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad I am not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me, they have presented little but horror. To many, they will seem less terrible than barocks. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace, some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black, and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favourite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew, day by day, more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when, by accident or through affection, they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length, even Pluto, who was now becoming old, and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder when I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was, at best, a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cool blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse at my heart. Hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offence. Hung it because I knew that in doing so I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here in great measure resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange and singular and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvellous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by someone of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object, reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin, or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite splotch of white, covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I had once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once and became immediately a great favourite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising with me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated. But I know not how or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair, of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded, and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. O mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death. And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man, fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while, from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outburst of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith and with entire deliberation to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbours. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it in the well in the yard, about packing it in a box, as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the red of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the hole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while with little trouble I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar and sand and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here, at least, then, my labour has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had, at length, firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. But it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came, very unexpectedly, into the house and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officer's baby accompanied them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly, as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom, and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word, by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health, and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. I may say an excellently well-constructed house. These walls, are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together, and here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand, upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of The Black Cat. Story 10 from Day and Night Stories by Algin and Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Story 10. By Water. The night before young Larson left to take up his new appointment in Egypt, he went to the clairvoyant. He neither believed nor disbelieved. He felt no interest, for he already knew his past and did not wish to know his future. "Just to please me, Jim," the girl pleaded. "The woman is wonderful. Before I had been 5 minutes with her, she told me your initials, so there must be something in it." "She read your thought," he smiled indulgently. "Even I can do that." But the girl was in earnest. He yielded, and that night at his farewell dinner he came to give his report of the interview. The result was meagre and unconvincing. Money was coming to him, he was soon to make a voyage, and he would never marry. "So you see how silly it all is?" he laughed, for they were to be married when his first promotion came. He gave the details, however, making a little story of it in the way he knew she loved. "But was that all, Jim?" the girl asked, looking rather hard into his face. "Aren't you hiding something from me?" He hesitated a moment, then burst out laughing at her clever discernment. "There was a little more," he confessed, "but you take it all so seriously. He had to tell it then, of course. The woman had told him a lot of gibberish about friendly and unfriendly elements. She said water was unfriendly to me. I was to be careful of water, or else I should come to harm by it. Fresh water only, he hastened to add, seeing that the idea of shipwreck was in her mind. "Drowning?" the girl asked quickly. "Yes," he admitted with reluctance, but still laughing. "She did say drowning, though drowning in no ordinary way." The girl's face showed uneasiness a moment. "What does that mean, drowning in no ordinary way?" she asked, a catch in her breath. But that he could not tell her because he did not know himself. He gave, therefore, the exact words. "You will drown, but will not know you drown." It was unwise of him. He wished afterwards he had invented a happier report, or had kept this detail back. "I'm safe in Egypt anyhow," he laughed. "I shall be a clever man if I can find enough water in the desert to do me harm." And all the way from Trieste to Alexandria he remembered the promise she had extracted, that he would never once go on the Nile unless duty made it imperative for him to do so. He kept that promise like the lateral, faithful soul he was. His love was equal to the somewhat quixotic sacrifice it occasionally involved. Fresh water in Egypt there was practically none either, and in any case the Natrum works where his duty lay had their headquarters some distance out into the desert. The river, with its banks of welcome refreshing verdure, was not even visible. Months passed quickly, and the time for leave came within measurable distance. In the long interval, luck had played the cards kindly for him. Vacancies had occurred, early promotions seemed likely, and his letters were full of plans to bring her out to share a little house of their own. His health, however, had not improved. The dryness did not suit him. Even in this short period his blood had thinned, his nervous system deteriorated, and contrary to the doctor's prophecy, the waterless air had told upon his sleep. A damp climate liked him best, and once the sun had touched him with its fiery finger. His letters made no mention of this. He described the life to her, the work, the sport, the pleasant people, and his chances of increased pay and early marriage. And a week before he sailed, he rode out upon a final act of duty to inspect the latest diggings his company were making. His course lay some 20 miles into the desert behind El Chabak and towards the limestone hills of Gubal-Haidi, and he went alone, carrying lunch and tea, for it was the weekly holiday of Friday and the men were not at work. The accident was ordinary enough. On his way back in the heat of early afternoon, his pony stumbled against a boulder on the treacherous desert film, threw him heavily, broke the girth, bolted before he could seize the reins again, and left him stranded some 10 or 12 miles from home. There was a pain in his knee that made walking difficult, a buzzing in his head that troubled sight and made the landscape swim, while, worse than either, his provisions fastened to the saddle had vanished with the frightened pony into those blazing leagues of sand. He was alone in the desert, beneath the pitiless afternoon sun, 12 miles of utterly exhausting country between him and safety. Under normal conditions he could have covered the distance in 4 hours, reaching home by dark, but his knee pained him so that a mile an hour proved the best he could possibly do. He reflected a few minutes. The wisest course was to sit down and wait till the pony told its obvious story to the stable and help should come. And this is what he did, for the scorching heat and glare were dangerous. They were terrible. He was shaken and bewildered by his fall, hungry and weak into the bargain, and an hour's painful scrambling over the baked and burning little gorges must have speedily caused complete prostration. He sat down and rubbed his aching knee. It was quite a little adventure. Yet though he knew the desert might not be lightly trifled with, he felt at the moment nothing more than this, and the amusing description of it he would give in his letter, or intoxicating thought by word of mouth. In the heat of the sun he began to feel drowsy. A soft torpor crept over him. He dozed. He fell asleep. It was a dreamless sleep, for when he woke at length the sun had just gone down, the dusk lay awfully upon the enormous desert, and the air was chilly. The cold had waked him. Quickly, as though on purpose, the red glow faded from the sky. The first stars shone. It was dark. The heavens were deep violet. He looked round and realized that his sense of direction had gone entirely. Great hunger was in him. The cold already was bitter as the wind rose, but the pain in his knee having eased, he got up and walked a little, and in a moment lost sight of the spot where he had been lying. The shadowy desert swallowed it. Ah, he realized, this is not an English field or moor. I'm in the desert. The safe thing to do was to remain exactly where he was. Only thus could the rescuers find him. Once he wandered, he was done for. It was strange the search party had not arrived. To keep warm, however, he was compelled to move, so he made a little pile of stones to mark the place, and walked round and round it in a circle of some dozen yards diameter. He limped badly, and the hunger gnawed dreadfully, but after all the adventure was not so terrible. The amusing side of it kept uppermost still. Though fragile in body, his spirit was not unduly timid or imaginative. He could last out the night, or if the worst came to the worst, the next day as well. But when he watched the little group of stones, he saw that there were dozens of them, scores, hundreds, thousands of these little groups of stones. The desert's face, of course, is thickly strewn with them. The original one was lost in the first 5 minutes. So he sat down again. But the biting cold and the wind that licked his very skin beneath the light clothing soon forced him up again. It was ominous, and the night huge and shelterless. The shaft of green zodiacal light that hung so strangely in the western sky for hours had faded away. The stars were out in their bright thousands. No guide was anywhere. The wind moaned and puffed among the sandy mounds. The vast sheet of desert stretched appallingly upon the world. He heard the jackals cry. And with the jackal's cry came suddenly the unwelcome realization that no play was in this adventure any more, but that a bleak reality stared at him through the surrounding darkness. He faced it, at bay. He was genuinely lost. Thought blocked in him. "I must be calm and think," he said aloud. His voice woke no echo. It was small and dead. Something gigantic ate it instantly. He got up and walked again. Why did no one come? Hours had passed. The pony had long ago found its stable, or had it run madly in another direction altogether? He worked out possibilities, tightening his belt. The cold was searching. He never had been, never could be warm again. The hot sunshine of a few hours ago seemed the merest dream. Unfamiliar with hardship, he knew not what to do, but he took his coat and shirt off, vigorously rubbed his skin where the dried perspiration of the afternoon still caused clammy shivers, swung his arms furiously like a London cabman, and quickly dressed again. Though the wind upon his bare back was fearful, he felt warmer a little. He lay down exhausted, sheltered by an overhanging limestone crag, and took snatches of fitful dog sleep, while the wind drove overhead and the dry sand pricked his skin. One face continually was near him, one pair of tender eyes. 2 dear hands smoothed him. He smelt the perfume of light brown hair. It was all natural enough. His whole thought, in his misery, ran to her in England. England, where there was soft fresh grass, big sheltering trees, hemlock and honeysuckle in the hedges, while the hard black desert guarded him, and consciousness dipped away at little intervals under this dry and pitiless Egyptian sky. It was perhaps 5 a.m. when a voice spoke, and he started up with a horrid jerk. The voice of that clairvoyant woman. The sentence died away into the darkness, but one word remained. Water. At first he wondered, but at once explanation came. Cause and effect were obvious. The clue was physical. His body needed water, and so the thought came up into his mind. He was thirsty. This was the moment when fear first really touched him. Hunger was manageable more or less for a day or two, certainly. But thirst. Thirst and the desert were an evil pair that by cumulative suggestion gathering since childhood days brought terror in. Once in the mind, it could not be dislodged. In spite of his best efforts, the ghastly thing grew passionately, because his thirst grew too. He had smoked much, had eaten spice things at lunch, had breathed in alkali with the dry, scorched air. He searched for a cool flint pebble to put into his burning mouth, but found only angular scraps of dusty limestone. There were no pebbles here. The cold helped a little to counteract, but already he knew in himself subconsciously the dread of something that was coming. What was it? He tried to hide the thought and bury it out of sight. The utter futility of his tiny strength against the power of the universe appalled him. And then he knew. The merciless sun was on the way, already rising. Its return was like the presage of execution to him. It came. With true horror, he watched the marvellous swift dawn break over the sandy sea. The eastern sky glowed hurriedly as from crimson fires. Ridges, not noticeable in the starlight, turned black in endless series, like flat-topped billows of a frozen ocean. Wind streaks of blue and yellow followed as the sky dropped sheets of faint light upon the wind-eaten cliffs and showed their undersides. They did not advance. They waited till the sun was up, and then they moved. They rose and sank. They shifted as the sun lifted them and the shadows crept away. But in an hour there would be no shadows any more. There would be no shade. The little groups of stones began to dance. It was horrible. The unbroken huge expanse lay around him, warming up, 12 hours of blazing hell to come. Already the monstrous desert glared, each bit familiar, since each bit was a repetition of the bit before, behind, on either side. It laughed at guidance and direction. He rose and walked. For miles he walked, though how many, north, south, or west, he knew not. The frantic thing was in him now, the fury of the desert. He took its pace, its endless, tireless stride, the stride of the burning, murderous desert that is waterless. He felt it alive, a blindly heaving desire in it to reduce him to its conditionless, awful dryness. He felt, yet knowing this was feverish and not to be believed, that his own small life lay on its mighty surface, a mere dot in space, a mere heap of little stones. His emotions, his fears, his hopes, his ambition, his love, mere bundled group of little unimportant stones that danced with apparent activity for a moment, then were merged in the undifferentiated surface underneath. He was included in a purpose greater than his own. The will made a plucky effort then. A night and a day, he laughed, while his lips cracked smartingly with the stretching of the skin. What is it? Many a chap has lasted days and days. Yes, only he was not of that rare company. He was ordinary, unaccustomed to privation, weak, untrained of spirit, unacquainted with stern resistance. He knew not how to spare himself. The desert struck him where it pleased, all over. It played with him. His tongue was swollen. The parched throat could not swallow. He sank. An hour he lay there, just wit enough in him to choose the top of a mound where he could be most easily seen. He lay 2 hours, 3, 4 hours. The heat blazed down upon him like a furnace. The sky, when he opened his eyes once, was empty. Then a speck became visible in the blue expanse, and presently another speck. They came from nowhere. They hovered very high, almost out of sight. They appeared, they disappeared, they reappeared. Nearer and nearer they swung down in sweeping, stealthy circles, little dancing groups of them, miles away, but ever drawing closer. The vultures. He had strained his ears so long for sounds of feet and voices that it seemed he could no longer hear at all. Hearing had ceased within him. Then came the water dreams, with their agonizing torture. He heard that, heard it running in silvery streams and rivulets across green English meadows. It rippled with silvery music. He heard it splash. He dipped hands and feet and head in it, in deep, clear pools of generous depth. He drank. With his skin he drank, not with mouth and throat alone. Ice clinked in effervescent, sparkling water against the glass. He swam and plunged. Water gushed freely over back and shoulders, gallons and gallons of it, bathfuls and to spare, a flood of gushing, crystal, cool, life-giving liquid. And then he stood in a beechwood and felt the streaming deluge of delicious summer rain upon his face. heard it drip luxuriantly upon a million thirsty leaves. The wet trunks shone, the damp moss spread its perfume, ferns waved heavily in the moist atmosphere. He was soaked to the skin in it. A mountain torrent, fresh from fields of snow, foamed boiling past, and the spray fell in a shower upon his cheeks and hair. He dived, head foremost. He was up to the neck, and she was with him. They were under water together. He saw her eyes gleaming into his own beneath the copious flood. The voice, however, was not hers. You will drown, yet you will not know you drown. His swollen tongue called out a name, but no sound was audible. He closed his eyes. There came sweet unconsciousness. A sound in that instant was audible, though. It was a voice. Voices, and the thud of animal hooves upon the sand. The specks had vanished from the sky as mysteriously as they came, and as though in answer to the sound he made a movement, an automatic, unconscious movement. He did not know he moved, and the body, uncontrolled, lost its precarious balance. He rolled, but he did not know he rolled. Slowly, over the edge of the sloping mound of sand, he turned sideways. Like a log of wood, he slid gradually, turning over and over, nothing to stop him to the bottom. A few feet only, and not even steep, just steep enough to keep rolling slowly. There was a splash, but he did not know there was a splash. They found him in a pool of water, one of those rare pools the desert Bedouin mark preciously for their own. He had lain within 3 yards of it for hours. He was drowned, but he did not know he drowned. End of By Water.
Candlelight by Louise Garwood, from Weird Tales, November 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. From the land of spirits she came to him, and he was afraid. Candlelight by Louise Garwood. David closed the great oak door behind his departing guests, happy at last to hear their laughter and their footsteps mingle with the patter of rain outside. How long had they stayed and tired him with their good-natured talk? And they could never have understood why he wanted to be alone. Now his silent house was left all to him, and he might abandon his mind to the memories which seemed to creep like spectres from the dusty corners and faded curtains, to the strange dream that he had borne in his heart so long. He walked across the thick carpet to the fireplace where the embers were smoldering and casting a glow on the hearth. From overhead on the mantel, the light of the candelabra flickered and danced down about his graying hair. He heard the drip-drip of the rain on the casement sills. Then a gust of wind crowded the drops into a flurry. "Hush, hush," it seemed to say. Was it wind or a sigh? He started. There was the odor of violets again. He walked to the window and opened it so that the damp air blew upon him, and his face twisted in his effort to speak aloud, but he could only whisper, "Eleanor." "Drip, drip, patter, patter," answered the rain. He closed the window and sighed, went back to stare once more at the embers and press his temples with cold fingers. Yes, she would come back. She would come back to the old house, which had grown musty and dismal for want of her, to him, David, whose heart had grown musty and dismal for the want of her. She had promised to come back again sometime in early spring, and he had waited through the years. so long that his hair had grown touched with gray, and his face had become lined. But now it would be different. He knew that she was near. Else why that sound of muffled footsteps he had heard of late, sometimes following, sometimes going before him over the velvet carpet through the lonely halls? The swish of curtains that had moved, as if from a person passing by. The odor of violets here and there, her violets. And strangest of all, the little yellowed handkerchief he had found in the carven chair. The handkerchief belonging in the chest where he kept the trifles she had once used. Around it, too, clung the breath of violets, together with the same odor that had given forth by the sunless rooms downstairs. The chest was always locked, yet he had found the kerchief. "Eleanor, where are you?" His own voice startled him. He suddenly saw that the ashes in the grate were no longer smoldering rosily. They were getting gray. It must be time for him to go to bed. So after he put the screen around the fireplace, he began to extinguish the lights on the mantel, taking one from its socket to guide him up the stairway. The last one of all he left burning. For her, he thought, and gave a whimsical smile. Then he turned and left the room to its fantastic shadows, to the whispering of the wind, to the soft laughter, which is really the patter of raindrops against the sills. Above, on the high ceiling, danced the flickering light of the candles, while before him, gaunt and tall, moved his own shadow, and it fluttered ahead as he hastened up the steps. At the landing, where the stairway divided into two smaller flights, he turned, and after ascending the one that led to the right wing of the house, crossed the narrow hall into his room. Here, with fresh tapers lighted, and his favorite armchair and books, it did not seem so lonely. Yet he did not wish to read. He wanted to open the small chest and look at its array of relics, one by one. When he unlocked it, a musty sweetness stole out. Sitting there, he fingered the yellow handkerchief, the silk fan with the flowers painted on it, the gloves, yellow also now. The human hands that had worn them could never touch him again. Tears and prayers might bring her spirit back, but they could never restore those warm hands to his clasp. Then he unfolded a scarf. How sheer and delicate it was, like her. How it breathed of her. He buried his face in it. "Oh, my dear, you promised. I have waited so long. Aren't you coming back? It's been lonely, Eleanor." The scarf fell from his hands. What was that noise? He rose, straining to hear, peering out into the darkness of the stair landing, then sank back again. Of course, the casement in the library. It had not been repaired, and the March wind was making it rattle. But he had best not worry to go down and fasten it. There were other things to look at, as if he had not gone over them 1,000 times before. The pretty brooch, the comb, the letters written in faded ink. He was reading one of these letters when, as the wind died down, he heard through the steady pour of the rain a sound that was not the rattling of the casement. It was distinct and clear. Click, clack. David wanted to go to the door, but he could not move, except to rise and stand motionless in front of his chair as the kerchief, brooch, and letters fell and scattered on the floor. His heart beat hard and sent a wave of red into his face. Click, clack. A footstep on the uncarpeted stair. The light touch of a woman's slipper. Click. The rain came steadily down. He waited. The visitor seemed to have paused. In a moment the steps began again and came up slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 13 before the landing could be reached. Click, clack, click. 8, 9, 10, clack. At last he saw something. It was an aureola of light which, as the steps came nearer, grew into a semicircle. Candlelight, but no shadow fell before it. Advancing within the light was the outline of a head of dark hair, then a white neck and shoulders, until finally upon the landing stood a slim figure clad in a pale robe. A hand rose to shade the candle, and slowly the figure turned and looked up toward him with large eyes. A thick braid fell over each shoulder. David tried to hold out his arms. They were leaden. "Eleanor," he tried to call. A gasp came from between his parted lips. And she stayed there a minute, smiling, then came toward him up the smaller steps. Click, clack, click, very slowly, and after crossing the hall, she stood in the doorway of his room. There she paused again, and those tender words of welcome, which he had yearned to say through all the years, could not come. A strange timidity held him back from her. He wanted to fall upon his knees and cry. At last he uttered haltingly words. You have come." "Yes, David, I have come." Her voice was calm and sweet. She advanced. Her dainty slippers touched the carpet noiselessly, and her long garment dragged behind with a sighing sound. When she reached the table where the lights were, she put her candle in the empty bracket, then sat down on a low stool facing David. It did not seem that she thought of coming nearer. How different this was from the meeting he had dreamed of. His own voice was calm as he said, "Why did you not come before? I have waited so long, darling." He stepped toward her, but leaned back against the table as he saw that she shrank away. Her eyes grew wide. "It has not been long. It has only been a little while." The wind whined through the gables outside. David watched her draw the white robes close around her, while a new loneliness rose in his heart. "Has it seemed short to you, then? Oh, the long, long years, Eleanor! They have made me old. And you say, a little while? Why were they so strangely calm? Why were they not in each other's arms with that sweet, warm embrace of old?" The smile was gone from her lips now. She said mournfully, "I have tried to come to you so many, many times, and I could not. Sometimes I was at your window whispering to you. Then I would laugh and tap the panes, but you never heard." "How could I know?" He shook his head. She sighed, and it seemed that there were violets in the room. "I am glad to be here. I am glad to be near you, David." She drew the robe closer about her again. "It was lonely and cold." David shuddered. Where was it lonely and cold? She made a vague gesture that caused the open sleeve to fall back from her arm. "Out there." After a few minutes, she looked down at the things which lay on the floor at their feet, and the open chest. "What are these?" Once more that queer loneliness. "Don't you know, Eleanor? Surely you remember." "No." "Why, they are your own. Your letter, dear, the comb that you wore in your hair." How small and like a child she looked as she slipped down from the stool and knelt above the relics. She held up the yellowed handkerchief and looked at him with a question in her eyes. "This, David. I think I remember." He shuddered again. After that she looked no more at the things, but straight up into his eyes. "I like to be here," she said simply. "It is warm and sweet where you are, David." His heart beat faster as he looked down and saw something of the old light burning in those strange eyes. "And I am old, Eleanor. I grew old when you left me. Everything grew old and musty and dismal when you went away." He motioned to the ceiling with bits of cobwebs in its corners, to the faded carpet. "But you are young and beautiful." She gave a laugh that sounded like the patter of rain against the casement. "No, no, it is you who are young. I am not young." The eerie laugh pattered again. "David, I—" She seemed to be groping for words she could scarcely remember. "I love you." She rose. She stretched out her white arms. She was coming toward him. He shivered and grew cold as she drew nearer. Her arms touched him. He shrank away. They encircled him. He tried to pull back, but he was held by terror. Her icy lips were seeking his. The fragrance of violets was heavy in his nostrils and deadly, and heavier still, the damp, moist odor of the mold around their roots. "Don't, don't!" he cried. "You are— Oh, God, go away!" The white arms fell from around him, and she cringed. He looked into the eyes of unutterable sadness. Then she covered her face with her slender hands, and rocked her body to and fro, moaning, "Oh, oh, oh! I tried and tried to come, and I came to you at last, and you were afraid. You are afraid of me." He could not speak. He clung to the table, weeping. The mournful voice went on. "I must go away. It will be lonely and cold, and I can never come back any more." Slowly she went over to where the candles burned and lifted one from the bracket, shading it with her hand. She turned her piteous face toward him again, crooning the words over and over to herself, as if they were a weird song. "You were afraid." And now she was walking through the doorway, the long garment trailing behind her, the dark braids swinging loosely. David could not follow. "Come back! Come back!" he tried to call, but the words were only a whisper. Click, clack, click, clack. Then click, clack again, further and further away. He listened and watched until the halo of light grew smaller and smaller, and the footsteps died off in the silence, while the wind and rain outside sounded as if they had taken up the burden of her moaning. "Oh, oh, oh! I came to you, and you were afraid." A sharp pain. David jerked his head up. It had struck the wooden chest that lay on his knees. How strange! He could not remember having sat down again, or having gathered the things from the floor. Stranger still, the candles, which had been only half burned when she was there, flickered fitfully in their sockets, ready to expire. One at a time the flames fluttered and went out. The next morning was bright and sunshiny, the sky all blue, and the trees and flowers were fresher from the last night's rain. As David looked out the window, the air was sweet, and he saw that the gardener had been putting out the new violet plants. From all around the garden their blooms looked up at him with bright faces, where drops of moisture lingered, shining like tears. Later, as he walked down the staircase, he found spots of the candle drip all the way, and the last socket of the brass candelabra on the mantel was empty. The end of Candlelight by Louise Garwood.
The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You who so well know the nature of my soul will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitely settled. But the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my good will. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack, but in the matter of old wines he was sincere. In this respect I did not differ from him materially. I was skilful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible, and in the middle of the carnival." "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain." "Amontillado. I have my doubts. Amontillado. And I must satisfy them. Amontillado. As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchese. If anyone has a critical turn, this is he. He will tell me, 'Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from sherry,' and yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let us go." "Whither?" "To your vaults." "My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese, I have no engagement. Come." "My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre." "Let us go nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado. You have been imposed upon, and as for Lucchese, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado. Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roquelaire closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honour of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montressors. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe," said he. "It is farther on," said I, "but observe the white webwork which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned towards me, and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication. "Nitre?" he asked at length. "Nitre," I replied. "How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. "It is nothing," he said at last. "Come," I said with decision, "we will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchese." "Enough," he said. "The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough." "True, true," I replied, "and indeed I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Medoc will defend us from the damps." Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. "Drink," I said, presenting him the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled. "I drink," he said, "to the buried that repose around us." "And I to your long life." He again took my arm, and we proceeded. "These vaults," he said, "are extensive." "The Montressors," I replied, "were a great and numerous family." "I forget your arms." "A huge human foot d'or in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel." "And the motto?" "Nemo me impune lacessit." "Good," he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through walls of piled bones with casks and puncheons intermingling, into the inmost recesses of catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow. "The nitre," I said. "See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back ere it is too late. Your cough—" "It is nothing," he said. "Let us go on. But first, another draught of the Medoc." I broke and reached him a flagon of de Graaf. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. "You do not comprehend?" he said. "Not I," I replied. "Then you are not of the Brotherhood." "How?" "You are not of the Masons." "Yes, yes," I said. "Yes, yes." "You? Impossible. A Mason?" "A Mason," I replied. "A sign," he said, "a sign." "It is this," I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire. "You jest," he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. "But let us proceed to the Amontillado." "Be it so," I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again arrived at a deep crypt, in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another, less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th side the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavoured to pry into the depth of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. "Proceed," I said. "Herein is the Amontillado. As for Lucchese, he is an ignoramus," interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. "Pass your hand," I said, "over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return." "No? Then I must positively leave you, but I must first render you all the little attentions in my power." "The Amontillado!" ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. "True," I replied, "the Amontillado." As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of the masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the 2nd tier, and the 3rd, and the 4th, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labours and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel and finished, without interruption, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess, but the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamoured. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this, and the clamourer grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "Ha, ha, ha. A very good joke indeed, an excellent jest. We shall have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo, over our wine." "The Amontillado," I said. "Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will not they be awaiting us at the palazzo, the Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes," I said, "let us be gone." "For the love of God, mon trésor." "Yes," I said, "for the love of God." But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato!" No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in reply only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labour. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. End of the Cask of Amontillado.
In the Cliffland of the Dane by Howard Pease. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. In the Cliffland of the Dane by Howard Pease. A letter to the Reverend Lawrence Sterne at Coxwold from John Hall Stevenson at Skelton Castle, as set down by his nephew Freddie Hall. The truth is, Reverend Sir, that being eventually designed for the bar, I had taken up this quest with an additional vigour, for here was a mystery wherein my Lord Chief Justice himself would have had a difficulty in seeing the proper clue on't. For some months previous to my sojourn at Skelton Castle, there had been mysterious midnight thefts of sheep, heifers, and such like cattle on the hills about here, Bedcar, and Danby way, and even on occasion a murder added, as in the case of poor Jack Mosscrop the shepherd, who was found in the early morning with his head cut in twain, as though by some mighty cleaver, stark dead and cold on the low-lying ground beyond Kirkleatham. Much disquietude had been caused thereby amongst the farmer folk, and the whole countryside was agape with excitement and conjecture, but nothing had been discovered as to the malefactor, though many tales were told, more especially by the womenfolk, who put down all mishaps to the same unknown agent. Some said 'twas a black man who had escaped off a foreign ship that had been stranded by Teesmouth, but in that case one would imagine that such an one would have eaten his victim raw, whereas the sheep and heifers that were killed had always been growletched, as the Scotch term it, that is, had been cut open with a knife and disembowelled and the carcasses removed. Some again avowed 'twas an agent of the Prince of Darkness, for there were hoof-marks of an unshod horse discovered on one or two occasions leading up and away from the scene of the slaughter, and blood drops alongside, as though the body had been slung from the horse's quarters and there dripped down as he sped along. Now, as you may imagine, I too had battered my brain with various conjectures, but without practical result till one night after hunting all day, and having lamed my mare badly with an overreach, I was returning slowly homeward by a short cut across Eston Nab, so as to strike the Gisborough road, and thence straight to Skelton. 'Twas a stormy November night, time about 9 o'clock, for I had stayed supper with a friendly yeoman, one Petch, of a noted family hereabout, and was trudging afoot so as to ease the mare along the desolate hilltop, where in a kind of basin there lies a lonely pool of water, set round in the farther side by a few draggled wind-torn firs. There was a swamped moon overhead, shining now and again as wreckage shows amongst billows, the gleam but momentary, so that when I caught sight of a kneeling figure across t'other side of the mere, I could scarce distinguish anything at all, whether 'twere a boggart, as they say here, or some solitary shepherd seeking his sheep. However, at that moment there was a break overhead, and the moon, rheumy-eyed, shook her head clear of cloud, whereby I saw plain enough 'twas a tall burly man kneeling beside some object or other, and a mighty big horse standing a bit to the rearward of him. I drew nigher without being perceived, and the light still holding, saw that 'twas a young stirk or heifer the man was disembowelling. "Aha!" shouts I, without a further thought than that here was the midnight miscreant and cattle-stealer, and that I had caught him red-handed. With that he lifts his head and gazes across the pool at me fixedly for an instant of time, then, with a whistle to his horse, leaps to his feet, vaults to the saddle, and swings away at a hard gallop round the mere's edge, the moonlight flashing back from some big axe he was carrying in his right hand. "Tally-ho!" shouted I, commencing to run after him, bethinking me he was for escaping. But no sooner had he rounded the edge some 150 yards away than I saw 'twas he who was chasing me. Another look at him, tearing towards me, was sufficient to change my resolution, and hot-foot I tore round to t'other end, trusting to win to the wood's edge before he could catch me up. I heard the hard breathing of the horse close behind me, the crunch of his hoofs coming quicker and quicker. One fleeting glimpse I threw backward, and saw a bright axe gleam above me. Then, my foot catching in a tussock, I sank headlong, the horse's hoofs striking me as I fell. I must suppose, for at that moment the moon was swallowed again by a swirl of cloud, that in the changing light he had missed his blow, and finding myself unhurt I was able to gain my feet, make a double and gain the wall's edge by the plantation before he had caught me up once more. Just as I vaulted over, a crash of stones sounded, some loose ones at top grazing my foot as I touched the ground on the far side. The wood, however, was pitch black, thick with unpruned trees. I bent double and dived deeper into its gloomy belly. Safe now, thinks I. As utterly outdone, I sank on a noiseless bed of pine needles, and by the Lord Harry, 'twas none too soon, for if it hadn't been for the kindly moon dipping, I'd have been in 2 pieces by now. To Jupiter Optimus Maximus I owe an altar, says I, in my first recovered breath, and "Curse that infernal reaver," says I in my second. "But I'll be up ends with him yet." No sound came from without. All was still, save for the soughing in the pines overhead. Quarter of an hour passed, perhaps, and I determined to creep to the wall and see if my assailant were anywhere visible. The wind had freshened. Clouds were unravelling to its touch, and I could see clearly enough now across the desolate hilltop. Nothing living showed save my mare, who was cropping the coarse grass tufts just where I had left her. Surmounting the wall, I approached the spot where I had seen the reaver first. There lay red remnants that clearly told a tale. The carcass, however, had been lifted, and I could trace the direction in which my raider had gone by the drops of blood that lay here and there by the side of the horse's track. As the ground in places was soft with peat or bog, by a careful examination of the hoof marks of his horse, I was able to ascertain the direction in which he had gone, which seemed to be nearly due north-east, or at least east by north. The marks proved another thing, moreover, and that is, that here was the same miscreant who had killed the shepherd and carried off the cattle elsewhere, for 'twas an unshod horse that had galloped over Eston Nab Top that night. 'Twas sore-footed that I gained home at last, but all the way I discussed the many plans for the discovery and punishment of my moss trooper. 'Tis an unpleasant remembrance to have fled. Next time we met, I swore to be in a better preparation for the encounter. Next morning I started to explore, for I knew something of the direction. I knew also that my man was a tall, well-built, burly fellow with a big ruddy beard, and the horse a fine 17 hands roan, that would be known far and wide in the district. Determining to stay out till I had discovered somewhat, I rode down to the low-lying ground between Bolby and Redcar, as being the likeliest region to get news of horse or man, and sure enough, at the second time of inquiry, I was informed at a farmhouse that some 6 months ago Farmer Allison, away over by Stokesley, had lost a fine big upstanding roan stallion, of which he had been inordinately proud. Of the man, though, I could glean nothing, till finally a good housewife, overhearing her man and myself conversing, cried out, "Eh, but by my surely, there's that Red Tom of the Fisherman's Rest nigh to Saltburn, that's new come there, who features him you speak of, but he's nowt but a fondy, off-rocked they say he is. Why, Moll, who hawks fish about, says his wife beats him and makes him wash up dishes, the man being a sort of culteried by all accounts." However fondy or no, I was sworn to go and see for myself, though the thought that 'twas perhaps a disguise the reaver had worn gave me discomfort, and made my quest seem foolish enough. As I drew close to the little tavern above the cliff, I could hear a dispute going on inside, then a crash as of some crockery falling, and shortly a big burly man with an auburn beard came tumbling forth in an awkward haste, pursued by the high tone of a woman's voice within. Shaking his sleeve free of some water drops, he sat down on a low rock near hand, and fell knitting at a stocking he proceeded to draw from his jacket. "'Tis surely the man," says I to myself, for in height, build, and colour of hair he seemed the fellow of the midnight raider, but yet it seemed impossible. There might be a brother, however. I rode up to him and asked if I could bait my horse and seek refreshment within. "Aye, sir, surely you can. If you'll dismount, I'll take your horse, sir, and give him a feed of corn." And shambling away, he touched a greasy lock at me as he led my horse to the stable behind. I turned to the inn, and encountered mine hostess fuming within the bar. "Please draw me a pot of ale, ma'am," says I, "while my horse gets a feed. Your good man, I suppose 'tis, who took him away outside." "Aye, he's mine. So says t' church and t' law, I believe. But, odd rabbit him, I says, who knows the clumsiness of the creature? Just fit for nowt else but cutting up to bait for to herring fishing. Been here long, says I further carelessly. 6 months, more or less, says she with a snap, eyeing me suspiciously. Well, here's for luck and a smarter man at the next time of asking, and with that I tossed down the ale, paid the reckoning, and strode out to the stable, for nothing further was to be got out of the vinegar lips of Mrs. Boniface. I looked narrowly round the low-roofed and ill-lit stable, but no sign of a big-grown horse anywhere did I see, only a jack-spavin cob, such as a fishwife might hawk her fish about with. Ever seen or heard tell of a big roan of Farmer Allison's, strayed, stolen or lost, about 6 months since? So I accosted Boniface anew, on finding him rubbing down my horse's hocks with a bit of straw. No, sir, not I. I never seen him, sir. What sort of mack of horse was he, sir? I looked him full in the face as question and answer passed, and not a shred of intelligence could I detect in his opaque fish-like eyes. Oaf rocked, truly enough. He seemed as incapable of dissimulation as a stalled ox, and with a heavy feeling of disappointment I inquired what was to pay, and rode away down the slope. Curious, I mused, how imagination plays one tricks at times. Once get the idea of a red beard in your mind, and Barbarossa is as often met with as the robin redbreast. Then all in a moment my eye caught in the spongy bottom a thin mark cut clearly, crescent-wise, upon the turf. There was something strangely familiar about the horseshoe curve. Then I remembered the unshod roan of the night before. 'Twas the same impress, for in neither case was there any trace of the iron rim. Where the horse is, the rider will not be far away, thinks I, and hope kindled afresh in my heart, as I rode slowly on, resolving various conjectures. I determined finally to go call upon the farmer at Kirkleatham, whose heifer it was, as I had learnt, that had been killed and carried off the night before. He was said to be tight-fisted, so probably would be in a mood for revenge, and ready enough to join in any scheme for discovery of the reiver. As luck had it, Farmer Johnson was within doors, and a fine taking about the loss of his beast. He was ready to swear an oath that he wouldn't rest till he had caught the malefactor, and agreed upon the instant to watch out every night in the week with me round about the Fisherman's Rest, on chance of coming across the suspect either going or returning. Aye, I'll gam myself, and I'll take feyther's old gun wi' me there, for I'll stand none of his reiver tricks, and Tom and Jack, they'll come along too, and I'd burn him, but we'll nab him betwixt us, the impudent scoundrel, if it's a leaving man he is. By 8 o'clock we four had ensconced ourselves in hiding-places on all sides of the little inn, having tethered our horses within a small but thick-grown covert above the rise that led to the inn door. Here I stationed myself, and for better vision climbed a tree wherefrom I commanded the whole situation. The others hid themselves as they found shelter convenient, one below the cliff's edge, some 200 yards to the east, another amongst broken boulders to the southward, while Farmer Johnson crouched behind the wall that girt the road leading past the alehouse from the north. 'Twas weary work watching, more by token that night nothing appeared save a thirsty fisherman or two, and a stray shuffle-footed vagrant or the like. Next night the same, and I for one was growing somewhat cold, but Farmer Johnson, bull-like in his obstinacy, swore he wouldn't shave his chin till he had caught summat. So off we started on the third night to our rendezvous. The third time brings luck, thought I, as I squatted down in the fork of the same old twisted elm, and 'tis something stormy this evening, which might suit our reiver's taste. It would then be about 8 of the clock, as I may suppose the wind from the seaward, the clouds lowering, fringed with a moonlit border like broidery on a cloak, and that raw, cold touch in the air that chills worse than the hardest winter's frost. The night grew stormier, vapour lifted upward, and assumed strange and threatening shape. The cloud forms might be the giants rising up out of Jotunheim, and advancing to attack Odin and the Aesir, the evil wolf Fenrir in the van, his bristles silvered by the moon. An hour passed, and I began to wish I had never undertaken the quest, or mentioned the matter to Farmer Johnson, when I heard, as if some way off, not exactly a neigh, but a sort of defiant snorting, such as a stallion breathes forth when he wishes to be free. Then a sound as of heavy stone falling succeeded, mingled with a scraping and a trampling noise. Craning my neck forward, I saw under a broadened fringe of moonlight the roan horse with the ruddy bearded reiver beside him. They had evidently crept through some secret passage that issued into the bottom below me. I was just upon the point of raising the hue and cry on him when an action of his took me by surprise. Holding up his battle-axe, for such was his weapon, he raised it aloft, then thrust its handle deep into the soft moss of the hollow. Next, he threw the horse's reins over the head of it, and sinking down upon his knees appeared to be pouring forth a prayer to heaven, expressed in old Danish, which I have set down in English as nearly as I can. Wherefore the swiftness of Sleipnir breathe thou into my ruin. Let him fly like thy ravens, Black Muin and Hugi. May my axe be as Thor's when he wieldeth Mjolnir, winged Thor's mighty weapon, the pride of Valhalla. This grant me, O Odin, grim Ygg and All-Father. He then drew forth from his breast a small phial, and having set up a square stone beside him, poured forth into the cup or hollow at the top liquid of a dark colour, which I imagined must be either blood or wine. This done, he seemed to fall prayer afresh, but in so low a tone that I could not catch the words of his utterance with any distinctness. Then he leapt to his feet, lifted the axe, tossed it into the air, caught it as it fell, and had vaulted upon the stallion's back before I had even recovered from my first astonishment. "Tally-ho!" shouts I. "Yonder he goes! Forward, Mr. Johnson! Forward, Tom and Jack!" And scrambling down my tree, I made for my horse. The next thing I heard was a pang, evidently the discharge of Farmer Johnson's musket, and thereat a weird, smothered, savage note of pain and rage broke out upon the night. Seizing my horse, I mounted, and out of the covert across a gap in the wall, dimly I could see a centaur-like figure plunging and snorting upon the short turf by the cliff's edge, then 3 figures running from the north, south, and east towards it. The roan horse plunged and reared like one demented, the rider sitting the while firm and supple as an Indian. Then, seizing on a sudden the bit twixt his teeth, off set the stallion at a tearing gallop southward. Away I followed hotly, the others giving chase and hallooing in the background. Dyke after dyke we flew headlong in the grey-white mist, the space still even betwixt us. Then, at a sudden high dry stone wall which loomed up as a wave of darkness seaward, my horse jumped short, and down we fell together on the turf beyond. As I lay there for a moment or two, I was certain I heard a heavy rumbling of rock or stone by the cliff edge hard by, followed by a deep plunge far below into the sea. I rose to my feet and looked around me. There was no sign of horse or rider, both had disappeared. The cliff here made a sudden bend inland, so that I could even catch the come and go of the waves in the far void below, and I felt 'twas lucky for me that I had been riding the nethermost line of the twain of us. Cautiously approaching the edge, I noticed it had been just broken away under the tramplings of a horse, and as I peeped over, I caught sight of an indistinct figure lying on a broad slab of rock below that jutted out some way from the cliff. Feeling carefully around for support of root or stone, I made my way down, and discovered, as I had already conjectured, 'twas the reiver that lay there. He was lying motionless, spread on his back, and was murmuring to himself as I drew close. I knelt beside him to lift him up, and could catch, as I tried to raise him, what he was saying. "Whist ye then, whist, Effie. I never meant to break t' dish, I tell thee. Leave us alone then, lass. Don't plague t' leaf out of a man. Aye, I'll fetch Cooin in good time. There's no call to bang us that gate." Then he babbled indistinctly, his lips grew whiter, and ceased from moving, and when the others had come up, I think he was already dead. As I rode off for the physician in Redcar, I minded me I had once read in a book, Reverend Sir, that this same Cleveland was once the Cliffland of the Danes, and that the older name of Rossbury Topping, the famous hill of these parts, was Othensburg, or Odin's Hill, together with much else of an antiquarian interest and varied conjecture, which I must even leave to wiser heads than mine to determine the true issues of, as well as their bearing upon the events just narrated. But this I may say, that here is the same crazy tale my cousin mentioned to you, set down in all true verisimilitude by, Reverend Sir, your very faithful and humble servant to command, Freddie Hall. End of In the Cliffland of the Dane by Howard Pease. Recording by Andy Sames.
Creatures of the Night by A. P. McMahon. From Weird Tales, March 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Creatures of the Night by A. P. McMahon. Harrison himself would not tell you this story. Right after it occurred, he would think and talk of nothing else. His friends found it so incredible that he was suspected of mental unbalance, and only after he resolved to avoid discussing it was he set at liberty. But the friends of his youth have all passed beyond now, and to me, as his trusted confidant, he one night told the story in detail. Harrison has for years held a famous chair in one of the foremost Eastern universities, and I shall repeat his story as accurately as I can remember it, trying to let him tell it his own way and leaving out the quotation marks. Nevertheless, to say, he will probably deny that this story has anything to do with him, even if you ask him. Imagine us, then, comfortably seated in the professor's dimly lighted study, before us an open box of cigars, with a bottle from the scholar's carefully hoarded stock of pre-Volstead nectar. The varicolored binding of the thousands of books which lined the study walls are reflected softly in the dark recesses of the room. Professor Harrison is telling me in his even, cultured voice the story of the terrors of the night. Hair-raising adventures right here in New Harbor? You might not think it possible, perhaps, but I know. There are times when the dark and malicious forces that hide behind the veil of nature come forth, free to assault and to lay waste the minds of those they chance to meet. There are many persons who could tell you stories as strange as that which I am telling you, but they are afraid to. And those who have not had any such adventures are even more afraid that they may some night themselves meet such weird beings. Just as we put murderers and dangerous criminals in jail, or even execute them, so we thrust those who have seen the terrors by night into asylums and other institutions. By keeping out of the sight of those who have actually seen the terrors, we hope to deny their existence and forget them. I love the night. When you cherish the darkness and prefer it to the coarser glare of day, you are able to penetrate deep into what really is. landscapes, and buildings which by day are ugly and stupid, at night become beautiful and interesting. Have you never noticed that the same thing happens with people? Faces and forms that would never win a second glance on the street at noon become mystical and immersingly important as they vaguely move through the nocturnal shadows. The poetic and imaginative creations that spring from the brains of writers turn into realities and take visible form before our eyes. It was a calm night early in June, many years ago, when I suddenly awoke after a few hours' sleep. From my childhood days, I have been able to sleep soundly only after dawn, not before it. During the hours when the sun deserts its hemisphere, my thoughts race along eagerly, as they never do in broad daylight. I was as fully alive and awake as it is possible for a poor human being of ordinary flesh and bone to be. The air was miraculously still, and the trees outside the dormitory windows were as motionless and rigid as if they were enclosed in a dome of glass, or had been frozen stiff. That very day I had successfully passed my examination of honors. To be sure, I was never a student to whom learning comes easily. It was always a hard struggle for me to master a deep book, but I was resolved to be a scholar, and I had by dint of intense and prolonged study come out at the head of my college class. I need not tell you who have studied under my direction what degrees and honors have come to me since I concentrated in a field of science in which I am called by many of my colleagues the most learned of living men. That night, I repeat, I had come home from a little party of friends who had assembled to congratulate me on attaining the head of the class. It had been a very quiet party, after all. We had had a few bottles of wine and a very substantial dinner. We were limited in funds and not able to carry dissipation very far. I had reached my dormitory at about 11 o'clock, and soon after I had dropped off to sleep. Then I suddenly awoke, as I just stated, and at once noted an extraordinary sensation of clearness and calm in the atmosphere. There was a feeling of suspense, of expectation, something like holding your breath and wondering how long your lungs and heart can stand it. I glanced at the clock, whose face stood out visibly in the moonlight, and noted that it was 5 after 1. I felt an insuperable desire to go out and run and race my shadow in the moonlight. Somebody seemed to be calling me, and I felt that my presence was urgently required somewhere. The compulsion to arrive at the classroom that I felt whenever the hours of my lecture arrives was never more irresistible. I knew that I was tired and ought to get a good rest in preparation for the trials of commencement day. But I could not withstand that summons. Follow it I must. Out there in the silent, silvery moonlight, I was wanted. I could not linger nor hesitate longer. Not a leaf was stirring when I finally dressed and went out. There was nobody visible anywhere about the college campus. As soon as I began to walk, I felt imperceptibly guided. I knew where I must go. It was not in this vicinity, but a mile or more beyond the town, to a half-developed park where young folks sometimes wandered to spoon on warm summer evenings, but which would be quite deserted at this hour. The wide sweeping elms that adorned this part of the country seemed to open an avenue straight to the place where I should go. I hardly noticed the streets and the country roads along which I passed in haste. But these giant plants that have weathered the years and seen thousands of human beings scurry by only to disappear, while they still survive, were aware of me. They watched me in awe and amazement as they drew back their mighty arms and made way for me. Even so, I was bathed and drenched in a shower of peace and happiness. The obscurity of the cloudless night was soft and delicate. The moon looked down upon me with interest, and marked every step of mine. My shadow swung its arms wildly, dangling its legs, doubling and twisting its head as it fell on the smooth stone wall or fluttered along the wagon ruts. At last I reached the park. For a moment I stood undecided. In the distance I heard a sound. It was like the muffled, pleading groan of someone moaning in his sleep, filled with a strange, unknown distress whose nature we can only surmise. It must be there, I thought. All this time I was not afraid. I was protected and enveloped in an armor of confidence. No doubt something illuminating and potent would be revealed to me that night, though how or by whom I did not know. I hurried on. The spot whither I turned my steps was in a gully where the sand and clay had been washed out by a flood some years before, and the rough underbrush and bushes had never been able to hide the yellow and red undersoil that gleamed through the thick surrounding sod like a bleeding wound. Tales had been told of curious events noted by late passers-by in this remote and solitary spot. The headless body of an unclothed infant had been found there one morning. It was said that unsuspecting lovers loitering here had several times seen a headless, childlike form feebly stretching out its arms to them in the moonlight, a sight from which they had fled away in terror. But after the flood, which had torn out the scarred hillside, a tiny skull had been discovered and decently buried, after which nothing unusual had been observed, probably because the spot was avoided. While I had been somewhat interested in the supernatural, the subject was only slight importance in my studies, and I had reserved it for leisurely reading at some vacation period. I neither believed nor disbelieved at that time, and I was not afraid. It was rather darker than elsewhere at the entrance to the glen. My foot slipped several times as I cautiously descended its sloping sides. When I reached the bottom, I was disconcerted to note that even the grassy plains of the park had become gloomy. Although I had seen not a single cloud in the sky to threaten the moon's dominance of the heavens, something had happened. A great purple-black curtain had been drawn up across the skies and extinguished the moon and its light. In the midst of this gully there was a battered trunk of an elm that stood almost overturned, with knotted and twisted roots, some interlaced and twined like the snakes in the head of Medusa, some pathetically projecting like the stumps of a maimed and crippled human form. As I slipped and staggered among the roots and stumps, I was suddenly stopped. My foot was caught, jammed in between the roots, I supposed, and I attempted to pull it away. But I could not disentangle myself, so I stooped down to get a nearer view. A huge hand, sickly white, with knotted blue-black veins standing out on it, was gripped about my ankle. I looked closer and saw a long arm, angular and rigid, like the arm of a tarantula, lying along the ground, leading to the shoulder of a thick-set form, whose features I could not clearly perceive. But it was a man that held me in its strangest fashion, a man who was not himself nearer the ground, but was sitting, bent and crouched, on top of the weather-beaten stump of which I have already spoken. His arm must have been at least twice his own height, as it then stretched out and snatched me like a fly. And then the arm began to draw me toward him, the arm gradually disappearing into his shoulder as the tongue of an ant-eater is sucked back into its mouth. I attempted to break the hold of this long bony arm that held me prisoner. My efforts were in vain. Kicking, beating, and struggling, I was dragged relentless over the uneven ground to the very base of the stump. There I lay for a moment exhausted, too surprised and shaken to know what I ought to do next. I was cut and torn from the stones and the sharp branches over which I had been irresistibly pulled, and I felt the blood beginning to trickle down my cheeks, but I did not cry out or call for help. I knew that would be useless. Nothing happened for a second or two. The huge, repulsive hand held me in its close grip and made no further move. I wondered if some fierce bird of prey would sweep down through the trees from the opaque sky and begin to rip out my vitals or pick my skull. Something unimaginable was, I felt, about to happen. Nothing occurred for a second or two. But presently a shape appeared, a large, indistinguishable shape at first, creeping, slipping, and sliding painfully along the ground through the underbrush. There was a noise of crackling and breaking as it came along, demolishing the understanding twigs and bushes in its way. It progressed like a sloth, its head close to the ground, parting as best it could, clumsily and awkwardly, the undergrowth in front of it. The thing was large and round, and when it drew near enough I saw that its nails were long and sharp, like those of a bear, and although its hands were calloused and gnarled, they looked human. Over its face hung a thick curtain of tangled, meshed hair. Its whole body was a mass of hair, matted with leaves and mud. As it came near, the repugnant being lifted its head, shaking back the hairy mane. It had a small, circular mouth, and it puckered up its thick, bright red lips. It lifted its face toward me, sniffing suspiciously, with a nose so flat against its face from pushing along the ground that there was scarcely a sign of nostrils. I gazed fascinated and looked for its eyes. It had a slight trace of a forehead, but eyes there were none. I had been so terrified by this strange monster that I did not at first observe that still another being had approached me. It was coming from behind the tree stump, but I had seen enough to know that the unbelievable thing that crawled along the earth on its belly was, or had been, human. The third being then came nearer. It was tall and slender, moving with gentle grace, like a tall flower swaying in the wind, while the other two were of an odd hue, like the bark of a storm-stained tree. This was a pronounced green. The point that interested me most about this creature was its face. It was calm and dignified. I could see it clearly and definitely, although everything else was veiled by mist and damp, penetrating gloom. Her eyes were downcast, and a smile lingered on her lips, so faintly pink, although her cheeks were pale and transparent, as if they were molded of wax. This was a real human being, I thought. She seemed to be unaware of me. She came nearer with delicate steps, the soft green draperies fluttering about her like mossy streams hanging from the branches of some southern forest. But she did not seem to see us. Never once did she lift her eyes, nor did that sweet smile vary. Nevertheless, she made her way directly to me, and then placed one long, slender hand lightly on my arm, without once looking up. With the other hand she made a gesture, as if to arrange her flowing hair, or smooth her pale, waxy cheeks. Then I saw her face begin to revolve, like a door on its hinges. Her delicate, beautiful hands opened her waxy face as one might the door of a clock. Within was a grinning skull, with dark, clotted fragments of ligaments and blood vessels stretched across it. Consciousness left me then. For days I seemed to lay buried beneath the waves, miles and miles below the water, and from time to time I was gently cradled as the vast masses of ocean bed imperceptibly rose and fell. Once I came to, and seeing nothing in the darkness, I pressed my fingers close to my eyes. They were warm and smelled salty. They were covered with sticky blood. Whether my own or that of another, I could not tell. One morning, months later, as soon as I found out, I awoke to find that the sun was streaming in through the half-open window, and the curtains were making fluttering patterns of light on the bedspread. Some people came in, and I tried to tell them exactly what I had witnessed and been through, but they only looked pained and disturbed. I was surprised to find the weather so very warm, and at last discovered that summer was well advanced into August. One day a classmate, of whom I was very fond, came to see me, and I told him what had happened. He listened quietly and sympathetically to what I said. "But take it from me," he commented, "they will keep you locked up here as long as you think and talk about that. You and I know how strange and how evil those vile beings are that come abroad at intervals in the night. But I advise you to do all you can to forget them, and say nothing more about them to anybody." I have kept his advice. Few besides myself have ever heard me speak of it. But I am just as sure tonight, years afterward, as I am of those books and bottles, that what I saw and felt that night really exist. The end of Creatures of the Night by A.P. McMahon.
The Ghost in the Captain Brown House by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Allan Lord. The Ghost in the Captain Brown House by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Now, Sam, tell us certain true. Is there any such things as ghosts? Be there ghosts? Said Sam, immediately translating into his vernacular grammar. Well, now, that is just a question, you see. Well, Grandma thinks there are, and Aunt Lois thinks it's all nonsense. Why, Aunt Lois don't even believe the stories in Cotton Mather's Magnalia. Wanna know? Said Sam, with a tone of slow, languid meditation. We were sitting on a bank of the Charles River, fishing. The soft, melancholy red of evening was fading off in streaks on the glassy water, and the houses of Old Town were beginning to loom through the gloom, solemn and ghostly. There are times and tones and moods of nature that make all the vulgar, daily real seem shadowy, vague, and supernatural, as if the outlines of this hard material present were fading into the invisible and unknown. So Old Town, with its elm trees, its great square wide houses, its meeting house and tavern, and blacksmith's shop and millie, which at high noon seem as real and as commonplace as possible, at this hour of the evening were dreamy and solemn. They rose up blurred, indistinct, dark. Here and there, winking candles sent long lines of light through the shadows, and little drops of unforeseen rain rippled the sheeny darkness of the water. Well, you see, boys, in them things, it's just as well to mind your granny. There's a considerable sight of gumption in grandmas. You look at the folks that's Alias telling you what they don't believe. They don't believe this and they don't believe that. And what sort of folks is they? Why, like your Aunt Lois. Sort of stringy and dry. There ain't no sumption got out of not believing nothing. Lord of mercy, we don't know nothing about them things. We hain't been there and can't say that there ain't no ghost in sich. Can we now? We agreed to that fact and sat a little closer to Sam in the gathering gloom. Tell us about the Captain Brown house, Sam. You didn't never go over the Captain Brown house? No, we had not that advantage. Well, you see, Captain Brown, he made all his money to sea, in furrin parts, and then come here to Old Town to settle down. Now, there ain't no knowing about these here old shipmasters, where they's been or what they's been a-doing or how they got their money. Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies, is about the best philosophy for them. Well, it didn't do no good to ask Captain Brown questions too close, 'cause you didn't get no satisfaction. Nobody rightly knew about who his folks was or where they come from, and if a body asked him, he used to say that the very first he knowed about himself, he was a young man walking the streets in London. But you see, boys, he had money, and that is about all folks want to know when a man comes to settle down. And he bought that place, and he built that house. He built it all sea captain fashion, so's to feel as much at home as he could. The parlor was like a ship's cabin. The table and chairs was fastened down to the floor, and the closets was made with holes to set the casters and the decanters and bottles in, just as they'd be at sea. And there was stanchions to hold on by, and they say that blowy nights the captain used to fire up pretty well with his grog, till he'd had about all he could carry, and then he'd sit and hold on and hear the wind blow and kind of feel out to sea right there to him. There wasn't no Miss Captain Brown, and it didn't seem likely to be none. And whether there ever had been one, nobody knowed. He had an old black guinea nigger woman named Cassia that did his work. She was shaped pretty much like one of these here great crook-neck squashes. She wasn't no great beauty, I can tell you. And she used to wear a great red turban and a yellow short gown and red petticoat, and a great string of gold beads round her neck, and great big gold hoops in her ears, made right in the middle of Africa among the heathen there. For all she was black, she thought a heap of herself and was considerable sort of predominative over the captain. Lordy massy, boys, it's early so. Get a man and a woman together. Any sort of woman you're a mind to, don't care who 'tis, and one way or another she gets the rule over him, and he just has to train to her fife. Some does it one way, and some does it another. Some does it by jawing, and some does it by kissing, and some does it by faculty and contrivance. But one way or another, they allers does it. Old Captain Brown was a good, stout, stocky kind of John Bull sort of feller, and a good judge of spirits, and allers kept the best in them cupboards o' his'n. But, first and last, things in his house went pretty much as old Cassia said. Folks got to kinda respectin' Cassia. She come to meetin' Sunday regular, and sot all fixed up in red and yellow and green, with glass beads and whatnot, looking for all the world like one of them ugly Indian idols. But she was well behaved as any Christian. She was a master hand at cooking. Her bread and biscuits couldn't be beat, and no couldn't her pies, and there wasn't no such pound cake as she made nowhere. Well, this here story I'm a-gonna tell you was told me by Cynthia Pendleton. There ain't a more respectable gal, old or young, than Cynthia nowheres. She lives over to Sherburne now, and I hear tell she's set up a manty-making business. But then, she used to do tailoring in Old Town. She was a member of the church, and a good Christian as ever was. Well, you see, Cassia, she got Cynthia to come up and spend a week to the Captain Brown house, a-doing tailoring and a-fixing over his clothes. 'Twas along toward the 1st of March. Cynthia, she sat by the fire in the front parlour, with her goose and her pressboard and her work, for there warn't no company calling, and the snow was drifted 4 feet deep, right across the front door, so there warn't much danger of anybody coming in. And the captain, he was a polite man to women, and Cynthia, she liked it just as well not to have company, 'cause the captain, he'd make himself entertaining, telling on her sea stories and all about his adventures among the Ammonites and the Parasites and Jebusites and all sorts of heathen people he'd been among. Well, that week they come on the massive snowstorm. Of all the snowstorms that had been, that was the beater. And I'll tell you, the wind blew as if 'twas the last chance it was ever gonna have. Well, it's kinda scary like to be shut up in a lone house with all nature kinda breaking out and going on so, and the snow a-coming down so thick you can't see across the street, and the wind a-piping and a-squealing and a-rumbling and a-tumbling, first down this chimney and then down that. I tell you, it sort of sets a fella thinking of the 3 great things: death, judgment, and eternity. And I don't care who the folks is nor how good they be, there's times when they must be feeling pretty considerable solemn. Well, Cynthia, she said she kind of felt so along, and she had a sort of queer feeling come over her, as if there was somebody or something round the house, more'n appeared. She said she sort of felt it in the air, but it seemed to her silly, and she tried to get over it. But 2 or 3 times, she said when it got to be dusk, she felt somebody go by her up the stairs. The front entry wasn't very light in the daytime, and in the storm, come 5 o'clock, it was so dark that all you could see was just a gleam or something. And 2 or 3 times, when she started to go upstairs, she see a soft, white something that seemed going up before her, and she stopped with her heart a-beating like a trip hammer, and she sort of saw it go up and along the entry to the captain's door, and then it seemed to go right through, 'cause the door didn't open. Well, Cynthia, say she to old Cassia, say she, is there anybody lives in this house but us? Anybody live here? Says Cassia. What you mean, says she. Says Cynthia. I thought somebody went past me on the stairs last night and tonight. Lordy massy, how old Cassia did screech and laugh. Good Lord, says she, how foolish white folks is. Somebody went past you? Was it the captain? No, it wasn't the captain, says she. It was something soft and white. I moved very still. It was like something in the air, says she. Then Cassia, she haw-hawed louder, says she, it's hysterics, Miss Cynthia, that's all it is. Well, Cynthia, she was kind of shamed, but for all that, she couldn't help herself. Sometimes, evenings, she'd be a-settin' with the captain, and she'd think she'd hear somebody a-movin' in his room overhead, and she knowed it wa'n't Cassia, 'cause Cassia was ironing in the kitchen. She took pains once or twice to find out that. Well, you see, the captain's room was the great front upper chamber over the parlor, and then right opposite to it was the great spare chamber where Cynthia slept. It was just as grand as could be, with a great four-post mahogany bedstead and damask curtains brought over from England, but it was cold enough to freeze a white bear solid, the way spare chambers allers is. Then there was the entry between, run straight through the house. One side was old Cassia's room, and the other was a sort of storeroom where the old captain kept all sorts of traps. Well, Cynthia, she kept having things happen and seeing things till she didn't really know what was in it. Once, when she come into the parlor just at sundown, she was sure she see a white figure vanishing out of the door that went towards the side entry. She said it was so dusk that all she could see was just this white figure, and it just went out still as a cat as she come in. Well, Cynthia didn't like to speak to the captain about it. She was a close woman, pretty prudent, Cynthia was. But one night, about the middle of the week, this here thing kind of come to a crisis. Cynthia said she'd been up pretty late a-sewing and a-finishing off down in the parlor, and the captain, he sat up with her and was considerable cheerful and entertaining, telling her all about things over in the Bermudas and off to China and Japan and round the world generally. The storm that had been a-blowing all the week was about as furious as ever, and the captain, he stirred up a mess of flip and had it for her heart to go to bed on. He was a good-natured critter, and allers had feelings for lone women, and I suppose he knew 'twas sort of desolate for Cynthia. Well, taking the flip so right the last thing afore going to bed, she went right off to sleep as sound as a nut, and slept on till somewhere about morning, when she said something waked her broad awake in a minute. Her eyes flew wide open like a spring, and the storm had gone down and the moon come out, and there, standing right in the moonlight by her bed, was a woman just as white as a sheet, with black hair hanging down to her waist, and the brightest, mournfullest black eyes you ever see. She stood there looking right at Cynthia, and Cynthia thinks that was what waked her up, 'cause, you know, if anybody stands and looks steady at folks asleep, it's apt to wake 'em. Anyway, Cynthia said she felt just as if she was turning to stone. She couldn't move nor speak. She lay a minute, and then she shut her eyes and begun to say her prayers, and a minute after she opened 'em, and it was gone. Cynthia was a sensible gal, and one that allers had her thoughts about her, and she just got up and put a shawl round her shoulders and went first and looked at the doors, and they was both on 'em locked, just as she left 'em when she went to bed. Then she looked under the bed and in the closet and felt all round the room. Where she couldn't see, she felt her way, and there wasn't nothing there. Well, next morning, Cynthia got up and went home, and she kept it to herself a good while. Finally, one day, when she was working to our house, she told Hepsy about it, and Hepsy, she told me. Well, Sam, we said after a pause, in which we heard only the rustle of leaves and the ticking of branches against each other, what do you suppose it was? Well, that is. You know just as much about it as I do. Hepsy told Cynthia it might have been a dream. So it might. But Cynthia, she was sure it wasn't a dream. 'Cause she remembers plain hearing the old clock on the stairs strike 4 while she had her eyes open looking at the woman. And then she only shut 'em a minute just to say, "Now I lay me," and opened 'em, and she was gone. Well, Cynthia told Hepsy, and Hepsy, she kept it pretty close. She didn't tell it to nobody, except Aunt Sally Dickinson and the widow B.G. Smith, and your Grandma Badger, and the minister's wife. And they, every one of 'em, agreed it ought to be kept close 'cause it would make talk. Well, come spring, somehow or other, it seemed to have got all over Old Town. I heard on it to the Star and up to the tavern, and Jake Marshall, he says to me one day, "What's this here about the captain's house?" And the widow Loker, she says to me, "There's been a ghost seen in the captain's house." And I heard on it clear over to Needham and Sherborne. Some of the women, they drew themselves up pretty stiff and proper. Your Aunt Lois was one on 'em. "Ghost?" says she. "Don't tell me. Perhaps it would be best if 'twas a ghost," says she. She didn't think there ought to be no such doings in nobody's house. And your grandma, she shut her up and told her she didn't ought to talk so. "Talk how?" said I, interrupting Sam with wonder. What did Aunt Lois mean? "Why, you see," said Sam mysteriously, "there allers is folks in every town that's just like the Sadducees in old times. They won't believe in angel nor spirit, no way you can fix it. And if things is seen and done in a house, why, they say it's 'cause there's somebody there. There's some sort of deviltry or trick about it. So the story got round that there was a woman kept private in Captain Brown's house, and that he bought her from foreign parts, and it growed and growed till there was all sorts of ways of telling on it. Some said they'd seen her a-settin' at an open window. Some said that moonlight nights they'd seen her a-walking out in the back garden, kinda in and out among the bean poles and squash vines. You see, it come on spring and summer, and the windows of the Captain Brown house stood open, and folks was all a-watching on 'em day and night. Aunt Sally Dickinson told the minister's wife that she'd seen in plain daylight a woman a-settin' at the chamber window between 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, just a-settin', a-looking out and a-doing nothing like anybody else. She was very white and pale and had black eyes. Some said that it was a nun, the captain had brought away from a Roman Catholic convent in Spain, and some said he'd got it out of the Inquisition. Aunt Sally said she thought the minister ought to call and inquire why she didn't come to meeting, and who she was, and all about her, 'cause you see, she said, it might be all right enough if folks only know just how things was. But if they didn't, why, folks will talk. Well, did the minister do it? Why, Parson Lothrop? Well, no, he didn't. He made a call on the captain in a regular way and asked after his health and all his family. But the captain, he seemed just as jolly and chipper as a spring robin, and he gi'n the minister some of his old Jamaica. And the minister, he come away and said he didn't see nothing. And no, he didn't. Folks never does see nothing when they ain't looking where 'tis. Fact is, Parson Lothrop wasn't fond of interfering. He was a master hand to slick things over. Your grandma, she used to moan about it, 'cause she said he never gin no pint to the doctrines, but 'twas all of a piece. He kind of took everything the smooth way. But your grandma, she believed in the ghost, and so did Lady Lothrop. I was up to her house t'other day, fixing a doorknob, and says she, "Sam, your wife told me a strange story about the Captain Brown house." "Yes, ma'am, she did," says I. "Well, what do you think of it?" says she. "Well, sometimes I think, and then again, I don't know," says I. "There's Cynthia. She's a member of the church and a good pious gal," says I. "Yes, Sam," says Lady Lothrop, says she. "And Sam," says she, "it is just like something that happened once to my grandmother when she was living in the old province house in Boston," says she. "These here things is the mysteries of Providence, and it's just as well not to have 'em too much talked about." "Just so," says I, "just so. That is what every woman I've talked with says, and I guess, first and last, I've talked with 20 good, safe church members, and there's every one opinion that this here oughtn't to be talked about. Why, over to the deacons, t'other night, we went it all over as much as 2 or 3 hours, and we concluded that the best way was to keep quite still about it, and that's just what they say over to Needham and Sherburne. I've been all round a-hushing this here up, and I hain't found but a few people that hadn't the particulars, one way or another. This here was what I says to Lady Lothrop. The fact was, I never did see no report spread so, nor make sich sort of sarchings o' heart as this here. It really did beat all, 'cause if 'twas a ghost, why there was the pin proved, you see. Cynthia's a church member, and she see it, and got right up and searched the room. But then again, if 'twas a woman, why, that was kind of awful. It give cause, you see, for thinking all sorts of things. There was Captain Brown, to be sure, he warn't a church member, but yet he was as honest and regular a man as any going, as far as any on us could see. To be sure, nobody knowed where he come from, but that warn't no reason agin him. This here might have been a crazy sister, or some poor critter that he took out of the best of motives, and the scripture says charity hopeth all things. But then, you see, the folks will talk. That is the pest of all these things. and they did some on him talk considerable strong about the captain. But somehow or other, there didn't nobody come to the pin of facing on him down and saying square out, "Captain Brown, have you got a woman in your house, or ain't you? What, is the ghost, or what is it?" Folks somehow never does come to that. You see, there was the captain, so respectable, setting up every Sunday there in his pew, with his ruffles round his hands, and his red broadcloth cloak, and his cocked hat. Why, folks' hearts sort of failed 'em when it come to saying anything right to him. They thought, and kind of whispered round, that the minister or the deacons ought to do it. But, lordy massy, ministers, I suppose, has feelings like the rest on us. They don't want to eat all the hard cheeses that nobody else won't eat. Anyhow, there wasn't nothing said direct to the captain, and just for want of that, all the folks in Old Town kept a-biling and a-biling like a kettle of soap, till it seemed all the time as if they'd bile over. Some of the women tried to get something out of Cassie. Lordy massy, you might as well have tried to get it out of an old Tom Turkey that'll strut and gobble and quitter and drag his wings on the ground and fly at you, but won't say nothing. Cassie, she screeched her queer sort of laugh, and she told 'em that they was a-making fools of themselves and that the captain's matters wasn't none of their business. And that was true enough. As to going into Cassie's room, or into any of the storerooms or closets she kept the keys of, you might as well have gone into a lion's den. She kept all her places locked up tight, and there was no getting at nothing in the Captain Brown house, else I believe some of the women would have sent a search warrant. "Well," said I, "what came of it? Didn't anybody ever find out?" "Well," said Sam, "it come to an end, sorta, and it didn't come to an end. It was jest this here way. You see, along in October, jest in the cider-making time, Abel Flint, he was took down with dysentery and died. You remember the Flint house? It stood on a little rise of ground just looking over towards the Brown house. Well, there was Aunt Sally Dickerson and the widow B.G. Smith. They sat up with the corpse. He was laid out in the back chamber, you see, over the milk room and kitchen, but there was cold victuals and such in the front chamber, where the watchers sat. Well, now, Aunt Sally, she told me that between 3 and 4 o'clock she heard wheels a-rumbling, and she went to the window, and it was clear starlight, and she see a coach come up to the Captain Brown house, and she see the captain come out, bringing a woman all wrapped in a cloak. And old Cassie came at her with her arms full of bundles, and he put her into the carriage, and shet her in, and it driv off. And she see old Cassie stand looking over the fence arter it. She tried to wake up the widow, but 'twas towards morning, and the widow Alice was a hard sleeper, so there warn't no witness but her." "Well, then it wasn't a ghost," said I, "after all, and it was a woman." "Well, there 'tis, you see. Folks don't know that yet, 'cause there it's just as broad as 'tis long. Now look at it. There's Cynthia. She's a good, pious gal. She locks her chamber doors, both on 'em, and goes to bed, and wakes up in the night, and there's a woman there. She just shuts her eyes, and the woman's gone. She gets up and looks, and both doors is locked, just as she left 'em. That 'ere woman warn't flesh and blood now, no way. Not such flesh and blood as we knows on. But then they say Cynthia might have dreamed it. Well now, look at it t'other way. There's Aunt Sally Dickinson. She's a good woman and a church member. Well, she sees a woman in a cloak with all her bundles brought out of Captain Brown's house and put into a carriage and driv off between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, that air shows there must have been a real live woman kept there privately. And so what Cynthia saw wasn't a ghost. Well now, Cynthia says Aunt Sally might have dreamed it. That she got her head so full of stories about the Captain Brown house and watched it till she got asleep and had this here dream. And as there didn't nobody else see it, it might have been, you know. Aunt Sally's clear she didn't dream. And then again, Cynthia's clear she didn't dream. But which on 'em was awake or which on 'em was asleep is what ain't settled in Old Town yet. End of The Ghost in the Captain Brown House by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Recording by Allan Lord.
A Haunted House by Virginia Woolf. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Whatever hour we woke there was a door shutting from room to room. They went hand in hand, lifting here, opening there, making sure a ghostly couple. Here we left it, she said, and he added, oh, but here too. It's upstairs, she murmured. And in the garden, he whispered, quietly, they said, or we shall wake them. But it wasn't that she woke us. Oh no. They are looking for it. They're drawing the curtain, one might say, and so read on a page or two. Now they have found it. One would be certain, stopping the pencil on the margin. And then, tired of reading, one might rise and see for oneself. The house all empty, the door standing open, only the wood pigeons bubbling with content, and the hum of the threshing machine sounding from the farm. What did I come in here for? What did I want to find? My hands were empty. Perhaps it's upstairs then. The apples were in the loft, and so down again, garden still as ever, only the book had slipped into the grass. But they had found it in the drawing room. Not that one could ever see them. The window panes reflected apples, reflected roses. All the leaves were green in the glass. If they moved in the drawing room, the apple only turned its yellow side. Yet, the moment after, if the door was open, spread about the floor, hung upon the walls, pended from the ceiling, what? My hands were empty. The shadow of a thrush crossed the carpet. From the deepest wells of silence, the wood pigeon drew its bubble of sound. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beat softly. The treasure buried the room. The pulse stopped short. Oh, was that the buried treasure? A moment later, the light had faded out in the garden. Then, but the trees spun darkness for a wandering beam of sun, so fine, so rare, coolly spun beneath the surface. The beam I saw always burned behind the glass. Death was the glass. Death was between us. Coming to the woman first, hundreds of years ago, leaving the house, sealing all the windows. The rooms were darkened. He left it, left her, went north, went east, saw the stars turned in the southern sky, sought the house, found it dropped beneath the downs. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beat gladly. The treasure yours. The wind rose up the avenue. Trees stoop and bend this way and that. Moonbeams splash and spill widely in the rain. But the beam of the lamp falls straight from the window. The candle burns, stiff and still, wandering through the house, opening the windows, whispering not to wake us. The ghostly couple seek their joy. Here we slept, she says, and he adds, kisses without number. Walking in the morning, silver between the trees, upstairs in the garden, when summer came. In winter snow time, the doors go shutting. Far in the distance, gently knocking like the pulse of a heart. Nearer they came, seize at the doorway. The wind falls, the rain slides silver down the glass. Our eyes darken. We hear no steps beside us. We see no lady spread her ghostly cloak. His hand shield the laddering. Look, he breathes, sound asleep, love upon their lips, stooping, holding their silver lamp above us. Long they look and deeply, long they pause. The wind drives straightly, the flame stoops slightly. Wild beams of moonlight cross both floor and wall, and meet and stain the faces bent, the faces pondering, the faces that search the sleepers and seek their hidden joy. Safe, safe, safe. The heart of the house beats proudly. Long years, he sighs. Again you found me. Here, she murmurs. Sleeping in the garden, reading, laughing, rolling apples in the loft. Here we left our treasure, stooping. Their light lifts the lids upon my eyes. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beats wildly. Waking, I cry, oh, is this your buried treasure? The light in the heart. End of A Haunted House. Recorded by Princess Momo.
The House in the Brain by Lord Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The House in the Brain by Lord Edward Bulwer-Lytton. A friend of mine who is a man of letters and a philosopher said to me one day, as if between jest and earnest, "Fancy, since we last met, I have discovered a haunted house in the midst of London." Really haunted? And by what? Ghosts? Well, I can't answer that question. All I know is this. 6 weeks ago, my wife and I were in search of a furnished apartment. Passing a quiet street, we saw on the window of one of the houses a bill, "Apartments furnished." The situation suited us. We entered the house, liked the rooms, engaged them by the week, and left them the third day. No power on earth could have reconciled my wife to stay longer, and I don't wonder at it. What did you see? It was not so much what we saw or heard that drove us away, as it was an undefinable terror which seized both of us whenever we passed by the door of a certain unfurnished room, in which we neither saw nor heard anything. Accordingly, on the fourth morning, I summoned the woman who kept the house and attended on us, and told her that the rooms did not quite suit us, and we would not stay out our week. She said dryly, "I know why. You have stayed longer than any other lodger. Few ever stayed a second night, none before you a third, but I take it they have been very kind to you." "They? Who?" I asked, affecting to smile. Why, they who haunt the house, whoever they are. I don't mind them. I remember them many years ago when I lived in this house, not as a servant, but I know they will be the death of me some day. I don't care. I'm old and must die soon anyhow, and then I shall be with them and in this house still. The woman spoke with so dreary a calmness that really it was a sort of awe that prevented my conversing with her further. I paid for my week, and too happy were my wife and I to get off so cheaply. You excite my curiosity, said I. Nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted house. Pray give me the address of the one which you left so ignominiously. My friend gave me the address, and when we parted, I walked straight toward the house thus indicated. It is situated on the north side of Oxford Street, in a dull but respectable thoroughfare. I found the house shut up, no bill at the window, and no response to my knock. As I was turning away, a beer boy collecting pewter pots at the neighbouring areas said to me, "Do you want anyone at that house, sir?" "Yes, I heard it was to be let." "Let? Mr. J. offered mother, who chars for him, £1 a week just to open and shut the windows, and she would not." "Would not? And why?" "The house is haunted, and the old woman who kept it was found dead in her bed with her eyes wide open. They say the devil strangled her." "Pooh! You speak of Mr. J. Is he the owner of the house?" "Yes." "Where does he live?" I gave the potboy the gratuity earned by his liberal information, and I was lucky enough to find Mr. J. at home, an elderly man with intelligent countenance and prepossessing manners. I communicated my name and my business frankly. I said I heard the house was considered to be haunted, that I had a strong desire to examine a house with so equivocal a reputation, that I should be greatly obliged if he would allow me to hire it, though only for a night. I was willing to pay for that privilege whatever he might be inclined to ask. "Sir," said Mr. J., with great courtesy, "the house is at your service, for as short or as long a time as you please. Rent is out of the question. The poor old woman who died in it 3 weeks ago was a pauper whom I took out of a workhouse, for in her childhood she had been known to some of my family, and had once been in such good circumstances that she had rented that house of my uncle. She was a woman of superior education and strong mind, and was the only person I could ever induce to remain in the house. Indeed, since her death, which was sudden, and the coroner's inquest which gave it a notoriety in the neighbourhood, I have so despaired of finding any person to take charge of the house, much more a tenant, that I would willingly let it rent free for a year to anyone who would pay its rates and taxes. How long is it since the house acquired this sinister character? That I can scarcely tell you, but very many years since. The old woman I spoke of said it was haunted when she rented it between 30 and 40 years ago. I never had one lodger who stayed more than 3 days. I do not tell you their stories. To no two lodgers have there been exactly the same phenomena repeated. It is better that you should judge for yourself than enter the house with an imagination influenced by previous narratives. Only be prepared to see and to hear something or other, and take whatever precautions you yourself please. Have you never had a curiosity yourself to pass a night in that house? Yes. I passed not a night, but 3 hours in broad daylight alone in that house. My curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. I have no desire to renew the experiment. You cannot complain, you see, sir, that I am not sufficiently candid, and unless your interest be exceedingly eager, and your nerves unusually strong, I honestly add that I advise you not to pass a night in that house. My interest is exceedingly keen, said I, and though only a coward will boast of his nerves in situations wholly unfamiliar to him, yet my nerves have been seasoned in such variety of danger that I have the right to rely on them, even in a haunted house. Mr. J. said very little more. He took the keys of his house out of his bureau, gave them to me, and thanking him cordially for his frankness and his urbane concession to my wish, I carried off my prize. Impatient for the experiment, as soon as I reached home, I summoned my confidential servant, a young man of gay spirits, fearless temper, and as free from superstitious prejudice as anyone I could think of. "Francois," said I, "you remember in Germany how disappointed we were at not finding a ghost in that old castle, which was said to be haunted by a headless apparition? Well, I have heard of a house in London which, I have reason to hope, is decidedly haunted. I mean to sleep there tonight. From what I hear, there is no doubt that something will allow itself to be seen or to be heard, something perhaps excessively horrible. Do you think if I take you with me, I may rely on your presence of mind, whatever may happen?" "Oh, sir, pray trust me," answered Francois, grinning with delight. "Very well. Then here are the keys of the house. This is the address. Go now. Select for me any bedroom you please, and since the house has not been inhabited for weeks, make up a good fire. Air the bed well. See, of course, that there are candles as well as fuel. Take with you my revolver and my dagger. So much for my weapons. Arm yourself equally well, and if we are not a match for a dozen ghosts, we shall be but a sorry couple of Englishmen." I was engaged for the rest of the day on business so urgent that I had not leisure to think much on the nocturnal adventure to which I had plighted my honour. I dined alone, and very late, and while dining, read, as is my habit. I selected one of the volumes of Macaulay's essays. I thought to myself that I would take the book with me. There was so much of healthfulness in the style and practical life in the subjects that it would serve as an antidote against the influence of superstitious fancy. Accordingly, about 9:30, I put the book into my pocket and strolled leisurely toward the haunted house. I took with me a favourite dog, an exceedingly sharp, bold, and vigilant bull-terrier, a dog fond of prowling about strange ghostly corners and passages at night in search of rats. A dog of dogs for a ghost. It was a summer night, but chilly, the sky somewhat gloomy and overcast. Still there was a moon, faint and sickly, but still a moon, and if the clouds permitted after midnight, it would be brighter. I reached the house, knocked, and my servant opened the door with a cheerful smile. "All right, sir, and very comfortable." "Oh," said I, rather disappointed. "Have you not seen nor heard anything remarkable?" "Well, sir, I must own I have heard something queer." "What? What?" "The sound of feet pattering behind me, and once or twice small noises like whispers close at my ear. Nothing more." "You are not at all frightened?" "Aye, not a bit of it, sir." And the man's bold look reassured me on one point, viz., that happen what might, he would not desert me. We were in the hall, the street door closed, and my attention was now drawn to my dog. He had at first run in eagerly enough, but had sneaked back to the door and was scratching and whining to get out. After patting him on the head and encouraging him gently, the dog seemed to reconcile himself to the situation and followed me and Francois through the house, but keeping close at my heels instead of hurrying inquisitively in advance, which was his usual and normal habit in all strange places. We first visited the subterranean apartments, the kitchen and other offices, and especially the cellars, in which last there were 2 or 3 bottles of wine still left in a bin, covered with cobwebs, and evidently, by their appearance, undisturbed for many years. It was clear that the ghosts were not wine-bibbers. For the rest, we discovered nothing of interest. There was a gloomy little backyard with very high walls. The stones of this yard were very damp, and what with the damp, and what with the dust and smoke grime on the pavement, our feet left a slight impression where we passed. And now appeared the first strange phenomenon witnessed by myself in this strange abode. I saw just before me the print of a foot suddenly form itself, as it were. I stopped, caught hold of my servant, and pointed to it. In advance of that footprint, as suddenly dropped another. We both saw it. I advanced quickly to the place. The footprint kept advancing before me. A small footprint, the foot of a child. The impression was too faint thoroughly to distinguish the shape, but it seemed to us both that it was the print of a naked foot. This phenomenon ceased when we arrived at the opposite wall, nor did it repeat itself on returning. We remounted the stairs and entered the rooms on the ground floor, a dining parlour, a small back parlour, and a still smaller third room that had been probably appropriated to a footman, all still as death. We then visited the drawing rooms, which seemed fresh and new. In the front room I seated myself in an armchair. Francois placed on the table the candlestick with which he had lighted us. I told him to shut the door. As he turned to do so, a chair opposite to me moved from the wall quickly and noiselessly, and dropped itself about a yard from my own, immediately fronting it. "Why, this is better than the turning tables," said I with a half-laugh, and as I laughed my dog put back his head and howled. Francois, coming back, had not observed the movement of the chair. He employed himself now in stilling the dog. I continued to gaze on the chair, and fancied I saw in it a pale blue misty outline of a human figure, but an outline so indistinct that I could only distrust my own vision. The dog was now quiet. "Put back that chair opposite to me," said I to Francois. "Put it back to the wall." Francois obeyed. "Was that you, sir?" said he, turning abruptly. What? Why, something struck me. I felt it sharply on the shoulder, just here." "No," said I, "but we have jugglers present, and though we may not discover their tricks, we shall catch them before they frighten us." We did not stay long in the drawing rooms. In fact, they felt so damp and so chilly that I was glad to get to the fire upstairs. We locked the doors of the drawing rooms, a precaution which I should observe we had taken with all the rooms we had searched below. The bedroom my servant had selected for me was the best on the floor, a large one with 2 windows fronting the street. The 4-posted bed, which took up no inconsiderable space, was opposite to the fire, which burnt clear and bright. A door in the wall to the left, between the bed and the window, communicated with the room which my servant appropriated to himself. This last was a small room with a sofa bed, and had no communication with the landing place. No other door but that which conducted to the bedroom I was to occupy. On either side of my fireplace was a cupboard without locks, flush with the wall, and covered with the same dull brown paper. We examined these cupboards, only hooks to suspend female dresses, nothing else. We sounded the walls, evidently solid, the outer walls of the building. Having finished the survey of these apartments, warmed myself a few moments, and lighted my cigar, I then, still accompanied by Francois, went forth to complete my reconnoitre. In the landing place there was another door. It was closed firmly. "Sir," said my servant in surprise, "I unlocked this door with all the others when I first came. It can not have got locked from the inside, for—" Before he had finished his sentence, the door, which neither of us then was touching, opened quietly of itself. We looked at each other a single instant. The same thought seized both. Some human agency might be detected here. I rushed in first. My servant followed. A small, blank, dreary room without furniture. A few empty boxes and hampers in a corner. A small window, the shutters closed. Not even a fireplace. No other door but that by which we had entered. No carpet on the floor, and the floor seemed very old, uneven, worm-eaten, mended here and there, as was shown by the whiter patches on the wood, but no living being, and no visible place in which a living being could have hidden. As we stood gazing around, the door by which we had entered closed as quietly as it had before opened. We were imprisoned. For the first time I felt a creep of undefinable horror. Not so my servant. Why? They don't think to trap us, sir. I could break that trumpery door with a kick of my foot. "Try first, if it will open to your hand," said I, shaking off the vague apprehension that had seized me, while I unclose the shutters and see what is without. I unbarred the shutters. The window looked on the little backyard I have before described. There was no ledge without, nothing to break the sheer descent of the wall. No man getting out of that window would have found any footing till he had fallen on the stones below. Francois, meanwhile, was vainly attempting to open the door. He now turned round to me and asked my permission to use force. And I should here state, in justice to the servant, that far from evincing any superstitious terrors, his nerve, composure, and even gaiety amid circumstances so extraordinary compelled my admiration, and made me congratulate myself on having secured a companion in every way fitted to the occasion. I willingly gave him the permission he required, but, though he was a remarkably strong man, his force was as idle as his milder efforts. The door did not even shake to his stoutest kick. Breathless and panting, he desisted. I then tried the door myself, equally in vain. As I ceased from the effort, again that creep of horror came over me, but this time it was more cold and stubborn. I felt as if some strange and ghastly exhalation were rising up from the chinks of that rugged floor, and filling the atmosphere with a venomous influence hostile to human life. The door now very slowly and quietly opened, as of its own accord. We precipitated ourselves into the landing place. We both saw a large pale light, as large as the human figure, but shapeless and unsubstantial, move before us, and ascend the stairs that led from the landing into the attic. I followed the light, and my servant followed me. It entered to the right of the landing, a small garret, of which the door stood open. I entered in the same instant. The light then collapsed into a small globule, exceedingly brilliant and vivid, rested a moment on a bed in the corner, quivered, and vanished. We approached the bed and examined it, a half-tester, such as is commonly found in attics devoted to servants. On the drawers that stood near it, we perceived an old faded silk handkerchief, with the needle still left in a rent half repaired. The kerchief was covered with dust. Probably it belonged to the old woman who had last died in that house, and this might have been her sleeping room. I had sufficient curiosity to open the drawers. There were a few odds and ends of female dress, and 2 letters tied round with a narrow ribbon of faded yellow. I took the liberty to possess myself of the letters. We found nothing else in the room worth noticing, nor did the light reappear. But we distinctly heard, as we turned to go, a pattering footfall on the floor, just before us. We went through the other attics, in all 4, the footfall still preceding us. Nothing to be seen, nothing but the footfall heard. I had the letters in my hand. Just as I was descending the stairs, I distinctly felt my wrist seized, and a faint, soft effort made to draw the letters from my clasp. I only held them the more tightly, and the effort ceased. We regained the bedchamber appropriated to myself, and I then remarked that my dog had not followed us when we had left it. He was thrusting himself close to the fire and trembling. I was impatient to examine the letters, and while I read them, my servant opened a little box in which he had deposited the weapons I had ordered him to bring, took them out, placed them on a table close at my bedhead, and he occupied himself in soothing the dog, who, however, seemed to heed him very little. The letters were short. They were dated, the dates exactly 35 years ago. They were evidently from a lover to his mistress, or a husband to some young wife. Not only the terms of expression, but a distinct reference to a former voyage, indicated the writer to have been a seafarer. The spelling and handwriting were those of a man imperfectly educated, but still the language itself was forcible. In the expressions of endearment there was a kind of rough, wild love. But here and there were dark, unintelligible hints at some secret not of love, some secret that seemed of crime. "We ought to love each other," was one of the sentences, I remember, "for how everyone else would execrate us if all was known." Again, "Don't let anyone be in the same room with you at night. You talk in your sleep." And again, "What's done can't be undone, and I tell you there's nothing against us unless the dead could come to life." Here there was underlined in a better handwriting, a female's. They do. At the end of the letter, latest in date, the same female hand had written these words. Lost at sea the 4th of June, the same day as... I put down the letters and began to muse over their contents. Fearing, however, that the train of thought into which I fell might unsteady my nerves, I fully determined to keep my mind in a fit state to cope with whatever of marvellous the advancing night might bring forth. I roused myself, laid the letters on the table, stirred up the fire, which was still bright and cheering, and opened my volume of Macaulay. I read quietly enough till about 11:30. I then threw myself dressed upon the bed, and told my servant he might retire to his own room, but must keep himself awake. I bade him leave open the door between the 2 rooms. Thus alone I kept 2 candles burning on the table by my bedhead. I placed my watch beside the weapons, and calmly resumed my Macaulay. Opposite to me the fire burned clear, and on the hearth-rug, seemingly asleep, lay the dog. In about 20 minutes I felt an exceedingly cold air pass by my cheek, like a sudden draught. I fancied the door to my right, communicating with the landing place, must have got open, but no, it was closed. I then turned my glance to my left, and saw the flame of the candles violently swayed, as by a wind. At the same moment the watch beside the revolver softly slid from the table. Softly, softly, no visible hand. It was gone. I sprang up, seizing the revolver with one hand, the dagger with the other. I was not willing that my weapons should share the fate of the watch. Thus armed, I looked round the floor. No sign of the watch. 3 slow, loud, distinct knocks were now heard at the bedhead. My servant called out, "Is that you, sir?" "No. Be on your guard." The dog now roused himself and sat on his haunches, his ears moving quickly backward and forward. He kept his eyes fixed on me with a look so strange that he concentrated all my attention on himself. Slowly he rose up, all his hair bristling, and stood perfectly rigid and with the same wild stare. I had no time, however, to examine the dog. Presently my servant emerged from his room, and if ever I saw horror in the human face, it was then. I should not have recognized him had we met in the street. So altered was every lineament. He passed by me quickly, saying in a whisper that seemed scarcely to come from his lips, "Run, run! It is after me." He gained the door to the landing, pulled it open, and rushed forth. I followed him into the landing involuntarily, calling him to stop. But, without heeding me, he bounded down the stairs, clinging to the balusters, and taking several steps at a time. I heard, where I stood, the street door open, heard it again clap to. I was left alone in the haunted house. It was but for a moment that I remained undecided whether or not to follow my servant. Pride and curiosity alike forbade so dastardly a flight. I re-entered my room, closing the door after me, and proceeded cautiously into the interior chamber. I encountered nothing to justify my servant's terror. I again carefully examined the walls to see if there were any concealed door. I could find no trace of one, not even a seam in the dull brown paper with which the room was hung. How then had the thing, whatever it was, which had so scared him, obtained ingress except through my own chamber? I returned to my room, shut and locked the door that opened upon the interior one, and stood on the hearth, expectant and prepared. I now perceived that the dog had slunk into an angle of the wall and was pressing himself close against it, as if literally striving to force his way into it. I approached the animal and spoke to it. The poor brute was evidently beside itself with terror. It showed all its teeth, the slaver dropping from its jaws, and would certainly have bitten me if I had touched it. It did not seem to recognize me. Whoever has seen at the Zoological Gardens a rabbit, fascinated by a serpent, cowering in a corner, may form some idea of the anguish which the dog exhibited. Finding all efforts to soothe the animal in vain, and fearing that his bite might be as venomous in that state as in the madness of hydrophobia, I left him alone, placed my weapons on the table beside the fire, seated myself, and recommenced my Macaulay. I now became aware that something interposed between the page and the light. The page was overshadowed. I looked up and I saw what I shall find it very difficult, perhaps impossible, to describe. It was a darkness shaping itself forth from the air in very undefined outline. I cannot say it was of a human form, and yet it had more resemblance to a human form, or rather shadow, than to anything else. As it stood wholly apart and distinct from the air and the light around it, its dimensions seemed gigantic, the summit nearly touching the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. An iceberg before me could not more have chilled me, nor could the cold of an iceberg have been more purely physical. I feel convinced that it was not the cold caused by fear. As I continued to gaze, I thought, but this I cannot say with precision, that I distinguished two eyes looking down on me from the height. One moment I fancied that I distinguished them clearly, the next they seemed gone, but still two rays of a pale blue light frequently shot through the darkness, as from the height on which I half believed, half doubted, that I had encountered the eyes. I strove to speak. My voice utterly failed me. I could only think to myself, is this fear? It is not fear. I strove to rise. In vain. I felt as if weighed down by an irresistible force. Indeed, my impression was that of an immense and overwhelming power opposed to my volition. That sense of utter inadequacy to cope with a force beyond man's, which one may feel physically in a storm at sea, in a conflagration, or when confronting some terrible wild beast, or rather, perhaps, the shark of the ocean, I felt morally. Opposed to my will was another will, as far superior to its strength as storm, fire, and shark are superior in material force to the force of man. And now, as this impression grew on me, now came, at last, horror. Horror to a degree that no words can convey. Still I retained pride, if not courage, and in my own mind I said, this is horror, but it is not fear. Unless I fear, I cannot be harmed. My reason rejects this thing. It is an illusion. I do not fear. With a violent effort, I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand toward the weapon on the table. As I did so, on the arm and shoulder, I received a strange shock, and my arm fell to my side, powerless. And now, to add to my horror, the light began slowly to wane from the candles. They were not, as it were, extinguished, but their flame seemed very gradually withdrawn. It was the same with the fire. The light was extracted from the fuel. In a few minutes the room was in utter darkness. The dread that came over me, to be thus in the dark with that dark thing, whose power was so intensely felt, brought a reaction of nerve. In fact, terror had reached that climax, that either my senses must have deserted me, or I must have burst through the spell. I did burst through it. I found voice, though the voice was a shriek. I remembered that I broke forth with words like these, I do not fear, my soul does not fear, and at the same time I found strength to rise. Still in that profound gloom, I rushed to one of the windows, tore aside the curtain, flung open the shutters. My first thought was, light. And when I saw the moon high, clear, and calm, I felt a joy that almost compensated for the previous terror. There was the moon. There was also the light from the gas lamps in the deserted slumberous street. I turned to look back into the room. The moon penetrated its shadow very palely and partially, but still there was light. The dark thing, whatever it might be, was gone, except that I could yet see a dim shadow, which seemed the shadow of that shade against the opposite wall. My eye now rested on the table, and from under the table, which was without cloth or cover, an old mahogany round table, there rose a hand, visible as far as the wrist. It was a hand seemingly as much of flesh and blood as my own, but the hand of an aged person. Lean, wrinkled, small too, a woman's hand. That hand very softly closed on the two letters that lay on the table. The hand and letters both vanished. Then there came the same 3 loud measured knocks I had heard at the bedhead before this extraordinary drama had commenced. As those sounds slowly ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate sensibly, and at the far end there rose, as from the floor, sparks or globules like bubbles of light, many-coloured, green, yellow, fire-red, azure. Up and down, to and fro, hither, thither, as tiny will-o'-the-wisps, the sparks moved, slow or swift, each of its own caprice. A chair, as in the drawing-room below, was now advanced from the wall without apparent agency, and placed at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as forth from the chair there grew a shape, a woman's shape. It was distinct as a shape of life, ghastly as a shape of death. The face was that of youth, with a strange, mournful beauty. The throat and shoulders were bare, the rest of the form in a loose robe of cloudy white. It began sleeking its long yellow hair, which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes were not turned toward me, but to the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow of the shade in the background grew darker, and again I thought I beheld the eyes gleaming out from the summit of the shadow, eyes fixed upon that shape. As if from the door, though it did not open, there grew out another shape, equally distinct, equally ghastly, a man's shape, a young man's. It was in the dress of the last century, or rather in a likeness of such dress, for both the male shape and the female, though defined, were evidently unsubstantial, impalpable, simulacra, phantasms, and there was something incongruous, grotesque, yet fearful, in the contrast between the elaborate finery, the courtly precision of that old-fashioned garb with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like stillness of the flitting wearer. Just as the male shape approached the female, the dark shadow started from the wall, all 3 for a moment wrapped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the 2 phantoms were as if in the grasp of the shadow that towered between them, and there was a blood stain on the breast of the female, and the phantom male was leaning on its phantom sword, and blood seemed trickling fast from the ruffles, from the lace, and the darkness of the intermediate shadow swallowed them up. They were gone. And again the bubbles of light shot and sailed, and undulated, growing thicker and thicker, and more wildly confused in their movements. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from the aperture there came forth the form of an aged woman. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I had seen the hand close, and behind her I heard a footstep. She turned round as if to listen, and then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face as of a man long drowned, bloated, bleached, seaweed tangled in his dripping hair, and at her feet lay a form as of a corpse, and beside the corpse there cowered a child, a miserable, squalid child, with famine in its cheeks and fear in its eyes. And as I looked in the old woman's face, the wrinkles and lines vanished, and it became a face of youth, hard-eyed, stony, but still youth, and the shadow darted forth and darkened over those phantoms as it had darkened over the last. Nothing now was left but the shadow, and on that my eyes were intently fixed, till again eyes grew out of the shadow, malignant serpent eyes. And the bubbles of light again rose and fell, and in their disordered, irregular, turbulent maze mingled with the wan moonlight. And now from these globules themselves, as from the shell of an egg, monstrous things burst out. The air grew filled with them, larvae so bloodless and so hideous that I can in no way describe them, except to remind the reader of the swarming life which the solar microscope brings before his eyes in a drop of water. Things transparent, supple, agile, chasing each other, devouring each other, forms like naught ever beheld by the naked eye. As the shapes were without symmetry, so their movements were without order. In their very vagrancies there was no sport. They came round me and round, thicker and faster and swifter, swarming over my head, crawling over my right arm, which was outstretched in involuntary command against all evil beings. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt the clutches of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still equally conscious that if I gave way to fear, I should be in bodily peril, and I concentrated all my faculties in the single focus of resisting, stubborn will. And I turned my sight from the shadow, above all from these strange serpent eyes that had now become distinctly visible. For there, though in naught else around me, I was aware that there was a will, and a will of intense, creative, working evil, which might crush down my own. The pale atmosphere in the room began now to redden as if in the air of some near conflagration. The larvae grew lurid as things that live in fire. Again the moon vibrated. Again were heard the 3 measured knocks, and again all things were swallowed up in the darkness of the dark shadow, as if out of that darkness all had come, into that darkness all returned. As the gloom receded, the shadow was wholly gone. Slowly, as it had been withdrawn, the flame grew again into the candles on the table, again into the fuel in the grate. The whole room came once more calmly, healthfully, into sight. The 2 doors were still closed, the door communicating with the servants' room still locked. In the corner of the wall into which he had so convulsively niched himself lay the dog. I called to him. No movement. I approached. The animal was dead. His eyes protruded, his tongue out of his mouth, the froth gathered round his jaws. I took him in my arms. I brought him to the fire. I felt acute grief for the loss of my poor favourite, acute self-reproach. I accused myself of his death. I imagined he had died of fright. But what was my surprise on finding that his neck was actually broken? Had this been done in the dark? Must it not have been by a hand human as mine? Must there not have been a human agency all the while in that room? Good cause to suspect it. I cannot tell. I cannot do more than state the fact fairly. The reader may draw his own inference. Another surprising circumstance. My watch was restored to the table from which it had been so mysteriously withdrawn, but it had stopped at the very moment it was so withdrawn, nor, despite all the skill of the watchmaker, has it ever gone since. That is, it will go in a strange erratic way for a few hours, and then come to a dead stop. It is worthless. Nothing more chanced for the rest of the night, nor indeed had I long to wait before the dawn broke. Nor till it was broad daylight did I quit the haunted house. Before I did so, I revisited the little blind room in which my servant and myself had been for a time imprisoned. I had a strong impression, for which I could not account, that from that room had originated the mechanism of the phenomena, if I may use the term, which had been experienced in my chamber. And though I entered it now in the clear day, with the sun peering through the filmy window, I still felt as I stood on its floors the creep of the horror which I had first there experienced the night before, and which had been so aggravated by what had passed in my own chamber. I could not, indeed, bear to stay more than half a minute within those walls. I descended the stairs, and again I heard the footfall before me, and when I opened the street door, I thought I could distinguish a very low laugh. I gained my own house, expecting to find my runaway servant there, but he had not presented himself, nor did I hear more of him for 3 days, when I received a letter from him, dated from Liverpool, to this effect. Honoured Sir, I humbly entreat your pardon, though I can scarcely hope that you will think that I deserve it, unless, which heaven forbid, you saw what I did. I feel that it will be years before I can recover myself, and as to being fit for service, it is out of the question. I am therefore going to my brother-in-law at Melbourne. The ship sails tomorrow. Perhaps the long voyage may set me up. I do nothing now but start and tremble, and fancy it is behind me. I humbly beg you, honoured sir, to order my clothes, and whatever wages are due to me, to be sent to my mother's at Walworth. John knows her address. The letter ended with additional apologies, somewhat incoherent, and explanatory details as to effects that had been under the writer's charge. This flight may perhaps warrant a suspicion that the man wished to go to Australia and had been somehow or other fraudulently mixed up with the events of the night. I say nothing in refutation of that conjecture. Rather, I suggest it as one that would seem to many persons the most probable solution of improbable occurrences. My belief in my own theory remained unshaken. I returned in the evening to the house to bring away in a hack cab the things I had left there, with my poor dog's body. In this task I was not disturbed, nor did any incident worth note befall me, except that still on ascending and descending the stairs, I heard the same footfall in advance. On leaving the house I went to Mr. J's. He was at home. I returned him the keys, told him that my curiosity was sufficiently gratified, and was about to relate quickly what had passed, when he stopped me, and said, though with much politeness, that he had no longer any interest in a mystery which none had ever solved. I determined at least to tell him of the 2 letters I had read, as well as of the extraordinary manner in which they had disappeared, and I then inquired if he thought they had been addressed to the woman who had died in the house, and if there were anything in her early history which could possibly confirm the dark suspicions to which the letters gave rise. Mr. J. seemed startled, and after musing a few moments answered, "I am but little acquainted with the woman's earlier history, except as I before told you that her family were known to mine, but you revive some vague reminiscences to her prejudice. I will make inquiries and inform you of their result. Still, even if we could admit the popular superstition that a person who had been either the perpetrator or the victim of dark crimes in life could revisit, as a restless spirit, the scene in which those crimes had been committed, I should observe that the house was infested by strange sights and sounds before the old woman died." You smile. What would you say? I would say this, that I am convinced, if we could get to the bottom of these mysteries, we should find a living human agency. What? You believe it is all an imposture? For what object? Not an imposture in the ordinary sense of the word. If suddenly I were to sink into a deep sleep from which you could not wake me, but in that sleep could answer questions with an accuracy which I could not pretend to when awake, tell you what money you had in your pocket, nay, describe your very thoughts, it is not necessarily an imposture, any more than it is necessarily supernatural. I should be, unconsciously to myself, under a mesmeric influence, conveyed to me from a distance by a human being who had acquired power over me by previous rapport. But if a mesmerizer could so affect another living being, can you suppose that a mesmerizer could also affect inanimate objects, move chairs, open and shut doors, or impress our senses with the belief in such effects, we never having been en rapport with the person acting on us? No. What is commonly called mesmerism could not do this, but there may be a power akin to mesmerism and superior to it, a power that in the old days was called magic. That such a power may extend to all inanimate objects of matter, I do not say, but if so, it would not be against nature. It would only be a rare power in nature, which might be given to constitutions with certain peculiarities, and cultivated by practice to an extraordinary degree. That such a power might extend over the dead, that is, over certain thoughts and memories that the dead may still retain, and compel, not that which ought properly to be called the soul, and which is far beyond human reach, but rather a phantom of what has been most earth-stained on earth to make itself apparent to our senses, is a very ancient, though obsolete, theory, upon which I will hazard no opinion. But I do not conceive the power to be supernatural. Let me illustrate what I mean from an experiment, which Paracelsus describes as not difficult, and which the author of the Curiosities of Literature cites as credible. If flower perishes, you burn it. Whatever were the elements of that flower while it lived are gone, dispersed. You know not whither. You can never discover nor recollect them. But you can, by chemistry, out of the burned dust of that flower, raise a spectrum of the flower, just as it seemed in life. It may be the same with the human being. The soul has as much escaped you as the essence or elements of the flower. Still, you may make a spectrum of it, and this phantom, though in the popular superstition it is held to be the soul of the departed, must not be confounded with the true soul. It is but the eidolon of the dead form. Hence, like the best attested stories of ghosts or spirits, the thing that most strikes us is the absence of what we hold to be the soul. That is, of superior, emancipated intelligence. These apparitions come for little or no object. They seldom speak when they do come. If they speak, they utter no ideas above those of an ordinary person on earth. Wonderful, therefore, as such phenomena may be, granting them to be truthful, I see much that philosophy may question, nothing that is incumbent on philosophy to deny, viz., nothing supernatural. They are but ideas conveyed somehow or other, we have not yet discovered the means, from one mortal brain to another. Whether, in so doing, tables walk by their own accord, or fiend-like shapes appear in a magic circle, or bodiless hands rise and remove material objects, or a thing of darkness, such as presented itself to me, freeze our blood, still am I persuaded that these are but agencies conveyed, as by electric wires, to my own brain from the brain of another. In some constitutions there is a natural chemistry, and those constitutions may produce chemic wonders. In others, a natural fluid, call it electricity, and these may produce electric wonders. But the wonders differ from natural science in this. They are alike objectless, purposeless, puerile, frivolous. They lead on to no grand results, and therefore the world does not heed, and true sages have not cultivated them. But sure I am that of all I saw or heard, a man, human as myself, was the remote originator. And I believe unconsciously to himself as to the exact effects produced. For this reason, no two persons, you say, have ever experienced exactly the same thing. Well, observe, no two persons ever experienced exactly the same dream. If this were an ordinary imposture, the machinery would be arranged for results that would but little vary. If it were a supernatural agency permitted by the Almighty, it would surely be for some definite end. These phenomena belong to neither class. My persuasion is that they originate in some brain now far distant, that brain had no distinct violation in anything that occurred, that what does occur reflects but its devious, motley, ever-shifting, half-formed thoughts. In short, that it has been but the dreams of such a brain put in action and invested with a semi-substance. That this brain is of immense power, that it can set matter into movement, that it is malignant and destructive, I believe. Some material force must have killed my dog. The same force might, for aught I know, have suffered to kill myself, had I been as subjugated by terror as the dog. Had my intellect or my spirit given me no countervailing resistance in my will. It killed your dog? That is fearful. Indeed, it is strange that no animal can be induced to stay in that house, not even a cat. Rats and mice are never found in it. The instincts of the brute creation detect influences deadly to their existence. Man's reason has a sense less subtle, because it has a resisting power more supreme. But enough. Do you comprehend my theory? Yes, though imperfectly, and I accept any crochet, pardon the word, however odd, rather than embrace at once the notion of ghosts and hobgoblins we imbibed in our nurseries. Still, to my unfortunate house the evil is the same. What on earth can I do with the house? I will tell you what I would do. I am convinced from my own internal feelings that the small unfurnished room at right angles to the door of the bedroom which I occupied forms a starting point or receptacle for the influences which haunt the house, and I strongly advise you to have the walls opened, the floor removed, nay, the whole room pulled down. I observe that it is detached from the body of the house, built over the small backyard, and could be removed without injury to the rest of the building. And you think If I did that, you would cut off the telegraph wires. Try it. I am so persuaded that I am right that I will pay half the expense, if you will allow me to direct the operations. Nay, I am well able to afford the cost. For the rest, allow me to write to you. About 10 days after, I received a letter from Mr. J, telling me that he had visited the house since I had seen him, that he had found the 2 letters I had described, replaced in the drawer from which I had taken them, that he had read them with misgivings like my own, that he had instituted a cautious inquiry about the woman to whom I rightly conjectured they had been written. It seemed that 36 years ago, a year before the date of the letters, she had married, against the wish of her relations, an American of very suspicious character. In fact, he was generally believed to have been a pirate. She herself was the daughter of very respectable tradespeople, and had served in the capacity of a nursery governess before her marriage. She had a brother, a widower, who was considered wealthy, and who had 1 child of about 6 years old. A month after the marriage, the body of this brother was found in the Thames, near London Bridge. There seemed some marks of violence about his throat, but they were not deemed sufficient to warrant the inquest in any other verdict than that of found drowned. The American and his wife took charge of the little boy, the deceased brother having by his will left his sister the guardianship of his only child, and in the event of the child's death, the sister inherited. The child died about 6 months afterward. It was supposed to have been neglected and ill-treated. The neighbours deposed to having heard it shriek at night. The surgeon who had examined it after death said that it was emaciated as if from want of nourishment, and the body was covered with livid bruises. It seemed that one winter night the child had sought to escape, crept out into the backyard, tried to scale the wall, fallen back exhausted, and had been found at morning on the stones in a dying state. But though there was some evidence of cruelty, there was none of murder, and the aunt and her husband had sought to palliate cruelty by alleging the exceeding stubbornness and perversity of the child, who was declared to be half-witted. Be that as it may, at the orphan's death, the aunt inherited her brother's fortune. Before the first wedded year was out, the American quitted England abruptly and never returned to it. He obtained a cruising vessel which was lost in the Atlantic 2 years afterward. The widow was left in affluence, but reverses of various kinds had befallen her. A bank broke, an investment failed. She went into a small business and became insolvent. Then she entered into service, sinking lower and lower, from housekeeper down to maid of all work, never long retaining a place, though nothing decided against her character was ever alleged. She was considered sober, honest, and peculiarly quiet in her ways. Still nothing prospered with her, and so she had dropped into the workhouse, from which Mr. J had taken her, to be placed in charge of the very house which she had rented as mistress in the first year of her wedded life. Mr. J added that he had passed an hour alone in the unfurnished room which I had urged him to destroy, and that his impression of dread while there were so great, though he had never heard nor seen anything, that he was eager to have the walls bared and the floors removed as I had suggested. He had engaged persons for the work, and would commence any day I would name. The day was accordingly fixed. I repaired to the haunted house. We went into the blind, dreary room, took up the skirting and then the floors. Under the rafters, covered with rubbish, was found a trapdoor, quite large enough to admit a man. It was closely nailed down with clamps and rivets of iron. On removing these, we descended into a room below, the existence of which had never been suspected. In this room there had been a window and a flue, but they had been bricked over, evidently for many years. By the help of candles, we examined this place. It still retained some mouldering furniture, 3 chairs, an oak settle, a table, all of the fashion of about 80 years ago. There was a chest of drawers against the wall, in which we found half rotted away, old-fashioned articles of a man's dress, such as might have been worn 80 or 100 years ago by a gentleman of some rank. Costly steel buttons and buckles, like those yet worn in court dresses, a handsome court sword, in a waistcoat which had once been rich with gold lace, but which was now blackened and foul with damp. We found 5 guineas, a few silver coins, and an ivory ticket, probably for some place of entertainment long since passed away. But our main discovery was in a kind of iron safe fixed to the wall, the lock of which it cost us much trouble to get picked. In this safe were 3 shelves and 2 small drawers. Ranged on the shelves were several small bottles of crystal hermetically stoppered. They contained colourless, volatile essences, of the nature of which I shall only say that they were not poisonous. Phosphor and ammonia entered into some of them. There were also some very curious glass tubes, and a small pointed rod of iron, with a large lump of rock crystal and another of amber, also a lodestone of great power. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold, and retaining the freshness of its colours most remarkably, considering the length of time it had probably been there. The portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in middle life, perhaps 47 or 48. It was a remarkable face, a most impressive face. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into a man, preserving in the human lineaments the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of that countenance than long descriptions can convey. The width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw, the long, large, terrible eye, glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of an immense power. Mechanically I turned round the miniature to examine the back of it, and on the back was engraved a pentacle. In the middle of the pentacle a ladder, and the 3rd step of the ladder was formed by the date 1765. Examining still more minutely, I detected a spring. This, on being pressed, opened the back of the miniature as a lid. Withinside the lid was engraved, "Mariana, to thee, be faithful in life, and in death to—" Here follows a name that I will not mention, but it was not unfamiliar to me. I had heard it spoken of by old men in my childhood as the name borne by a dazzling charlatan who had made a great sensation in London for a year or so, and had fled the country on the charge of a double murder within his own house, that of his mistress and his rival. I said nothing of this to Mr. J., to whom reluctantly I resigned the miniature. We had found no difficulty in opening the first drawer within the iron safe. We found great difficulty in opening the second. It was not locked, but it resisted all efforts, till we inserted in the chinks the edge of a chisel. When we had thus drawn it forth, we found a very singular apparatus in the nicest order. Upon a small thin book, or rather tablet, was placed a saucer of crystal. This saucer was filled with a clear liquid. On that liquid floated a kind of compass, with a needle shifting rapidly around. But instead of the usual points of the compass were 7 strange characters, not very unlike those used by astrologers to denote the planets. A peculiar but not strong nor displeasing odour came from this drawer, which was lined with a wood that we afterward discovered to be hazel. Whatever the cause of this odour, it produced a material effect on the nerves. We all felt it, even the 2 workmen who were in the room, a creeping, tingling sensation from the tips of the fingers to the roots of the hair. Impatient to examine the tablet, I removed the saucer. As it did so, the needle of the compass went round and round with exceeding swiftness, and I felt a shock that ran through my whole frame, so that I dropped the saucer on the floor. The liquid was spilled, the saucer was broken, the compass rolled to the end of the room, and at that instant the walls shook to and fro, as if a giant had swayed and rocked them. The 2 workmen were so frightened that they ran up the ladder by which we had descended from the trapdoor, but seeing that nothing more happened, they were easily induced to return. Meanwhile I had opened the tablet. It was bound in plain red leather with a silver clasp. It contained but 1 sheet of thick vellum, and on that sheet were inscribed within a double pentacle words in old monkish Latin, which are literally to be translated thus: "On all that it can reach within these walls, sentient or inanimate, living or dead, as moves the needle, so work my will. Accursed be the house, and restless be the dwellers therein." We found no more. Mr. J burned the tablet and its anathema. He razed to the foundations the part of the building containing the secret room with the chamber over it. He had then the courage to inhabit the house himself for a month, and a quieter, better conditioned house could not be found in all London. Subsequently, he let it to advantage, and his tenant has made no complaints. End of The House in the Brain by Lord Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Recording by Grant Love.
Midnight Realism by William Sanford. From Weird Tales, November 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Midnight Realism by William Sanford. "Mighty glad to see you, old man," exclaimed my host, Jimmy Carson, as he extended his hand and met mine with a hearty shake. "Quite a little storm we're having. I'd have met you, only, as I wired, Dan doesn't get back until very late with the car, and the bus is far more comfortable on a night like this anyway. Guess it will be too wet for partridge shooting tomorrow, but I have plenty of books, and an old billiard table stands in one of the rooms here. You'll make out somehow, and day after tomorrow we'll make it warm for the birds." "Don't worry about me, Jim," I answered. "I'm always content under your roof and never have found a lack of pleasure. And then, I've never seen your new home, you know, and I'll be mighty glad to spend a few hours tomorrow looking it over. Used to be an old tavern, didn't it?" "Right," replied my friend. "And pretty old, too, I can tell you. It was more than 200 years since this place was built, but it has been kept in good repair. Most of the timber is as sound as the day it was put in. They used real lumber in those days. The profiteering sharks were not so numerous. I bought the place because my boy took such a fancy to it. He is everything to me since my wife died." I nodded understandingly. "And I'll bet that's an old portrait over in the next room yonder," I remarked, indicating a large, full-length canvas of a beautiful young woman. "Know who she was?" "Have a smoke," Carson replied, and extended the box. He selected a cigar himself, and we settled ourselves comfortably before a wood fire. For I knew, from the look on my friend's face, that a story was forthcoming. "Yes," he replied, "what a beautiful creature was the wife, so the story goes, of the man who built this place. He was, besides the owner of the tavern, a painter of some ability, as that canvas shows. He died when still young, it is said. His grief-stricken widow, unable to endure existence without him, ended her life with a dagger in the very room where the portrait hangs. Soon after, so the tale goes, an old witch of the town made a prediction that once in every 100 years, exactly on the hour of midnight, the wife would step from the portrait and go through the act of killing herself, just as she killed herself on the fatal night, so long ago. I suppose the prediction was believed by many, for the words of the so-called witches were not taken lightly in those days. Well, I drew a cloud of smoke from my fragrant Havana and idly watched the rings floating off toward the chimney. At least one anniversary of the 100 years must have taken place. Did she step from the portrait? Jim laughed. "There is a tale that she did," he replied. "But of course, in those days, no one takes any stock of it. The story goes that a group of men were in this very room, making merry with liquor and song, when someone told the legend of the picture and the witch's prediction. Everyone got to talking about it, and the tale, with the liquor, worked strongly on their imaginations, for they claimed that on the stroke of midnight a woman did step from the portrait and stab herself. That's what liquor will do to some minds. I suppose they would have seen 6 women, if that had been in the story that helped work them up." He laughed and relighted his cigar, which had gone dead. And by the way, he added, that is just 100 years ago tonight. 100 years ago tonight, I said. Why, then the portrait is due to come to life again in less than an hour. And in spite of myself, I felt a touch of goose-flesh creep over my spine. Jim laughed again. Yes, he said, and a real act is going to be slated just for our benefit. My boy Dan, as you know, is a vaudeville performer. His star act is a female impersonation scene, a tragedy scene, in which a woman kills herself with a dagger. He's putting on the act this week over at Kingsby, about 10 miles from here. He'll be back any moment now. I've promised to turn off all the lights, and he is going to work up some phosphorus effect and pretend to step from the portrait just as the hour tolls midnight. He's going through with the act just as the woman is said to have done it, and he says he will make it so realistic we will just about think it's the real thing. Dan has a lot of ability, and will give us a real thrill. It's almost half after 11 now. Suppose I turn off the lights and we can smoke over here by the fire. It won't throw any glow into the next room and spoil the phosphorus effect. Dan will be here in a few minutes. He's going to come from the theater right in his stage costume, with his makeup on. He'll get in by the trackway, and we'll never know he's here until we see him in the portrait act. It will give us a better thrill than if we saw him first in the costume and talked with him. I'll say it will, I answered with fervor. Hear that rain beating down? Those pine trees moaning in the wind? If there was ever a night made for ghosts and goblins, this is one of them. We'll get the full effect all right, and I cannot say that it was with complete joy that I watched my friend turn off every light in the place. The minutes ticked by. Far away in the town below, I heard the clock strike the half hour after 11. That's the tower clock, said Jim in a low voice. It's always right to the second, and almost 100 years old. Everything around here seems to be old, I replied uneasily. I suppose some witch predicted that the clock would always be right, and a goblin winds it every week with a key made out of witch smoke. Jim laughed, but there was a bit of unsteadiness in his laugh. Sort of gets you, that story about the woman, doesn't it? He said. And this being the anniversary of the night she is due to appear. Let's have a drink. It'll steady us up a bit. That damn wind in the pine trees seems almost alive. Thanks, I said. Jim arose, and from the sideboard produced a bottle and glasses. We drank each other's health, and then to Dan's success, and the success of the performance we were about to see. Just one more, Jim muttered, and commenced to fill the glasses. As he did so, the clock in the tower, far away, began to toll the hour of midnight. With a muttered ejaculation, Jim dropped the glass he was filling, and it fell to the floor, breaking into 1,000 tiny pieces that glittered in the firelight. Look, he whispered. The light! Yes, a light was gathering out of the inky blackness of the next room, just where the portrait hung. But it was not as if created by phosphorus, but rather a weird, unnatural glow, unlike anything that could be created through human skill. Great, Jim whispered. Isn't he a genius? I'll bet that's something of his own invention. See, the portrait seems to be moving. Say, isn't that effect astonishingly real? That boy's fortune is made. He'll be recognized before long as the most famous in the business. Yes, the portrait was moving. Slowly, the canvas seemed to open and fade away into nothing, and from the great frame there stepped the figure of a beautiful young woman. Her face was as clear and white as ivory, and a great mass of silken hair of the yellowest gold flowed down her back, reaching almost to her waist. I heard Jim's breath come quick and short. By Jove, he muttered. If I didn't know it was Dan, I wouldn't believe... Isn't that a make-up, though? Talk about a star act. How the devil does he get that portrait opening effect? It ought to be worth a fortune, a trick like that. I muttered something to indicate that I agreed, and that the working out of the act was as great a mystery to me as to my friend. Then we both gasped. From the bosom of her flowing robes the woman drew a bright, shiny dagger, and her lips parted. "I come," she said softly. "I come, beloved, to join you." With a quick movement she sank the dagger to the hilt in her breast, and with a half-choking moan slipped gradually to the floor. Jim and I leapt to our feet. "Bravo!" shouted my friend, and I echoed the word. "Some act, old boy. Your fortune's made when you can do stuff like that," I shouted. "For God's sake, turn on the lights, Jim. There's goose flesh enough on me to feed a whole poultry yard." "Me too," Jim answered, fumbling for the switch. "Let's catch him and make him show us how he did it with the lights on. Here it is." And the next instant both the room in which we stood and the portrait room were flooded with electric glow. "Come on," Jim shouted. "He's probably in the room beyond the portrait one. There are rooms enough in this place for half a dozen families. How in heaven's name did he get that dagger effect? I'll swear I saw something red staining the white gown just as she fell. Dagger blade must have slid up into the handle, but it surely was realistic." We started for the room beyond, where the portrait looked down on us, calm and restful, as we had seen it earlier in the evening. Suddenly the telephone rang out sharp and clear. Jim turned to the table and picked up the receiver. "Hello? Yes? This is Carson's place. Carson talking. What? Who did you say? My God!" The receiver fell from Jim's hand, struck the table, and rolled off, falling to the length of the cord, then dragging the telephone after it. The instrument clattered to the floor. Jim turned his face to me. It was soaked with great drops of perspiration, as white as death. "That was Dan," he muttered thickly, speaking each word as if it were choking him. "It was such a storm, he decided to wait and come in the morning. He didn't leave Kingsley at all." The end of Midnight Realism by William Sanford.
Rokrokubi by Lefcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Rokrokubi by Lefcadio Hearn. Nearly 500 years ago, there was a samurai named Isogai Heidazaemon Taketsura in the service of the Lord Kikuji of Kyushu. This Isogai had inherited from many warlike ancestors a natural aptitude for military exercises and extraordinary strength. While yet a boy, he had surpassed his teachers in the art of swordsmanship, in archery, and in the use of the spear, and had displayed all the capacities of a daring and skillful soldier. Afterwards, in the time of the Eikyo War, footnote, the period of Eikyo lasted from 1429 to 1441, he so distinguished himself that high honors were bestowed upon him. But when the house of Kikuji came to ruin, Isogai found himself without a master. He might then easily have obtained service under another daimyo, but as he had never sought distinction from his own sake alone, and as his heart remained true to his former lord, he preferred to give up the world. So he cut off his hair and became a traveling priest, taking the Buddhist name of Kwairyo. But always under the koromo, footnote, the upper robe of a Buddhist priest is thus called, of the priest, Kwairyo kept warm within him the heart of the samurai. As in other years he had laughed at peril, so now also he scorned danger, and in all weathers and all seasons he journeyed to preach the good lore in places where no other priest would have dared to go. For that age was an age of violence and disorder, and upon the highways there was no security for the solitary traveller, even if he happened to be a priest. In the course of his first long journey, Kwairyo had occasion to visit the province of Kai, footnote, present-day Yamanashi Prefecture. One evening, as he was travelling through the mountains of that province, darkness overcame him in a very lonesome district, leagues away from any village. So he resigned himself to pass the night under the stars, and having found a suitable grassy spot by the roadside, he lay down there and prepared to sleep. He had always welcomed discomfort, and even a bare rock was for him a good bed, when nothing better could be found, and the root of a pine tree an excellent pillow. His body was iron, and he never troubled himself about dews or rain or frost or snow. Scarcely had he lain down when a man came along the road, carrying an axe and a great bundle of chopped wood. This woodcutter halted on seeing Quaido lying down, and, after a moment of silent observation, said to him in a tone of great surprise, "What kind of a man can you be, good sir, that you dare to lie down alone in such a place as this? There are haunters about here, many of them. Are you not afraid of hairy things?" "My friend," cheerfully answered Quaido, "I am only a wandering priest, a cloud and water guest, as folks call it, unsi no ryokaku, footnote, a term for itinerant priests. And I am not in the least afraid of hairy things, if you mean goblin foxes or goblin badgers or any creatures of that kind. As for lonesome places, I like them. They are suitable for meditation. I am accustomed to sleeping in the open air, and I have learned never to be anxious about my life." "You must be indeed a brave man, sir priest," the peasant responded, "to lie down here. This place has a bad name, a very bad name, but, as the proverb has it, kunshi aoki ni chikayorazu. Translation, the superior man does not needlessly expose himself to peril. And I must assure you, sir, that it is very dangerous to sleep here. Therefore, although my house is only a wretched thatched hut, let me beg of you to come home with me at once. In the way of food, I have nothing to offer you, but there's a roof at least, and you can sleep under it without risk." He spoke earnestly, and Quaido, liking the kindly tone of the man, accepted this modest offer. The woodcutter guided him along a narrow path, leading up from the main road through mountain forest. It was a rough and dangerous path, sometimes skirting precipices, sometimes offering nothing but a network of slippery roots for the foot to rest upon, sometimes winding over all between masses of jagged rock. But at last Quaido found himself upon a cleared space at the top of a hill, with a full moon shining overhead, and he saw before him a small thatched cottage, cheerfully lighted from within. The woodcutter led him to a shed at the back of the house, where the water had been conducted through bamboo pipes from some neighbouring stream, and the two men washed their feet. Beyond the shed was a vegetable garden and a grove of cedars and bamboos, and beyond the trees appeared the glimmer of a cascade, pouring from some loftier height, and swaying in the moonshine like a long white robe. As Quaido entered the cottage with his guide, he perceived 4 persons, men and women, warming their hands at a little fire kindled in the ro. Footnote, a sort of little fireplace, contrived in the floor of a room, is thus described. The ro is usually a square shallow cavity, lined with metal and half filled with ashes, in which charcoal is lighted, of the principal apartment. They bowed low to the priest, and greeted him in the most respectful manner. Quaido wondered that persons so poor and dwelling in such a solitude should be aware of the polite forms of greeting. "These are good people," he thought to himself, "and they must have been taught by someone well acquainted with the rules of propriety." Then, turning to his host, the aruji, or housemaster, as the others called him, Quaido said, "From the kindness of your speech, and from the very polite welcome given me by your household, I imagine that you have not always been a woodcutter. Perhaps you formerly belonged to one of the upper classes." Smiling, the woodcutter answered, "Sir, you are not mistaken. Though now living as you find me, I was once a person of some distinction. My story is the story of a ruined life, ruined by my own fault. I used to be in the service of a daimyo, and my rank in that service was not inconsiderable. But I loved women and wine too well, and under the influence of passion I acted wickedly. My selfishness brought about the ruin of our house, and caused the death of many persons. Retribution followed me, and I long remained a fugitive in the land. Now I often pray that I may be able to make some atonement for the evil which I did, and to re-establish the ancestral home. but I fear that I shall never find any way of so doing. Nevertheless, I try to overcome the karma of my errors by sincere repentance, and by helping as far as I can those who are unfortunate." Quidio was pleased by this announcement of good resolve, and he said to the Aruji, "My friend, I have had occasion to observe that men, prone to folly in their youth, may in after years become very earnest in right living. In the Holy Sutras it is written that those strongest in wrongdoing can become, by power of good resolve, the strongest in right doing. I do not doubt that you have a good heart, and I hope that better fortune will come to you. Tonight I shall recite the sutras for your sake, and pray that you may obtain the force to overcome the karma of any past errors." With these assurances, Quidio bade the Aruji good night, and his host showed him to a very small side room where a bed had been made ready. Then all went to sleep except the priest, who began to read the sutras by the light of a paper lantern. Until a late hour he continued to read and pray. Then he opened a little window in his little sleeping room to take a last look at the landscape before lying down. The night was beautiful. There was no cloud in the sky, there was no wind, and the strong moonlight threw down sharp black shadows of foliage and glittered on the dews of the garden. Shrillings of crickets and bell insects, footnote, direct translation of suzumushi, a kind of cricket with a distinctive chirp like a tiny bell, whence the name, made a musical tumult, and the sound of the neighboring cascade deepened with the night. Quidio felt thirsty as he listened to the noise of the water, and remembering the bamboo aqueduct at the rear of the house, he thought that he could go there and get a drink without disturbing the sleeping household. Very gently he pushed apart the sliding screens that separated his room from the main apartment, and he saw, by the light of the lantern, 5 recumbent bodies, without heads. For one instant he stood bewildered, imagining a crime, but in another moment he perceived that there was no blood, and that the headless necks did not look as if they had been cut. Then he thought to himself, "Either this is an illusion made by goblins, or I have been lured into the dwelling of a rokurokubi." Footnote, now a rokurokubi is ordinarily conceived as a goblin whose neck stretches out to great lengths, but which nevertheless always remains attached to its body. In the book Soshinki, footnote, a Chinese collection of stories on the supernatural, it is written that if one find the body of a rokurokubi without its head and remove the body to another place, the head will never be able to join itself again to the neck. And the book further says that when the head comes back and finds that its body has been moved, it will strike itself upon the floor 3 times, bounding like a bull, and will pant as in great fear, and presently die. Now, if these be rokurokubi, they mean me no good, so I shall be justified in following the instructions of the book. He seized the body of the Aruji by the feet, pulled it to the window, and pushed it out. Then he went to the back door, which he found barred, and he surmised that the heads had made their exit through the smoke hole in the roof, which had been left open. Gently unbarring the door, he made his way to the garden, and proceeded with all possible caution to the grove behind it. He heard voices talking in the grove, and he went in the direction of the voices, stealing from shadow to shadow, until he reached a good hiding place. Then, from behind the trunk, he caught sight of the heads, all 5 of them, flitting about, and chatting as they flitted. They were eating worms and insects which they found on the ground or among the trees. Presently the head of the Aruji stopped eating, and said, "Ah, that travelling priest who came tonight, how fat all his body is! When we shall have eaten him, our bellies will be well filled. I was foolish to talk to him as I did. It only set him to reciting the sutras on behalf of my soul. To go near him while he is reciting would be difficult, and we cannot touch him so long as he is praying. But as it is now nearly morning, perhaps he has gone to sleep. Some one of you go to the house and see what the fellow is doing." Another head, the head of a young woman, immediately rose up and flitted to the house, lightly as a bat. After a few minutes it came back, and cried out huskily, in a tone of great alarm, "That travelling priest is not in the house. He's gone. But that is not the worst of the matter. He has taken the body of our Aruji, and I do not know where he has put it." At this announcement the head of the Aruji, distinctly visible in the moonlight, assumed a frightful aspect. Its eyes opened monstrously, its hair stood up bristling, and its teeth gnashed. Then a cry burst from its lips, and, weeping tears of rage, it exclaimed, "Since my body has been moved, to rejoin it is not possible. Then I must die. And all through the work of that priest. Before I die, I will get at that priest. I will tear him. I will devour him. And there he is, behind that tree, hiding behind that tree. See him, the fat coward!" In the same moment, the head of the Aruji, followed by the other 4 heads, sprang at Quadio, but the strong priest had already armed himself by plucking up a young tree, and with that tree he struck the heads as they came, knocking them from him with tremendous blows. 4 of them fled away, but the head of the Aruji, though battered again and again, desperately continued to bound at the priest, and at last caught him by the left sleeve of his robe. Quadio, however, as quickly gripped the head by its topknot, and repeatedly struck it. It did not release its hold, but it uttered a long moan, and thereafter ceased to struggle. It was dead, but its teeth still held the sleeve, and for all his great strength, Quadio could not force open the jaws. With the head still hanging to his sleeve, he went back to the house, and there caught sight of the other 4 Rokurokubi squatting together, with their bruised and bleeding heads reunited to their bodies. But when they perceived him at the back door, all screamed, "The priest! The priest!" and fled through the other doorway out into the woods. Eastward the sky was brightening, day was about to dawn, and Quadio knew that the power of the goblins was limited to the hours of darkness. He looked at the head clinging to his sleeve, its face all fouled with blood and foam and clay, and he laughed aloud as he thought to himself, "What a miyage!" Footnote, a present made to friends or to the household on returning from a journey is thus called. Ordinarily, of course, the miyage consists of something produced in the locality to which the journey has been made. This is the point of Quadio's jest. The head of a goblin! After which he gathered together his few belongings and leisurely descended the mountain to continue his journey. Right on he journeyed until he came to Suwa in Shinano, footnote, present-day Nagano prefecture, and into the main street of Suwa he solemnly strode, with the head dangling at his elbow. Then women fainted, and children screamed and ran away, and there was a great crowding and clamoring until the torite, footnote, as the police in those days were called, seized the priest and took him to jail, for they supposed the head to be the head of a murdered man who, in the moment of being killed, had caught the murderer's sleeve in his teeth. As the Quadio, he only smiled and said nothing when they questioned him, so, after having passed a night in prison, he was brought before the magistrates of the district. Then he was ordered to explain how he, a priest, had been found with the head of a man fastened to his sleeve, and why he had dared thus shamelessly to parade his crime in the sight of people. Quadio laughed long and loudly at these questions, and then he said, "Sirs, I did not fasten the head to my sleeve. It fastened itself there, much against my will. And I have not committed any crime, for this is not the head of a man, it is the head of a goblin. And if I caused the death of the goblin, I did not do so by any shedding of blood, but simply by taking the precautions necessary to assure my own safety." And he proceeded to relate the whole of the adventure, bursting into another hearty laugh as he told of his encounter with the 5 heads. But the magistrates did not laugh. They judged him to be a hardened criminal, and his story an insult to their intelligence. Therefore, without further questioning, they decided to order his immediate execution. All of them, except one, a very old man. This aged officer had made no remark during the trial, but, after having heard the opinion of his colleagues, he rose up and said, "Let us first examine the head carefully, for this, I think, has not yet been done. If the priest has spoken truth, the head itself should bear witness for him. Bring the head here." So the head, still holding in its teeth the koromo that had been stripped from Quadio's shoulders, was put before the judges. The old man turned it round and round, carefully examined it, and discovered, on the nape of its neck, several strange red characters. He called the attention of his colleagues to these, and also bade them observe that the edges of the neck nowhere presented the appearance of having been cut by any weapon. On the contrary, the line of leverance was smooth as the line at which a falling leaf detaches itself from the stem. Then said the elder, I am quite sure that the priest told us nothing but the truth. This is the head of a rokurokubi. In the book Nanhoi Pushi, it is written that certain red characters can always be found upon the nape of the neck of a real rokurokubi. There are other characters. You can see for yourselves that they have not been painted. Moreover, it is well known that such goblins have been dwelling in the mountains of the province of Kai from very ancient time. But you, sir, he exclaimed, turning to Quido, what sort of sturdy priest may you be? Certainly you have given proof of a courage that few priests possess, and you have the air of a soldier rather than a priest. Perhaps you once belonged to the samurai class. You have guessed rightly, sir, Quido responded. Before becoming a priest, I long followed the profession of arms, and in those days I never feared man or devil. My name then was Isogai Heidazaimon Taketsura of Kyushu. There may be some among you who remember it. At the mention of that name, a murmur of admiration filled the courtroom, for there were many present who remembered it, and Quido immediately found himself among friends instead of judges, friends anxious to prove their admiration by fraternal kindness. With honor they escorted him to the residence of the daimyo, who welcomed him and feasted him and made him a handsome present before allowing him to depart. When Quido left Suwa, he was as happy as any priest is permitted to be in this transitory world. As for the head, he took it with him, jocosely insisting that he intended it for a miyage. And now it only remains to tell what became of the head. A day or two after leaving Suwa, Quido met with a robber, who stopped him in a lonesome place and bade him strip. Quido at once removed his koromo and offered it to the robber, who then first perceived what was hanging to the sleeve. Though brave, the highwayman was startled. He dropped the garment and sprang back. Then he cried out, You! What kind of a priest are you? Why, you are a worse man than I am. It is true that I have killed people, but I never walked about with anybody's head fastened to my sleeve. Well, sir priest, I suppose we are of the same calling, and I must say that I admire you. Now, that head would be of use to me. I could frighten people with it. Will you sell it? You can have my robe in exchange for your koromo, and I will give you 5 ryo for the head. Quido answered, I shall let you have the head and the robe if you insist. But I must tell you that this is not the head of a man. It is a goblin's head. So if you buy it and have any trouble in consequence, please to remember that you were not deceived by me. What a nice priest you are, exclaimed the robber. You kill men and jest about it. But I am really in earnest. Here is my robe, and here is the money, and let me have the head. What is the use of joking? Take the thing, said Quido. I was not joking. The only joke, if there be any joke at all, is that you are fool enough to pay good money for a goblin's head. And Quido, loudly laughing, went upon his way. Thus the robber got the head and the koromo, and for some time he played goblin priest upon the highways. But, reaching the neighborhood of Suwa, he there learned the true story of the head, and he then became afraid that the spirit of the rokurokubi might give him trouble. So he made up his mind to take back the head to the place from which it had come, and to bury it with its body. He found his way to the lonely cottage in the mountains of Kai, but nobody was there, and he could not discover the body. Therefore he buried the head by itself in the grove behind the cottage, and he had a tombstone set up over the grave, and he caused the segaki service to be performed on behalf of the spirit of the rokurokubi. And that tombstone, known as the tombstone of the rokurokubi, may be seen, at least so the Japanese storyteller declares, even unto this day. End of Rokurokubi.
Silence, a Fable, by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chad Sawyer. Silence, a Fable. The mountain pinnacles slumber, valleys, crags, and caves
are silent. "Listen to me," said the demon as he placed his hand upon my head. "The region of which I speak is a dreary region in Libya, by the borders of the river Zaire, and there is no quiet there, nor silence. The waters of the river have a saffron and sickly hue, and they flow not onwards to the sea, but palpitate forever and forever beneath the red eye of the sun, with a tumultuous and convulsive motion. For many miles on either side of the river's oozy bed is a pale desert of gigantic water lilies. They sigh one unto the other in that solitude, and stretch toward the heaven their long and ghastly necks, and nod to and fro their everlasting heads. And there is an indistinct murmur which cometh out from among them like the rushing of subterranean water, and they sigh one unto the other. But there is a boundary to their realm, the boundary of the dark, horrible, lofty forest. There, like the waves about the Hebrides, the low underwood is agitated continually. But there is no wind throughout the heaven, and the tall primeval trees rock eternally hither and thither with a crashing and mighty sound, and from their high summits, one by one, drop everlasting dews, and at the roots strange poisonous flowers lie writhing in perturbed slumber, and overhead, with a rustling and loud noise, the grey clouds rush westwardly forever, until they roll, a cataract, over the fiery wall of the horizon. But there is no wind throughout the heaven, and by the shores of the river Zaire there is neither quiet nor silence. It was night, and the rain fell, and falling it was rain, but having fallen it was blood. And I stood in the morass among the tall, and the rain fell upon my head, and the lilies sighed one unto the other in the solemnity of their desolation. And all at once the moon arose through the thin, ghastly mist, and it was crimson in colour, and mine eyes fell upon a huge grey rock which stood by the shore of the river, and was lighted by the light of the moon. And the rock was grey, and ghastly, and tall, and the rock was grey. Upon its front were characters engraven in the stone, and I walked through the morass of water lilies until I came close unto the shore, that I might read the characters upon the stone, but I could not decipher them, and I was going back into the morass when the moon shone with a fuller red. And I turned and looked again upon the rock, and upon the characters, and the characters were desolation. And I looked upwards, and there stood a man upon the summit of the rock, and I hid myself among the water lilies, that I might discover the actions of the man. And the man was tall and stately in form, and was wrapped up from his shoulders to his feet in the toga of old Rome. And the outlines of his figure were indistinct, but his features were the features of a deity, for the mantle of the night, and of the mist, and of the moon, and of the dew, had left uncovered the features of his face, and his brow was lofty with thought, and his eye wild with care, and in the few furrows upon his cheek I read the fables of sorrow and weariness, and disgust with mankind, and a longing after solitude. And the man sat upon a rock, and leaned his head upon his hand, and looked out upon the desolation. He looked down into the low, unquiet shrubbery, and up into the tall primeval trees, and up higher at the rustling heaven, and into the crimson moon. And I lay close within shelter of the lilies, and observed the actions of the man, and the man trembled in the solitude. But the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. And the man turned his attention from the heaven, and looked out upon the dreary river Zaire, and upon the yellow, ghastly waters, and upon the pale legions of the water lilies. And the man listened to the sighs of the water lilies and to the murmur that came up from among them. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude. But the night waned, and he sat upon a rock. Then I went down into the recesses of the morass, and waded afar in among the wilderness of the lilies, and called unto the hippopotami, which dwelt among the fens in the recesses of the morass. And the hippopotami heard my call, and came with the behemoth unto the foot of the rock, and roared loudly and fearfully beneath the moon. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude. But the night waned, and he sat upon a rock. Then I cursed the elements with the curse of tumult, and a frightful tempest gathered in the heaven where before there had been no wind. And the heaven became livid with the violence of the tempest, and the rain beat upon the head of the man, and the floods of the river came down, and the river was tormented into foam, and the water lilies shrieked within their beds, and the forest crumbled before the wind, and the thunder rolled, and the lightning fell, and the rock rocked to its foundation. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude. But the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. Then I grew angry and cursed with the curse of silence, the river, and the lilies, and the wind, and the forest, and the heaven, and the thunder, and the sighs of the water lilies, and they became accursed, and were still. And the moon ceased to totter up its pathway to heaven, and the thunder died away, and the lightning did not flash, and the clouds hung motionless. And the waters sunk to the level and remained, and the trees ceased to rock, and the water lilies sighed no more. And the murmur was heard no longer from among them, nor any shadow of sound throughout the vast, illimitable desert. And I looked upon the characters of the rock, and they were changed, and the characters were silence. And mine eye fell upon the countenance of the man, and his countenance was wan with terror. And hurriedly he raised his head from his hand, and stood forth upon a rock, and listened. But there was no voice throughout the vast, illimitable desert, and the characters upon the rock were silence. And the man shuddered, and turned his face away, and fled afar off in haste, so that I beheld him no more. Now there are fine tales in the volumes of the Magi, in the iron-bound melancholy volumes of the Magi. Therein, I say, are glorious histories of the heaven, and of the earth, and of the mighty sea, and of the genii that overruled the sea, and the earth, and the lofty heaven. There was much lore, too, in the sayings which were said by the Sibyls, and holy, holy things were heard of old by the dim leaves that trembled around Dodona. But, as Allah liveth, that fable which the demon told me as he sat by my side in the shadow of the tomb, I hold to be the most wonderful of all. And as the demon made an end of his story, he fell back within the cavity of the tomb and laughed. And I could not laugh with the demon, and he cursed me because I could not laugh. And the lynx which dwelleth forever in the tomb came out therefrom, and lay down at the feet of the demon, and looked at him steadily in the face. End of Silence, a Fable.
The Sixth Tree by Edith Lichty Stewart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Sixth Tree by Edith Lichty Stewart. Police Headquarters, Los Angeles, California. Gentlemen, the coroner's inquest held over the mutilated body of Professor Carhart to account for the baffling circumstances surrounding his death gave the verdict, met death at the claws and teeth of some wild beast, presumably a mountain lion. Considering the prominent and honorary positions held by the professor in some of our foremost universities, I felt justified in suppressing the astounding diary, herewith enclosed, found by me in the dead man's room after the inquest. I submit the diary without comment. Any conclusion derived from its perusal can be only too ghastly and unbelievable. Respectfully, J. Donahue, Operative. July 10th. As we entered the canyon, that dreaded sensation of oppression and suffocation surged upon me, and I tore away my collar and lifted the hat from my throbbing head. There are hypocrites who prate vapidly of the exaltation and exhilaration inspired in the human by these same mountains. Liars! Who should know more of mountains than I, who for 30 years have studied them, chipped away at their exteriors, articulated every rock and stratum in their towering frames, explored and explained their very entrails? Why, I have even proved to myself that they possess a soul, or souls, personality, malignant human emotions. God, what I have suffered! Is it in revenge for my exhaustive knowledge of them that they torture me so? When night comes, it is night now, they shake from their torpor and become monstrosities, crowding closer and closer, stooping to compress the air about my fevered head, crushing into my brain. It is only by ignoring them that I gain relief, so I am writing now in a frenzy to escape them. As I said, we had entered the canyon. There were only the stage driver and I. I had been dismissed from the university, with only the explanation that my course of study was becoming erratic. Why had I selected the little lodge at the source of this rugged ravine for my retreat? It should have been the last place in the world for me to seek rest. Yet I was here. The gray road twisted its dusty way into the gathering dusk of the mountains. The stage driver essayed a few conversational stupidities, but I soon silenced his chatter. He looked at me askance and whipped up the horses. The trail turned abruptly. The door behind was closed. Mountains reared about me on either side, and a feeling of panic assailed me. I was indeed in the enemy's territory. An hour passed in silence. Suddenly a bend in the road interrupted the monotony of the scene. With what emotions I beheld a cabin, an adobe cabin, crouched back from the road against the hill. 6 gaunt trees, that might once have been willows, stood in a ghostly row before it. Its windows, glassless and shadeless like the lidless eyes of a skull, leered and peered down at us. A glance had seared it on my mind, and then we had passed it. What place was that? The driver lashed his horses to greater speed. A good place to keep away from after dark. I waited impatiently for him to volunteer further information, but the fool was evidently sulky. I would wheedle. My good man, your reply only arouses my curiosity. He slowed down. The road lay straight. Turning, I could see the haggard eyes of the house as it watched for the effect the driver's tale would have upon me. It seems that some years before, after a heavy rain, some hikers had found in front of the deserted cabin 5 shallow graves, one beneath each tree. Each grave had contained a man. Investigation had identified them as a group of sheep-herders, rough customers at the best. They had evidently spent the night in the cabin, for the place was littered with empty bottles, cards, and poker chips. Who had committed the wholesale murder and buried the bodies was never discovered. Rumor had it that the 5 sheep-herders had located a mine back in the mountains and had hired a geologist to go with them to assay the ore, but this was never substantiated. There was no one who had actually seen the geologist or knew much about the mine. Where are the bodies now? The driver shrugged. Nobody claimed them, so they were thrown back into their graves, the dirt shoveled in again, and left till the judgment day. Well, if they are dead and disposed of till the day of judgment, why are you afraid of this place? I asked with some scorn. He shook his head darkly. There's 6 trees, and only 5 have graves under 'em. Well, they say there's a curse on this place until the 6th tree has a dead man too. Bah! I cried. Nursery tales. But I must have spoken strangely, for his long whip curled out over the horses' heads, and we swung around the last bend. No longer was the cabin visible, but I knew I would return. It must have been midnight as I approached the cabin, a midnight that held its breath and waited for something. A hush of expectancy had stilled every sound of the night. I stepped over the graves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was no wind, and yet I am sure I heard a rustle, or better, the faint creaking in the naked branches of the 6th tree as I passed beneath it. Suddenly I halted. My heart swelled and burst into a volley of stifled beatings. There could be no illusion. A wan, lurid glow slowly grew from the surrounding darkness. There was a light within the cabin. Someone was there. I lashed my cowering senses to action and noiselessly approached the window. Staggering, I clutched the window ledge for support. The uneven light from a guttering candle secured in an empty bottle disclosed what I had, God help me, expected to see. They, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. They were there, the same, and yet how infinitely horrible. Lifelessly, yet with terrible relentlessness, they played at their everlasting cards. Their dank hair hung in wisps over sunken eyes. The leathery skin of their faces sagged loosely over fleshless skulls. Their clothes hung in tatters, slimed with earth and mud. And their hands. Fascinated, in terror, I watched those lean, blackened claws deal the mildewed and ragged cards. Their nails, long and broken, scratched over the rough table as they clutched at the chips. They were intent on their game, unaware of my presence. But even as I gratefully assured myself of this, their eyes were on me. There was no hate, no fury, no fiendish glee in their expression. Rather a blankness, a patient waiting. They had ceased to play. All the waiting in the universe concentrated about me. There was a vacant place beside the dealer. When I could resist no longer, I went within. The dawn lay pallid on the hills when I flung away from the cabin. There was no sound or motion from the 6th tree as I shrank from its reaching fingers. When clear of it, I ran in the madness of terror to the hotel, locked my door, and fell sobbing in wrath and exhaustion on the bed. I had lost. There was no depth to the agony of my soul. We had played for no obvious stakes, but only too well I knew the prize for which we fought. There would be 2 more nights of play, with 2 more chances to win. I arose, bathed my scorching brow, and all day I sat, figuring. As a man of science, I had often scoffed at the thing called luck, for any game of cards must be reducible to some science or system. Night found me triumphant. Scarcely could I wait for the darkness that I might hasten to their humiliation. And that night I won. I won, I say. They were waiting for me as before. The cards were dealt, and then I proved that all things are explained by science. A man so learned can hold the world in his hand, immune from the uncertainties of chance and accident. My triumph grew as the dawn approached. I grew reckless. I chuckled. I laughed. I taunted them in their ghastly, dead faces. They sat immobile, playing. Their silence infuriated me. I tried to sting them to retort, but my words found answer only in the angry mutterings of the echo from the hollow room. When, as before, the candle choked and expired like a dying man, and their wasted forms faded into the shadows of the cabin, I hurled the cards after them, and went stumbling and laughing into the morning, drunk with my triumph. As I passed beneath the cursed tree, it dared to trail clinging, warmthless fingers across my cheek. I jerked away in loathing and derision. I still can feel the iciness of its touch. They have asked me, these curious, ignorant fools here, where I spend the nights. They talk and whisper about me in little groups that grow silent and disperse when I approach. Well, tonight is the last night, and then I shall be free and far away. If I had not been a man of science and evolved a system, then I might have known defeat, and these gaping fools might have something to fill their empty brains and furnish them with silly chatter. They would find my mutilated body, clawed as though by a mountain lion, flung into a shallow grave beneath the 6th tree. But I shall not lose. When this night curdles into dawn, I shall stuff their own dirty cards down their withered throats and crowd them back into their filthy graves, stamping the dirt upon them until it fills their mouths and blinds their staring eyes. And the tree? I shall leave it to wring its bony hands forever in impotent chagrin. But why am I lingering here? It is time for the game to begin, and they are waiting. End of The 6th Tree by Edith Lichty Stewart.
The Tortoiseshell Comb, The Fantasy of a Mad Brain, by Royalston Markham. From Weird Tales, April 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Tortoiseshell Comb, by Royalston Markham. Well, the ghosts of the men hung at Is-sur-Tilley have company. For myself, I wouldn't even want a photograph of the place. No, sir, not me. I can remember it without that. That's why they put me in this hospital with all these crazy people. Yet a tortoiseshell comb is as good an alibi as any. What? Ghosts? No, sir, of course not. I don't believe in 'em. Not on this side of the Atlantic. Whoever told you I believed in ghosts? The hospital intern? If they'd have kept me round the chateau in the woods at Is-sur-Tilley, it might have been different. It had a queer story about it, that chateau. That's what set me off. That, and the fact that I never did like Captain Bott. He was hard-boiled, that guy was. No, sir, he did not own that French chateau, although at one time he acted as though he thought he did. I'm coming to that. Over there, the frog said the original owner of the place, in his youth, had fallen madly in love with a young girl and married her. He must have been crazy about her all right, because, according to their story, he often was seen combing her hair. Yes, sir, the French folks are like that. That's romance, combing her long red hair as it hung over the back of her chair, touching the floor. I particularly remember that they said her hair was long, very long, and red, like copper is red in candlelight. After a year she died, suddenly, of heart disease. Killed by love itself, one of the frogs said. That's romance, and he, her husband, the owner of the chateau there in the woods at Is-sur-Tilley, left that part of the country on the very day of her funeral. The place, probably, is there yet, like it was when I saw it, late in the summer of 1918. The house was set back from the road among the trees. It looked then as though it had been deserted for a long time. Most of the furniture had been removed from it, except in one room. I'm coming to that. And the gate leading into the yard had fallen open on one rusty hinge. Glass filled the paths, and you couldn't tell the flower beds from the lawns, except by the weeds. Nobody had used the place, even in wartime, until our outfit was billeted at Is-sur-Tilley. That ghost story of the dead bride begging someone to comb her hair had kept the Frenchies off the place. But Captain Bott was a hard-boiled guy. We went into the house late one afternoon, Captain Bott and me. He led the way into the kitchen and through the first floor into a large hall, where the stairs went up to the floor above. Dust was over everything. The only room in the house that looked at all as though it had been occupied in years was that bedroom upstairs where, they had told us, the bride had slept and died. We recognized it because it was the only room in the house where the door was shut. We opened it, that is, Captain Bott did, and went in. I stood in the doorway until he swore at me and ordered me to follow him in. The room smelled moldy. It smelled dead. It was a fine room for a ghost. It was dark in there, and gradually my eyes got accustomed to the gloom enough to make out that there was a bed in it. On the captain's orders, I went to the window to open it for light, but I had to break the rusty hinges of the outside shutters before I could loosen them. At the court-martial inquiry, they wouldn't believe me when I said that was the only reason I went into the room, on the captain's orders. The room was on the north side of the house, and the sun was setting, so opening the window didn't help much. There was pillows and a mattress and sheets, yellow sheets, yellow from age, on the bed. The chairs seemed all in confusion. There was another door in that room, probably leading to a closet. It was closed. Captain Bott went over and felt of the mattress and patted the pillows. The pillows on which they had said the bride's head, nestled in its mass of copper-colored hair, had rested when she died. Captain Bott was hard-boiled, like I said. He didn't believe in ghosts. He said it was the best shakedown he'd seen in weeks. "I'll damn soon get a good night's rest," he said. And he ordered me to go for some candles and his stuff, and when I got back, I was to clear the place up. I went. I was glad to go, but I hated like hell to return. When I did get back into the house, it was twilight, and, inside, as dark as a cat's belly. Downstairs in the kitchen, I lighted one of the candles and held it before me in one hand, the other being occupied with the captain's luggage. Then I went through the first floor into the large hall, where the stairs went up to the floor above. In the light of my candle at the landing, I saw that the door into the bedroom was closed again, as it had been the only room in the house where the door was shut when we first went up there together, the captain who didn't believe in ghosts, and I, who did. All over there. No, sir, of course not. I don't believe in 'em on this side of the Atlantic. But in the woods at Sur de Tillay at night, that's different. It must be worse since they hung those men there, and with Captain Bott, who thought the bed of the dead bride was a handsome billet. He was sure hard-boiled, that guy. I hated him for it. When I left him to go for the candles, that door had been open. When I returned, it was closed. I didn't like to open it again, but he was alone there in the dark in that bedroom. I knew that if I waited for him to come to open the door, stumbling across the chairs and things, he sure would cuss me out. That's the hell of being a private and a servant to an officer. No white man likes it. So finally, I opened the door with the hand which held the candle. Everything seemed as before, but so quiet. My ears were straining for sound like they used to do at a sudden cessation of barrage firing. But I heard nothing, nothing at all, and the place smelled moldy. It smelled dead. It was a fine room for a ghost, I thought of it then. And as I stepped across the threshold, I noticed that the other door in the room, probably that of the closet, was open. It had been closed. I thought perhaps that the captain had opened it while I was gone. It wasn't so dark when I left him as when I returned, and maybe he would have been snooping around a bit, out of curiosity perhaps. I'm not curious like that, but Captain Bott was hard-boiled, and he didn't believe in ghosts. All these things I'm telling you about what I saw and thought and felt, they wouldn't hardly listen to at the court-martial inquiry. I don't know how long it was from the time I lighted the candle in the kitchen downstairs until I stood with it in the doorway of the bedroom of the dead bride. Not very long, probably, because the melted candle grease was just beginning to run hot onto my fingers when I turned and glanced toward the bed, wondering why the captain had kept so damn quiet. It wasn't like him. And there he was, lying across the bed on his back, the tips of his shoes just touching the floor. Asleep? No. I don't know how I knew he wasn't asleep. The court-martial inquiry kept asking me that. But I saw he had something wound around his neck, something that glinted in the candlelight, like the braid of a woman's copper-red hair. And his hands were above his head. One of them clutched a tortoise-shell comb. I knew he wasn't asleep. I knew he was dead. How I knew? I can't tell you, nor any damn court-martial inquiry on earth. God knows they drove me crazy enough, asking me that, and what else I saw. Didn't I see nothing else? No, but I thought I heard or felt something move near the black hole where the other door opened, yawning into the closet. My candle went out. Maybe it was only the night wind from the window. I dropped it. I dropped the bundle of things belonging to Captain Bott. I crossed the threshold. I went down the stairs in the dark, running. I fell at the bottom. I remember that, and I told the court-martial inquiry so. 'Twas about the only thing those smug guys believe that I told them, but I was on my feet and out of the house before I knew I had fallen. Ha! I can see it. You, too, think I'm soft-boiled. So did the court-martial inquiry. That's why they sent me here, among these crazy people. But say, buddy, don't believe what the hospital intern tells you. He's crazy like the rest of them. He's as hard-boiled, too, as Captain Bott was. And that guy was so hard-boiled he didn't believe in French ghost stories. That nut you just talked with tells his story to anyone who will listen, the intern remarked casually, as we returned to the office of the Commandant of the Army and Navy Insane Asylum. Probably you think you've heard a cracking good ghost story, but what you really heard was the confession of a crazy murderer who ought to have been the third on the gallows at Is-sur-Tilley. Isn't there a haunted chateau in Is-sur-Tilley? And didn't the officer he tells about die in the bedroom there? Oui, ma certainement, as the frogs have it. But if the chateau isn't haunted, it ought to be. There's a story in the village of the bride's death there, and Captain Bott died there all right enough. But that thing they found twined around his neck like the braid of a woman's copper-red hair was in fact real copper. Copper wire stolen from a lineman's kit. It might have looked like hair to a crazy man. But the comb, I persisted. What about the tortoiseshell comb? That? Oh, the nut stole that too. It belonged to one of the girls in town, whom the private knew before the captain beat his time with her. The end of The Tortoiseshell Comb by Royalston Markham.
Story 15 from Day and Night Stories by Algin and Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Story 15. The Tradition. The noises outside the little flat at first were very disconcerting after living in the country. They made sleep difficult. At the cottage in Sussex where the family had lived, night brought deep, comfortable silence, unless the wind was high, when the pine trees round the duck pond made a sound like surf, or if the gale was from the southwest, the orchard roared a bit unpleasantly. But in London it was very different. Sleep was easier in the daytime than at night. For after nightfall, the rumble of the traffic became spasmodic instead of continuous. The motor horns startled like warnings of alarm. After comparative silence, the furious rushing of a taxicab touched the nerves. From dinner till 11 o'clock the streets subsided gradually. Then came the army from theatres, parties and late dinners, hurrying home to bed. The motor horns during this hour were lively and incessant, like bugles of a regiment moving into battle. The parents rarely retired until this attack was over. If quick about it, sleep was possible then before the flying of the night birds, an uncertain squadron, screamed half the street awake again. But these finally disposed of, a delightful hush settled down upon the neighbourhood, profounder far than any peace of the countryside. The deep rumble of the produce wagons coming into the big London markets from the farms, generally about 3 a.m., held no disturbing quality. But sometimes, in the stillness of very early morning, when streets were empty and pavements all deserted, there was a sound of another kind that was startling and unwelcome. For it was ominous. It came with a clattering violence that made nerves quiver and forced the heart to pause and listen. A strange resonance was in it, a volume of sound, moreover, that was hardly justified by its cause. For it was hooves. A horse swept hurrying up the deserted street and was close upon the building in a moment. It was audible suddenly, no gradual approach from a distance, but as though it turned a corner from soft ground that muffled the hooves onto the echoing hard paving that emphasized the dreadful clatter. Nor did it die away again when once the house was reached. It ceased as abruptly as it came. The hooves did not go away. It was the mother who heard them first and drew her husband's attention to their disagreeable quality. "It is the mail vans, dear," he answered. "They go at 4 a.m. to catch the early trains into the country." She looked up sharply as though something in his tone surprised her. "But there's no sound of wheels," she said, and then, as he did not reply, she added gravely, "You have heard it too, John. I can tell." "I have," he said. "I have heard it. Twice." And they looked at one another searchingly, each trying to read the other's mind. She did not question him. He did not propose writing to complain in a newspaper. Both understood something that neither of them understood. "I heard it first," she then said softly, "the night before Jack got the fever. And as I listened, I heard him crying, but when I went in to see, he was asleep. The noise stopped just outside the building." There was a shadow in her eyes as she said this, and a hush crept in between her words. "I did not hear it go." She said this almost beneath her breath. He looked a moment at the ground, then coming towards her, he took her in his arms and kissed her, and she clung very tightly to him. "Sometimes," he said in a quiet voice, "a mounted policeman passes down the street, I think." "It is a horse," she answered, but whether it was a question of mere corroboration he did not ask, for at that moment the doctor arrived, and the question of little Jack's health became the paramount matter of immediate interest. The great man's verdict was uncommonly disquieting. All that night they sat up in the sick room. It was strangely still, as though by one accord the traffic avoided the house where a little boy hung between life and death. The motor horns even had a muffled sound, and heavy drays and wagons used the wide streets. There were fewer taxicabs about, or else they flew by noiselessly. Yet no straw was down. The expense prohibited that. And towards morning, very early, the mother decided to watch alone. She had been a trained nurse before her marriage, accustomed when she was younger to long vigils. "You go down, dear, and get a little sleep," she urged in a whisper. "He's quiet now. At 5 o'clock I'll come for you to take my place." "You'll fetch me at once," he whispered, "if—" then hesitated as though breath failed him. A moment he stood there staring from her face to the bed. "If you hear anything," he finished. She nodded, and he went downstairs to his study, not to his bedroom. He left the door ajar. He sat in darkness, listening. Mother, he knew, was listening too, beside the bed. His heart was very full, for he did not believe the boy could live till morning. The picture of the room was all the time before his eyes. The shaded lamp, the table with the medicines, the little wasted figure beneath the blankets, and Mother close beside it, listening. He sat alert, ready to fly upstairs at the smallest cry. But no sound broke the stillness. The entire neighbourhood was silent. All London slept. He heard the clock strike 3 in the dining room at the end of the corridor. It was still enough for that. There was not even the heavy rumble of a single produce wagon, though usually they passed about this time on their way to Smithfield and Covent Garden markets. He waited, far too anxious to close his eyes. At 4 o'clock he would go up and relieve her vigil. 4, he knew, was the time when life sinks to its slowest ebb. Then, in the middle of his reflections, thought stopped dead, and it seemed his heart stopped too. Far away, becoming nearer with extraordinary rapidity, a sharp, clear sound broke out of the surrounding stillness. A horse's hooves. At first it was so distant that it might have been almost on the high roads of the country. But the amazing speed with which it came closer and the sudden increase of the beating sound was such that by the time he turned his head it seemed to have entered the street outside. It was within 100 yards of the building. The next second it was before the very door, and something in him blenched. He knew a moment's complete paralysis. The abrupt cessation of the heavy clatter was strangest of all. It came like lightning, it struck, it paused. It did not go away again. Yet the sound of it was still beating in his ears as he dashed upstairs 3 steps at a time. It seemed in the house as well, on the stairs behind him, in the little passageway, inside the very bedroom. It was an appalling sound. Yet he entered a room that was quiet, orderly, and calm. It was silent. Beside the bed his wife sat, holding Jack's hand and stroking it. She was soothing him. Her face was very peaceful. No sound but her gentle whisper was audible. He controlled himself by a tremendous effort, but his face betrayed his consternation and distress. "Hush," she said beneath her breath. "He's sleeping much more calmly now. The crisis, God bless, is over, I do believe. I dared not leave him." He saw in a moment that she was right, and an untenable relief passed over him. He sat down beside her, very cold, yet perspiring with heat. "You heard?" he asked after a pause. "Nothing," she replied quickly, "except his pitiful wild words when the delirium was on him. It's past. It lasted but a moment, or I'd have called you." He stared closely into her tired eyes. "And his words?" he asked in a whisper. Whereupon she told him quietly that the little chap had sat up with wide-opened eyes and talked excitedly about a great, great horse he heard, but that was not coming for him. He laughed and said he would not go with it because he was not ready yet. Some scrap of talk he had overheard from us, she added, when we discussed the traffic once. "But you heard nothing?" he repeated almost impatiently. No, she had heard nothing. After all, then, he had dozed a moment in his chair. 4 weeks later, Jack, entirely convalescent, was playing a restricted game of hide-and-seek with his sister in the flat. It was really a forbidden joy, owing to noise and risk of breakages, but he had unusual privileges after his grave illness. It was dusk. The lamps in the street were being lit. "Quietly, remember, your mother's resting in her room," were the father's orders. She had just returned from a week by the sea, recuperating from the strain of nursing for so many nights. The traffic rolled and boomed along the streets below. "Jack, do come on and hide. It's your turn. I had last." But the boy was standing spellbound by the window, staring hard at something on the pavement. Sybil called and tugged in vain. Tears threatened. Jack would not budge. He declared he saw something. "Oh, you're always seeing something. I wish you'd go and hide. It's only because you can't think of a good place, really." "Look," he cried in a voice of wonder. And as he said it, his father rose quickly from his chair before the fire. "Look," the child repeated with delight and excitement. "It's a great big horse, and it's perfectly white all over." His sister joined him at the window. Where? I can't see it. Oh, do show me." Their father was standing close behind them now. "I heard it," he was whispering, but so low the children did not notice him. His face was the colour of chalk. "Straight in front of our door, stupid. Can't you see it? Oh, I do wish it had come for me. It's such a beauty." And he clapped his hands with pleasure and excitement. "Quick, quick, it's going away again." But while the children stood half squabbling by the window, their father leaned over a sofa in the adjoining room, above a figure whose heart in sleep had quietly stopped its beating. The great white horse had come, but this time he had not only heard its wonderful arrival, he had also heard it go. It seemed he heard the awful hooves beat down the sky far, far away, and very swiftly, dying into silence, finally up among the stars. End of the tradition. The Unknown Quantity from Uncanny Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Unknown Quantity from Uncanny Tales. Professor William James Maynard was in a singularly happy and contented mood as he strolled down the high street after a long and satisfactory interview with the solicitor to his late cousin, whose sole heir he was. It was exactly a month by the calendar since he had murdered this cousin, and everything had gone most satisfactorily since. The fortune was proving quite as large as he had expected, and not even an inquest had been held upon the dead man. The coroner had decided that it was not necessary, and the professor had agreed with him. At the funeral, the professor had been the principal mourner, and the local paper had commented sympathetically on his evident emotion. This had been quite genuine, for the professor had been fond of his relative, who had always been very good to him. But still, when an old man remains obstinately healthy, when his doctor can say with confidence that he is good for another 20 years at least, and when he stands between you and a large fortune which you need, and of which you can make much better use in the cause of science and the pursuit of knowledge, what alternative is there? It becomes necessary to take steps. Therefore, the professor had taken steps. Looking back today on that day a month ago, and the critical preceding week, the professor felt that the steps he had taken had been as judicious as successful. He had set himself to solve a problem in higher mathematics. He had found it easier to solve than many he was obliged to grapple with in the course of his studies. A policeman saluted as the professor passed, and he acknowledged it with the charming old-world courtesy that made him so popular a figure in the town. Across the way was the doctor who had certified the cause of death. The professor, passing benevolently on, was glad he had now enough money to carry out his projects. He would be able to publish at once his great work on the secondary variation of the differential calculus that hitherto had languished in manuscript. It would make a sensation, he thought. There was more than one generally accepted theory he had challenged or contradicted in it. And he would put in hand at once his long-projected work, a history of the higher mathematics. It would take 20 years to complete, it would cost £20,000 or more, and it would breathe into mathematics the new, vivid life that Bergson's works have breathed into metaphysics. The professor thought very kindly of the dead cousin, whose money would provide for this great work. He wished greatly the dead man could know to what high use his fortune was designed. Coming towards him, he saw the wife of the vicar of his parish. The professor was a regular churchgoer. The vicar's wife saw him too and beamed. She and her husband were more than a little proud of having so well-known a man in their congregation. She held out her hand, and the professor was about to take it when she drew it back with a startled movement. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she exclaimed, distressed as she saw him raise his eyebrows. "There is blood on it." Her eyes were fixed on his right hand, which he was still holding out. In fact, on the palm a small drop of blood showed distinctly against the firm pink flesh. Surprised, the professor took out his handkerchief and wiped it away. He noticed that the vicar's wife was wearing white kid gloves. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she said again. It startled me somehow. I thought you must have cut yourself. I hope it's not much." "Some scratch, I suppose," he said. "It's nothing." The vicar's wife, still slightly discomposed, launched out into some parochial matter she had wished to mention to him. They chatted a few moments and then parted. The professor took an opportunity to look at his hand. He could detect no sign of any cut or abrasion. The skin seemed whole everywhere. He looked at his handkerchief. There was still visible on it the stain where he had wiped his hand, and this stain seemed certainly blood. "Odd," he muttered as he put the handkerchief back in his pocket. "Very odd." His thoughts turned again to his projected A History of the Higher Mathematics, and he forgot all about the incident till, as it happened that day month, the first of the month by the calendar, when he was sitting in his study with an eminent colleague to whom he was explaining his great scheme. "If you are able to carry it out," the colleague said slowly, "your book will mark an epoch in human thought, but the cost will be tremendous." "I estimate it at £20,000, answered the professor calmly. "I am fully prepared to spend twice as much. You know I have recently inherited £40,000 from a relative." The eminent colleague nodded and looked very impressed. "It is magnificent," he said warmly. "Magnificent." He added, "You've cut yourself, do you know?" "Cut myself?" the professor echoed, surprised. "Yes," answered the eminent colleague. "There is blood upon your hand, your right hand." In fact, a spot of blood slightly larger than that which had appeared before showed plainly upon the professor's right hand. He wiped it away with his handkerchief and went on talking eagerly, for he was deeply interested. He did not think of the matter again till just as he was getting into bed, when he noticed a red stain upon his handkerchief. He frowned and examined his hand carefully. There was no sign of any wound or cut from which the blood could have come, and he frowned again. "Very odd," he muttered. A calendar hanging on the wall reminded him that it was the 1st of the month. The days passed, the incident faded from his memory, and 4 weeks later he came down one morning to breakfast in an unusually good temper. There was a certain theory he had worked on the night before he meant to write to a friend about. It seemed to him his demonstration had been really brilliant, and then also he was already planning out with great success the details of the scheme for his great work. He was making an excellent breakfast, for his appetite was always good, and needing some more cream he rang the bell. The maid appeared. He showed her the empty jug, and as she took it she dropped it with a sudden cry, smashing it to pieces on the floor. Very pale, she stammered out, "Beg pardon, sir, your hand. There is blood upon your hand." In fact, on the professor's right hand there showed a drop of blood, perceptibly larger this time than before. The professor stared at it stupidly. He was sure it had not been there a moment before, and he noticed by the heading of the newspaper at the side of his plate that this was the 1st of the month. With a hasty movement of his napkin, he wiped the drop of blood away. The maid, still apologizing, began to pick up the pieces of the jug she had broken, but the professor had no further appetite for his breakfast. He silenced her with a gesture, and leaving a piece of toast half eaten on his plate, he got up and went into his study. All this was trivial, absurd even, yet somehow it disturbed him. He got out a magnifying glass and examined his hand under it. There was nothing to account for the presence of the drop of blood he and the maid had seen. It occurred to him that he might have cut himself in shaving, but when he looked in the mirror he could find no trace of even the slightest wound. He decided that, though he had not been aware of it, his nerves must be a little out of order. That was disconcerting. He had not taken his nerves into consideration, for the simple reason that he had never known that he possessed any. He made up his mind to treat himself to a holiday in Switzerland. 1 or 2 difficult ascents might brace him up a bit. 3 days later he was in Switzerland, and a few days later again he was on the summit of a minor but still difficult peak. It had been an exhilarating climb, and he had enjoyed it. He said something laughingly to the head guide to the effect that climbing was good sport and a fine test for the nerves. The head guide agreed, and added politely that if the nerves of Monsieur the Professor had shown signs of failing on the lower glacier, for example, they might all have been in difficulties. The Professor thrilled with pleasure at the head guide's implied praise. He was glad to know on such good authority that his nerves were all right, and the incidents that had driven him there began to fade in his memory. Nevertheless, he found himself watching the calendar with a certain interest, and when he woke on the morning of the 1st day of the next month, he glanced quickly at his right hand. There was nothing there. He dressed and spent, as he had planned, a quiet day, busy with his correspondence. His spirits rose as the day passed. He was still watchful, but more confident, and after dinner, though he had meant to go straight to his room, he agreed to join in a suggested game of bridge. They were cutting for partners when one of the ladies who was to take part in the game dropped with a little cry the card she had just lifted. "Oh, there is blood upon your hand," she cried. "On your right hand, Professor." Upon the Professor's right hand there showed now a drop of blood larger still than those other three had been. Yet the very moment before it had not been there. The Professor put down his cards without a word and left the room, going straight upstairs. The drop of blood was still standing on his hand. He soaked it up carefully with some cotton wool he had, and was not surprised to find beneath no sign or trace of any cut or wound. The cotton wool he made up carefully into a parcel and addressed it to an analytical chemist he knew, enclosing with it a short note. He rang the bell, sent the parcel to the post, and then he got out pen and paper and set himself to solve this problem, as in his life he had solved so many others. Only this time it seemed somehow as though the data were insufficient. Idly his pen traced upon the paper in front of him a large X, the sign of the unknown quantity. But how, in this case, to find out what was the unknown quantity? His hand, his firm and steady hand, shook so that he could no longer hold his pen. He rang the bell again and ordered a stiff whisky and soda. He was a man of almost ascetic habits, but tonight he felt that he needed some stimulant. Neither did he sleep very well. The next day he returned to England. Almost at once he went to see his friend, the analytical chemist, to whom he had sent the parcel from Switzerland. "Mammalian blood," pronounced the chemist. "Probably human. Rather a curious thing about it, too." "What's that?" asked the Professor. "Why," his friend answered, "I was able to identify the distinctive bacillus." He named the rare bacillus of an unusual and obscure disease, and this disease was that from which the Professor's cousin had died. The Professor was a man interested in all phenomena. In other circumstances he would have observed keenly that which now occurred, when the hair of his head underwent a curious involuntary stiffening and bristling process that in popular but sufficiently accurate terms might be described as standing on end. But at the moment he was in no state for scientific observations. He got out of the house somehow. He said he did not feel well, and his friend the chemist agreed that his holiday in Switzerland did not seem to have done him much good. The Professor went straight home and shut himself in his study. It was a fine room, ranged all round with books. On the shelves nearest to his hand stood volumes on mathematics, the theory of mathematics, the study of mathematics, pure mathematics, applied mathematics. But there was not any one of these books that told him anything about such a thing as this. Though it is true, there were many references in them, here and there, to X, the unknown quantity. The Professor took his pen and wrote a large X upon the sheet of paper in front of him. "An unknown quantity," he muttered. "An unknown quantity." The days passed peacefully. Nothing was out of the ordinary, except that the Professor developed an odd trick of continually glancing at his right hand. He washed it a good deal, too, but the first of the month was not yet. On the last day of the month, he told his housekeeper that he was feeling a little unwell. She was not surprised, for she had thought him looking ill for some time past. He told her he would probably spend the next day in bed for a thorough rest, and she agreed that that would be a very good idea. When he was in his own room and had undressed, he bandaged his right hand with care, tying it up carefully and thoroughly with 3 or 4 of his large linen handkerchiefs. "Whatever comes shall now show," he said to himself. He stayed in bed accordingly the next day. His housekeeper was a little uneasy about him. He ate nothing, and his eyes were strangely bright and feverish. She overheard him once muttering something to himself about the unknown quantity, and that made her think that he had been working too hard. She decided he must see the doctor. The professor refused peremptorily. He declared he would be quite well again in the morning. The housekeeper, an old servant, agreed, but sent for the doctor all the same. And when he had come, the professor felt he could not refuse to see him without appearing peculiar, and he did not wish to appear peculiar. So he saw the doctor, but declared there was nothing much the matter. He merely felt a little unwell and out of sorts and tired. "You have hurt your hand?" the doctor asked, noticing how it was bandaged. "I cut it slightly, a trifle," the professor answered. "Yes," the doctor answered. "I see there is blood on it." "What?" the professor stammered. "There is blood upon your hand," the doctor repeated. The professor looked. In fact, a deep, wide stain showed crimson upon the bandages in which he had swathed his hand. Yet he knew that the moment before the linen had been fair and white and clean. "It is nothing," he said quickly, hiding his hand beneath the bedclothes. The doctor, a little puzzled, took his leave, but had not gone 10 yards when the housekeeper flew screaming after him. It seemed she had heard a fall, and when she had gone into the professor's bedroom, she had found him lying there dead upon the hearthrug. There was a razor in his hand, and there was a ghastly gash across his throat. The doctor went back at a run, but there was nothing he or any man could do. One thing he noticed with curiosity was that the bandage had been torn away from the dead man's hand, and that, oddly enough, there seemed to be on the hand no sign of any cut or wound. There was a large solitary drop of blood on the palm at the root of the thumb, but of course that was no great wonder, for the wound the dead man had dealt himself had bled freely. Apparently death had not been quite instantaneous, for with a last effort the professor seemed to have traced an X upon the floor in his own blood with his forefinger. The doctor mentioned this at the inquest. The coroner had decided at once that in this case an inquest was certainly necessary, and he suggested that it showed the professor had worked too hard and was suffering from overwork, which had disturbed his mental balance. The coroner took the same view, and in his short address to the jury adduced the incident as proof of a passing mental disturbance. "Very probably," said the coroner, "there was some problem that had worried him, and that he was still endeavouring to work out. As you are aware, gentlemen, the sign X is used to symbolise the unknown quantity." An appropriate verdict was accordingly returned, and the professor was duly interred in the same family vault as that in which so short a time previously his cousin had been laid to rest. End of The Unknown Quantity.
The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Brenna Castor. The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. It is very seldom that mere ordinary people like John and myself secure ancestral halls for the summer. A colonial mansion, a hereditary estate, I would say a haunted house, and reach the height of romantic felicity, but that would be asking too much of fate. Still, I will proudly declare that there is something queer about it. Else why should it be let so cheaply, and why have stood so long untenanted? John laughs at me, of course, but one expects that in marriage. John is practical in the extreme. He has no patience with faith, an intense horror of superstition, and he scoffs openly at any talk of things not to be felt and seen and put down in figures. John is a physician, and perhaps, I do not say it to the living soul, of course, but this is dead paper, and a great relief to my mind. Perhaps that is one reason I do not get well faster. You see, he does not believe I am sick. And what can one do? If a physician of high standing and one's own husband assures friends and relatives that there is really nothing the matter with one but temporary nervous depression, a slight hysterical tendency, what is one to do? My brother is also a physician and also of high standing, and he says the same thing. So I take phosphates or phosphites, whichever it is, and tonics and journeys and air and exercise, and am absolutely forbidden to work until I am well again. Personally, I disagree with their ideas. Personally, I believe that congenial work with excitement and change would do me good. But what is one to do? I did write for a while in spite of them, but it does exhaust me a good deal, having to be so sly about it, or else meet with heavy opposition. I sometimes fancy that in my condition, if I had less opposition and more society and stimulus, but John says the very worst thing I can do is think about my condition, and I confess it always makes me feel bad. So I will let it alone and talk about the house. The most beautiful place. It is quite alone, standing well back from the road, quite 3 miles from the village. It makes me think of English places that you read about, for there are hedges and walls and gates that lock, and lots of separate little houses for the gardeners and people. There is a delicious garden. I never saw such a garden, large and shady, full of box-bordered paths and lined with long grape-covered arbors and seats under them. There were greenhouses, too, but they are all broken now. There was some legal trouble, I believe, something about the heirs and co-heirs. Anyhow, the place has been empty for years. That spoils my ghostliness, I am afraid, but I don't care. There is something strange about the house. I can feel it. I even said so to John one moonlight evening, but he said what I felt was a draught and shut the window. I get unreasonably angry with John sometimes. I'm sure I never used to be so sensitive. I think it is due to the nervous condition. But John says if I feel so, I shall neglect proper self-control. So I take pains to control myself, before him at least, and that makes me very tired. I don't like our room one bit. I wanted one downstairs that opened on the piazza and had roses all over the window and such pretty old-fashioned chintz hangings, but John would not hear of it. He said there was only one window and not room for 2 beds, and no near room for him if he took another. He is very careful and loving, and hardly lets me stir without special direction. I have a scheduled prescription for each hour in the day. He takes all care from me, and so I feel basely ungrateful not to value it more. He said we came here solely on my account, that I was to have perfect rest and all the air I could get. Your exercise depends on your strength, my dear, said he, and your food somewhat on your appetite, but air you can absorb all the time. So we took the nursery at the top of the house. It is a big, airy room, the whole floor nearly, with windows that look all ways, and air and sunshine galore. It was nursery first, and then playground and gymnasium, I should judge, for the windows are barred for little children, and there are rings and things in the walls. The paint and paper look as if boys' school had used it. It is stripped off, the paper, in great patches all around the head of my bed, about as far as I can reach, and in a great place on the other side of the room, low down. I never saw a worse paper in my life. One of those sprawling, flamboyant patterns committing every artistic sin. It is dull enough to confuse the eye in following, pronounced enough to constantly irritate and provoke study, and when you follow the lame, uncertain curves for a little distance, they suddenly commit suicide, plunge off at outrageous angles, destroy themselves in unheard-of contradictions. The color is repellent, almost revolting, a smoldering, unclean yellow, strangely faded by the slow-turning sunlight. It is a dull, yet lurid orange in some places, a sickly sulphur tint in others. No wonder the children hated it. I should hate it myself if I had to live in this room long. There comes John, and I must put this away. He hates to have me write a word. We have been here 2 weeks, and I haven't felt like writing before since that first day. I am sitting by the window now, up in this atrocious nursery, and there is nothing to hinder my writing as much as I please, save lack of strength. John is away all day, and even some nights when his cases are serious. I am glad my case is not serious, but these nervous troubles are dreadfully depressing. John does not know how much I really suffer. He knows there is no reason to suffer, and that satisfies him. Of course it is only nervousness. It does weigh on me, so not to do my duty in any way. I meant to be such a help to John, such a real rest and comfort, and here I am, a comparative burden already. Nobody would believe what an effort it is to do what little I am able, to dress and entertain and order things. It is fortunate Mary is so good with the baby, such a dear baby, and yet I cannot be with him. It makes me so nervous. I suppose John was never nervous in his life. He laughs at me so about this wallpaper. At first he meant to repaper the room, but afterwards he said that I was letting it get the better of me, and that nothing was worse for a nervous patient than to give way to such fancies. He said that after the wallpaper was changed it would be the heavy bedstead, and then the barred windows, and then the gate at the head of the stairs, and so on. "You know the place is doing you good," he said, "and really, dear, I don't care to renovate the house just for a 3 months' rental." "Then do let us go downstairs," I said. "There are such pretty rooms there." Then he took me in his arms and called me a blessed little goose, and said he would go down cellar if I wished, and have it whitewashed into the bargain. But he is right enough about the beds and windows and things. It is as airy and comfortable a room as any one need wish, and of course I would not be so silly as to make him uncomfortable just for a whim. I'm really getting quite fond of the big room, all but that horrid paper. Out of one window I can see the garden, those mysterious deep-shaded arbors, the riotous old-fashioned flowers, and bushes and gnarly trees. Out of another I get a lovely view of the bay, and a little private wharf belonging to the estate. There is a beautiful shaded lane that runs down there from the house. I always fancy I see people walking in these numerous paths and arbors, but John has cautioned me not to give way to fancy in the least. He says that with my imaginative power and habit of story-making, a nervous weakness like mine is sure to lead to all manner of excited fancies, and that I ought to use my will and good sense to check the tendency. So I try. I think sometimes that if I were only well enough to write a little, it would relieve the press of ideas and rest me, but I find I get pretty tired when I try. It is so discouraging not to have any advice and companionship about my work. When I get really well, John says we will ask Cousin Henry and Julia down for a long visit, but he says he would as soon put fireworks in my pillowcase as to let me have those stimulating people about now. I wish I could get well faster, but I must not think about that. This paper looks at me as if it knew what a vicious influence it had. There is a recurrent spot where the pattern lolls like a broken neck, and 2 bulbous eyes stare at you upside down. I get positively angry with the impertinence of it, and the everlastingness. Up and down and sideways they crawl, and those absurd, unblinking eyes are everywhere. There's one place where 2 breadths didn't match, and the eyes go all up and down the line, one a little higher than the other. I never saw so much expression in an inanimate thing before, and we all know how much expression they have. I used to lie awake as a child and get more entertainment and terror out of blank walls and plain furniture than most children could find in a toy store. I remember what a kindly wink the knobs of our big old bureau used to have, and there was one chair that always seemed like a strong friend. I used to feel that if any of the other things looked too fierce, I could always hop into that chair and be safe. The furniture in this room is no worse than inharmonious, however, for we had to bring it all from downstairs. I suppose when this was used as a playroom, they had to take the nursery things out, and no wonder. I never saw such ravages as the children have made here. The wallpaper, as I said before, is torn off in spots, and it sticketh closer than a brother. They must have had perseverance as well as hatred. Then the floor is scratched and gouged and splintered. The plaster itself is dug out here and there, and this great heavy bed, which is all we found in the room, looks as if it had been through the wars. But I don't mind it a bit. Only the paper. There comes John's sister. Such a dear girl as she is, and so careful of me. I must not let her find me writing. She is a perfect and enthusiastic housekeeper, and hopes for no better profession. I verily believe she thinks it is the writing which made me sick. But I can write when she is out and see her a long way off from these windows. There is one that commands the road, a lovely, shaded, winding road, and one that looks just off over the country. A lovely country, too, full of great elms and velvet meadows. This wallpaper has a kind of sub-pattern in a different shade, a particularly irritating one, for you can only see it in certain lights, and not clearly then, but in the places where it isn't faded, and where the sun is just so. I can see a strange, provoking, formless sort of figure that seems to sulk about behind that silly and conspicuous front design. There's Sister on the stairs. Well, the 4th of July is over. The people are gone, and I am tired out. John thought it might do me good to see a little company, so we had Mother and Nellie and the children down for a week. Of course, I didn't do a thing. Jenny sees to everything now, but it tired me all the same. John says if I don't pick up faster, he shall see me to Weir Mitchell in the fall. But I don't want to go there at all. I had a friend who was in his hands once, and she says he's just like John and my brother, only more so. Besides, it is such an undertaking to go so far. I don't feel as if it was worthwhile to turn my hand over for anything, and I'm getting dreadfully fretful and querulous. I cry at nothing, and cry most of the time. Of course I don't when John is here, or anybody else, but when I am alone, and I am alone a good deal just now. John is kept in town very often by serious cases, so I walk a little in the garden or down that lovely lane, sit on the porch under the roses, and lie down up here for a good deal. I'm getting really fond of the room in spite of the wallpaper, perhaps because of the wallpaper. It dwells on my mind so. I lie here on this great immovable bed, it is nailed down, I believe, and follow that pattern about by the hour. It is as good as gymnastics, I assure you. I start, we'll say, at the bottom, down in the corner over there where it has not been touched, and I determine for the 1000th time that I will follow that pointless pattern to some sort of conclusion. I know a little of the principle of design, and I know this thing is not arranged on any laws of radiation, or alternation, or repetition, or symmetry, or anything else that I ever heard of. It is repeated, of course, by the breaths, but not otherwise. Looked at in one way, each breath stands alone, the bloated curves and flourishes, a kind of debased Romanesque with delirium tremens, go waddling up and down in isolated columns of fatuity. But on the other hand, they connect diagonally, and the sprawling outlines run off in great slanting curves of optic horror, like a lot of wallowing seaweeds in full chase. The whole thing goes horizontally, too, at least it seems so, and I exhaust myself in trying to distinguish the order of its going in that direction. They have used a horizontal breath for a frieze, and that adds wonderfully to the confusion. There is one end of the room where it is almost intact, and there, when the cross lights fade and the low sun shines directly upon it, I can almost fancy radiation after all. The interminable grotesques seem to form around a common center and rush off in headlong plunges of equal destruction. It makes me tired to follow it. I will take a nap, I guess. I don't know why I should write this. I don't want to. I don't feel able. And I know John would think it absurd, but I must say what I feel and think in some way. It is such a relief. But the effort is getting to be greater than the relief. Half the time now I am awfully lazy and lie down ever so much. John says I mustn't lose my strength and has me take cod liver oil and lots of tonics and things, to say nothing of ale and wine and rare meat. Dear John, he loves me very dearly and hates to have me sick. I tried to have a real, earnest, reasonable talk with him the other day and tell him how I wish he would let me go and make a visit to Cousin Henry and Julia. But he said I wasn't able to go, nor able to stand it after I got there. And I did not make out a very good case for myself, for I was crying before I had finished. It is getting to be a great effort for me to think straight. Just this nervous weakness, I suppose. And dear John gathered me up in his arms and just carried me upstairs and laid me on the bed. and sat by me and read to me till it tired my head. He said I was his darling and his comfort and all he had, and that I must take care of myself for his sake and keep well. He says no one but myself can help me out of it, that I must use my will and self-control and not let any silly fancies run away with me. There's one comfort. The baby is well and happy, and does not have to occupy this nursery with the horrid wallpaper. If we had not used it, that blessed child would have. What a fortunate escape. Why, I wouldn't have a child of mine, an impressionable little thing, live in such a room for worlds. I never thought of it before, but it is lucky that John kept me here after all. I can stand it so much easier than a baby, you see. Of course, I never mention it to them anymore. I am too wise, but I keep watch of it all the same. There are things in that paper that nobody knows but me, or ever will. Behind that outside pattern, the dim shapes get clearer every day. It is always the same shape, only very numerous. And it is like a woman stooping down and creeping about behind that pattern. I don't like it a bit. I wonder, I begin to think, I wish John would take me away from here. It is so hard to talk with John about my case because he is so wise and because he loves me so, but I tried it last night. It was moonlight. The moon shines in all around just as the sun does. I hate to see it sometimes. It creeps so slowly and always comes in by one window or another. John was asleep, and I hated to waken him, so I kept still and watched the moonlight on that undulating wallpaper till I felt creepy. The faint figure behind seemed to shake the pattern, just as if she wanted to get out. I got up softly and went to feel and see if the paper did move, and when I came back, John was awake. "What is it, little girl?" he said. "Don't go walking about like that. You'll get cold." I thought it was a good time to talk, so I told him that I really was not gaining here, and that I wished he would take me away. "Why, darling," said he, "our lease will be up in 3 weeks, and I can't see how to leave before. The repairs are not done at home, and I cannot possibly leave town just now. Of course, if you were in any danger, I could and would. But you really are better, dear, whether you can see it or not. I am a doctor, dear, and I know. You are gaining flesh and color. Your appetite is better. I really feel much easier about you." "I don't weigh a bit more," said I, "nor as much. And my appetite may be better in the evening when you are here, but it is worse in the morning when you are away." "Bless her little heart," said he with a big hug. "She shall be as sick as she pleases. But now let's improve the shining hours by going to sleep, and talk about it in the morning." "And you won't go away?" I asked gloomily. "Why, how can I, dear? It is only 3 weeks more, and then we will take a nice little trip of a few days while Jenny is getting the house ready. Really, dear, you are better." "Better in body, perhaps," I began and stopped short, for he sat up straight and looked at me with such a stern, reproachful look that I could not say another word. "My darling," said he, "I beg of you, for my sake and for our child's sake, as well as for your own, that you will never, for 1 instant, let that idea enter your mind. There is nothing so dangerous, so fascinating to a temperament like yours. It is a false and foolish fancy. Can you not trust me as a physician when I tell you so?" So of course I said no more on that score, and we went to sleep before long. He thought I was asleep first, but I wasn't. I lay there for hours trying to decide whether that front pattern and the back pattern really did move together or separately. On a pattern like this, by daylight, there is a lack of sequence, a defiance of law, that is a constant irritant to a normal mind. The color is hideous enough and unreliable enough and infuriating enough, but the pattern is torturing. You think you have it mastered, but just as you get well underway in following, it turns a back somersault and there you are. It slaps you in the face, knocks you down, and tramples upon you. It is like a bad dream. The outside pattern is a florid arabesque, reminding one of a fungus. If you can imagine a toadstool in joints, an interminable string of toadstools budding and sprouting in endless convolutions, why, it is something like it. That is sometimes. There is one marked peculiarity about this paper, a thing nobody seems to notice but myself, and that is that it changes as the light changes. When the sun shoots in through the east window, I always watch for the first long straight ray. It changes so quickly that I never can quite believe it. That is why I watch it always. By moonlight, the moon shines in all night when there is a moon, I wouldn't know it was the same paper. At night, in any kind of light, in twilight, candlelight, lamplight, and worst of all, by moonlight, it becomes bars. The outside pattern, I mean, and the woman behind it is as plain as can be. I didn't realize for a long time what the thing was that showed behind that dim sub-pattern, but now I am quite sure it is a woman. By daylight, she is subdued, quiet. I fancy it is the pattern that keeps her so still. It is so puzzling. It keeps me quiet by the hour. I lie down ever so much now. John says it is good for me, and to sleep all I can. Indeed, he started the habit by making me lie down for an hour after each meal. It is a very bad habit, I am convinced, for you see, I don't sleep. And that cultivates deceit, for I don't tell them I'm awake. Oh, no. The fact is, I am getting a little afraid of John. He seems very queer sometimes. And even Jenny has an inexplicable look. It strikes me occasionally, just as a scientific hypothesis, that perhaps it is the paper. I have watched John when he did not know I was looking, and come into the room suddenly on the most innocent excuses, and I've caught him several times looking at the paper. And Jenny, too. I caught Jenny with her hand on it once. She didn't know I was in the room, and when I asked her in a very quiet voice, with the most restrained manner possible, what she was doing with the paper, she turned around as if she had been caught stealing and looked quite angry, asked me why I should frighten her so. Then she said that the paper stained everything it touched, that she had found yellow smooches on all my clothes and John's, and she wished we would be more careful. Did not that sound innocent? But I know she was studying that pattern, and I am determined that nobody shall find it out but myself. Life is very much more exciting than it used to be. You see, I have something more to expect, to look forward to watch. I really do eat better and am more quiet than I was. John is so pleased to see me improve. He laughed a little the other day and said I seemed to be flourishing in spite of my wallpaper. I turned it off with a laugh. I had no intention of telling him it was because of the wallpaper. He would make fun of me. He might even want to take me away. I don't want to leave now until I have found it out. There is a week more, and I think that will be enough. I am feeling ever so much better. I don't sleep much at night, for it is so interesting to watch developments, but I sleep a good deal in the daytime. In the daytime it is tiresome and perplexing. There are always new shoots on the fungus, and new shades of yellow all over it. I cannot keep count of them, though I have tried conscientiously. It is the strangest yellow, that wallpaper. It makes me think of all the yellow things I ever saw, not beautiful ones like buttercups, but old, foul, bad yellow things. But there is something else about that paper. The smell. I noticed the moment we came into the room, but with so much air and sun it was not bad. Now we have had a week of fog and rain, and whether the windows are open or not, the smell is here. It creeps all over the house. I find it hovering in the dining room, skulking in the parlor, hiding in the hall, lying in wait for me on the stairs. It gets into my hair. Even when I go to ride, if I turn my head suddenly and surprise it, there it is, that smell. Such a peculiar odor, too. I have spent hours in trying to analyze it to find what it smelled like. It is not bad at first, and very gentle, but quite the subtlest, most enduring odor I ever met. In this damp weather, it is awful. I wake up in the night and find it hanging over me. It used to disturb me at first. I thought seriously of burning the house to reach the smell, but now I am used to it. The only thing I can think of that it is like is the color of the paper. A yellow smell. There is a very funny mark on the wall low down near the mopboard. A streak that runs round the room. It goes behind every piece of furniture except the bed. A long, straight, even smooch, as if it had been rubbed over and over. I wonder how it was done and who did it, and what they did it for, round and round and round. Round and round and round. It makes me dizzy. I really have discovered something at last. Through watching so much at night when it changes so, I have finally found out. The pattern does move, and no wonder the woman behind shakes it. Sometimes I think there are a great many women behind, and sometimes only one, and she crawls around fast, and her crawling shakes it all over. Then in the very bright spots she keeps still, and in the very shady spots she just takes hold of the bars and shakes them hard. And she is all the time trying to climb through. But nobody could climb through that pattern. It strangles so. I think that is why it has so many heads. They get through, and then the pattern strangles them off and turns them upside down and makes their eyes white. If those heads were covered or taken off, it would not be half so bad. I think that woman gets out in the daytime. And I'll tell you why, privately. I've seen her. I can hear her out of every one of my windows. It is the same woman I know, for she is always creeping, and most women do not creep by daylight. I see her on that long, shaded lane creeping up and down. I see her in those dark grape arbors creeping all around the garden. I see her on that long road under the trees, creeping along, and when a carriage comes, she hides under the blackberry vines. I don't blame her a bit. It must be very humiliating to be caught creeping by daylight. I always lock the door when I creep by daylight. I can't do it at night, for I know John would suspect something at once, and John is so queer now that I don't want to irritate him. I wish he would take another room. Besides, I don't want anybody to get that woman out at night but myself. I often wonder if I could see her out of all of the windows at once. But turn as fast as I can only see out of one at a time. And though I always see her, she may be able to creep faster than I can turn. I've watched her sometimes, away off in the open country, creeping as fast as a cloud shadow in the high wind. If only that top pattern could be gotten off from the under one. I mean to try it, little by little. I have found out another funny thing, but I shan't tell it this time. It does not do to trust people too much. There are only 2 more days to get this paper off, and I believe John is beginning to notice. I don't like the look in his eyes. And I heard him ask Jenny a lot of professional questions about me. She had a very good report to give. She said I slept a good deal in the daytime. John knows I don't sleep very well at night, for all I am so quiet. He asked me all sorts of questions, too, and pretended to be very loving and kind, as if I couldn't see through him. Still, I don't wonder he acts so, sleeping under this paper for 3 months. It only interests me, but I feel sure John and Jenny are secretly affected by it. Hurrah! This is the last day, but it is enough. John is to stay in town overnight and won't be out until this evening. Jenny wanted to sleep with me, the sly thing, but I told her I should undoubtedly rest better for a night all alone. That was clever, for really I wasn't alone a bit. As soon as it was midnight and that poor thing began to crawl and shake the pattern, I got up and ran to help her. I pulled and she shook. I shook and she pulled, and before morning we had peeled off yards of that paper, a strip about as high as my head and half around the room. And when the sun came and that awful pattern began to laugh at me, I declared I would finish it today. We go away tomorrow, and they are leaving all my furniture down again to leave things as they were before. Jenny looked at the wall in amazement, but I told her merrily that I did it out of pure spite at that vicious thing. She laughed and said she wouldn't mind doing it herself, but I must not get tired. How she betrayed herself that time. But I am here, and no person touches this paper but me. Not alive. She tried to get me out of the room. It was too patent. But I said it was so quiet and empty and clean now that I believed I would lie down and sleep all I could, and not to wake me even for dinner. I would call when I woke. So now she is gone, and the servants are gone, and the things are gone, and there is nothing left but that great bedstead nailed down with the canvas mattress we found on it. We shall sleep downstairs tonight, and take the boat home tomorrow. I quite enjoy the room now it is bare again. How those children did tear about here! This bedstead is fairly gnawed, but I must get to work. I have locked the door and thrown the key down into the front path. I don't want to go out, and I don't want to have anybody come in till John comes. I want to astonish him. I've got a rope up here that even Jenny did not find. If that woman does get it and tries to get away, I can tie her. But I forgot I could not reach far without anything to stand on. This bed will not move. I tried to lift and push it until it was lame, and then I got so angry I bit off a little piece at one corner, but it hurt my teeth. Then I peeled off all the paper I could reach standing on the floor. It sticks horribly, and the pattern just enjoys it. All those strangled heads and bulbous eyes and waddling fungus growths just shriek with derision. I am getting angry enough to do something desperate. To jump out the window would be admirable exercise, but the bars are too strong even to try. Besides, I won't do it. Of course not. I know well enough that a step like that is improper and might be misconstrued. I don't like to look out the windows even. There are so many of those creeping women, and they creep so fast. I wonder if they all come out of that wallpaper as I did. But I am securely fastened now by my well-hidden rope. You don't get me out in the road there. I suppose I shall have to get back behind the pattern when it comes night, and that is hard. It is so pleasant to be out in this great room and creep around as I please. I don't want to go outside. I won't, even if Jenny asks me to. For outside you have to creep on the ground and everything is green instead of yellow. But here I can creep smoothly on the floor, and my shoulder just fits in that long smooch around the wall, so I cannot lose my way. Why, there's John at the door. It is no use, young man, you can't open it. How he does call and pound. Now he's crying for an axe. It would be a shame to break down that beautiful door. John, dear, I said in the gentlest voice, the key is down by the front steps under a plantain leaf. That silenced him for a few moments. Then he said, very quietly indeed, open the door, my darling. I can't, said I. The key is down by the front door under a plantain leaf. And then I said it again, several times, very gently and slowly, and said it so often that he had to go and see. And he got it, of course, and came in, and stopped short by the door. What is the matter? He cried. For God's sake, what are you doing? I kept on creeping just the same, but I looked over him at my shoulder. I've got out at last, said I, in spite of you and Jane. And I've pulled off most of the paper so you can't pull me back. Now why should that man have fainted? But he did, and right across my path by the wall, so that I had to creep over him every time. End of The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman.
Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Heather Eney. Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Young Goodman Brown came forth at sunset into the street at Salem Village, but put his head back after crossing the threshold to exchange a parting gift with his young wife. And Faith, as the wife was aptly named, thrust her own pretty head into the street, letting the wind play with the pink ribbons of her cap while she called to Goodman Brown. "Dearest heart," whispered she, softly and rather sadly, when her lips were close to his ear, "prithee put off your journey until sunrise, and sleep in your own bed tonight. A lone woman is troubled with such dreams, and such thoughts that she is afeard of herself sometimes. Pray tarry with me this night, dear husband, of all nights in the year." "My love and faith," replied young Goodman Brown, "of all nights in the year, this one night must I tarry away from thee. My journey, as thou callest it, forth and back again, must needs be done twixt now and sunrise. What, my sweet pretty wife, dost thou doubt me already? And we but 3 months married? Then God bless you," said Faith with the pink ribbons, "and may you find all well when you come back." "Amen," cried Goodman Brown. "Say thy prayers, dear Faith, and go to bed at dusk, and no harm will come to thee." So they parted, and the young man pursued his way until, being about to turn the corner by the meeting house, he looked back and saw the head of Faith still peeping after him with a melancholy air, in spite of her pink ribbons. "Poor little Faith," thought he, for his heart smote him. "What a wretch am I to leave her on such an errand? She talks of dreams, too. Methought as she spoke there was trouble in her face, as if a dream had warned her what work is to be done tonight. But no, 'twould kill her to think it. Well, she's a blessed angel on earth, and after this one night I'll cling to her skirts and follow her to heaven." With this excellent resolve for the future, Goodman Brown felt himself justified in making more haste on his present evil purpose. He had taken a dreary road, darkened by all the gloomiest trees of the forest, which barely stood aside to let the narrow path creep through, and closed immediately behind. It was all as lonely as could be. And there is this peculiarity in such a solitude, that the traveler knows not who may be concealed by the innumerable trunks and the thick boughs overhead, so that with lonely footsteps he may yet be passing through an unseen multitude. "There may be a devilish Indian behind every tree," said Goodman Brown to himself, and he glanced fearfully behind him as he added, "What if the devil himself should be at my very elbow?" His head being turned back, he passed a crook of the road, and leaning forward again beheld the figure of a man in grave and decent attire seated at the foot of an old tree. He arose at Goodman Brown's approach and walked onward side by side with him. "You are late, Goodman Brown," said he. "The clock of the Old South was striking as I came through Boston, and that is full 15 minutes agone." "Faith kept me back a while," replied the young man with a tremor in his voice, caused by the sudden appearance of his companion, though not wholly unexpected. It was now deep dusk in the forest, and deepest in that part of it where these two were journeying. As nearly as could be discerned, the second traveler was about 50 years old, apparently in the same rank of life as Goodman Brown, and bearing a considerable resemblance to him, though perhaps more in expression than features. Still, they might have been taken for father and son. And yet, though the elder person was as simply clad as the younger, and as simple in manner too, he had an indescribable air of one who knew the world, and who would not have felt abashed at the governor's dinner table or in King William's court, were it possible that his affairs should call him thither. But the only thing about him that could be fixed upon as remarkable was his staff, which bore the likeness of a great black snake, so curiously wrought that it might almost be seen to twist and wriggle itself like a living serpent. This, of course, must have been an ocular deception, assisted by the uncertain light. "Come, Goodman Brown," cried his fellow traveler, "this is a dull place for the beginning of a journey. Take my staff if you are soon weary. "Friend," said the other, exchanging a slow pace for a full stop, "having kept covenant by meeting thee here, it is my purpose now to return whence I came. I have scruples touching the matter thou wotst of." "Sayest thou so?" replied he of the serpent, smiling apart. "Let us walk on, nevertheless, reasoning as we go, and if I convince thee not, thou shalt turn back. We are but a little way in the forest yet." "Too far, too far!" exclaimed the goodman, unconsciously resuming his walk. "My father never went into the woods on such an errand, nor his father before him. We have been a race of honest men and good Christians since the days of martyrs. And shall I be the first of the name of Brown that ever took this path and kept such company, thou wouldst say," observed the elder person, interpreting his pause. "Well said, Goodman Brown. I have been as well acquainted with your family as with ever a one among the Puritans, and that's no trifle to say. I helped your grandfather, the constable, when he lashed the Quaker woman so smartly through the streets of Salem. And it was I that brought your father a pitch-pine knot kindled at my own hearth to set fire to an Indian village in King Philip's War. They were my good friends, both, and many a pleasant walk have we had along this path, and returned merrily after midnight. I would fain be friends with you for their sake." "If it be as thou sayest," replied Goodman Brown, "I marvel they never spoke of these matters. Or, verily, I marvel not, seeing that the least rumor of the sort would have driven them from New England. We are a people of prayer, and good works to boot, and abide no such wickedness." "Wickedness or not," said the traveler with the twisted staff, "I have a very general acquaintance here in New England. The deacons of many a church have drunk the communion wine with me. The select men of divers towns make me their chairman, and a majority of the great and general court are firm supporters of my interest. The governor and I, too, but these are state secrets." "Can this be so?" cried Goodman Brown, with a stare of amazement at his undisturbed companion. "Howbeit I have nothing to do with the governor and council. They have their own ways, and are no rule for a simple husbandman like me. But were I to go on with thee, how should I meet the eye of that good old man, our minister at Salem village? Oh, his voice would make me tremble both Sabbath day and lecture day." Thus far the elder traveler had listened with due gravity, but now burst into a fit of irrepressible mirth, shaking himself so violently that his snake-like staff actually seemed to wriggle in sympathy. "Ha, ha, ha!" shouted he again and again, then composing himself. "Well, go on, Goodman Brown, go on, but prithee don't kill me with laughing." "Well, then, to end the matter at once," said Goodman Brown, considerably nettled, "there is my wife, Faith. It would break her dear little heart, and I'd rather break my own." "Nay, if that be the case," answered the other, "e'en go thy ways, Goodman Brown. I would not for 20 old women like the one hobbling before us that Faith should come to any harm." As he spoke, he pointed his staff at a female figure on the path, in whom Goodman Brown recognized a very pious and exemplary dame who had taught him catechism in youth, and she was still his moral and spiritual adviser, jointly with the minister and Deacon Gookin. "A marvel truly that Goody Cloyes should be so far in the wilderness at nightfall," said he. "But with your leave, friend, I shall take a cut through the woods until we have left this Christian woman behind. Being a stranger to you, she might ask whom I was consorting with and whither I was going." "Be it so," said his fellow traveler. "Betake you to the woods, and let me keep the path." Accordingly, the young man turned aside, but took care to watch his companion, who advanced softly along the road until he had come within a staff's length of the old dame. She meanwhile was making the best of her way, with singular speed for so aged a woman, and mumbling some indistinct words, a prayer doubtless, as she went. The traveler put forth his staff and touched her withered neck with what seemed to be the serpent's tail. "The devil!" screamed the pious old lady. "Then Goody Cloyes knows her old friend," observed the traveler, confronting her and leaning on his withered stick. "Ah, forsooth! And it is your worship indeed," cried the good dame. "Yea, truly it is. and in the very image of my old gossip Goodman Brown, the grandfather of the silly fellow that now is. But would your worship believe it? My broomstick has strangely disappeared. Stolen, as I suspect, by that unhanged witch, Goody Cory. And that, too, when I was all anointed with the juice of smallage and cinquefoil and wolf's vein, mingled with fine wheat and the fat of a newborn babe, said the shape of old Goodman Brown. Ah, your worship knows the recipe, cried the old lady, cackling aloud. So as I was saying, being all ready for the meeting and no horse to ride on, I made up my mind to foot it, for they tell me there is a nice young man to be taken into communion tonight. But now, your good worship, will you lend me your arm, and we shall be there in a twinkling.
That can hardly be, answered her friend. I may not spare you my arm, Goody Cloyes, but here is my staff, if you will. So saying it, he threw it down at her feet, where perhaps it assumed life, being one of the rods which its owner had formerly lent to the Egyptian magi. Of this fact, however, Goodman Brown could not take cognizance. He had cast up his eyes in astonishment, and looking down again, beheld neither Goody Cloyes nor the serpent staff, but his fellow traveller alone, who waited for him as calmly as if nothing had happened. That old woman taught me my catechism, said the young man, and there was a world of meaning in this simple comment. They continued to walk onward, while the elder traveller exhorted his companion to make good speed and persevere in the path, discoursing so aptly that his arguments seemed rather to spring up in the bosom of his auditor than to be suggested by himself. As they went, he plucked a branch of maple to serve for a walking stick, and began to strip it of the twigs and little boughs which were wet with evening dew. The moment his fingers touched them, they became strangely withered and dried up as with a week's sunshine. Thus the pair proceeded at a good free pace, until suddenly, in a gloomy hollow of the road, Goodman Brown sat himself down on the stump of a tree and refused to go any farther. "Friend," he said stubbornly, "my mind is made up. Not another step will I budge on this errand. What if a wretched old woman do choose to go to the devil when I thought she was going to heaven? Is that any reason why I should quit my dear faith and go after her?" "You will think better of this by and by," said his acquaintance composedly. "Sit here and rest yourself a while, and when you feel like moving again, there is my staff to help you along." Without more words, he threw his companion the maple stick, and was as speedily out of sight as if he had vanished into the deepening gloom. The young man sat for a few moments by the roadside, applauding himself greatly, and thinking with how clear a conscience he should meet the minister in his morning walk, nor shrink from the eye of good old Deacon Gookin, and what calm sleep would be his that very night which was to have been spent so wickedly, but so purely and sweetly now in the arms of faith. Amidst these pleasant and praiseworthy meditations, Goodman Brown heard the tramp of horses along the road, and deemed it advisable to conceal himself within the verge of the forest. Conscious of the guilty purpose that had brought him thither, though now he so happily turned from it, on came the hoof tramps and the voices of the riders, two grave old voices, conversing soberly as they drew near. These mingled sounds appeared to pass along the road within a few yards of the young man's hiding place, but, owing doubtless to the depth of the gloom at that particular spot, neither the travellers nor their steeds were visible. Though their figures brushed the small boughs by the wayside, it could not be seen that they intercepted, even for a moment, the faint gleam from the strip of bright sky athwart which they must have passed. Goodman Brown alternately crouched and stood on tiptoe, pulling aside the branches and thrusting forth his head as far as he durst without discerning so much as a shadow. It vexed him the more, because he could have sworn, were there such a thing possible, that he recognized the voices of the minister and Deacon Gookin jogging along quietly, as they wont to do, when bound to some ordination or ecclesiastical council. While yet within hearing, one of the riders stopped to pluck a switch. "Of the two, reverend sir," said the voice like the deacon's, "I had rather miss an ordination dinner than tonight's meeting. They tell me that some of our community are to be here from Falmouth and beyond, and others from Connecticut and Rhode Island. besides several of the Indian powwows, who, after their fashion, know almost as much deviltry as the best of us. Moreover, there is a goodly young woman to be taken into communion." "Mighty well, Deacon Gookin," replied the solemn old tones of the minister. "Spur up, or we shall be late. Nothing can be done, you know, until I get on the ground." The hoofs clattered again, and the voices, talking so strangely in the empty air, passed on through the forest where no church had ever been gathered or solitary Christian prayed. Whither, then, could these holy men be journeying so deep into the heathen wilderness? Goodman Brown caught hold of a tree for support, being ready to sink down onto the ground, faint and overburdened with the heavy sickness of his heart. He looked up into the sky, doubting whether there really was a heaven above him. Yet there was the blue arch, and the stars brightening in it. "With heaven above and faith below, I will yet stand firm against the devil," cried Goodman Brown. While he still gazed upward into the deep arch of the firmament and had lifted his hands to pray, a cloud, though no wind was stirring, hurried across the zenith and hid the brightening stars. The blue sky was still visible except directly overhead, where this black mass of cloud was sweeping swiftly northward. Aloft in the air, as if from the depths of the cloud, came a confused and doubtful sound of voices. Once the listener fancied that he could distinguish the accents of townspeople of his own, men and women, both pious and ungodly, many of whom he had met at the communion table and had seen others rioting at the tavern. The next moment, so indistinct were the sounds, he doubted whether he had heard aught but the murmur of the old forest, whispering without a wind. Then came a stronger swell of those familiar tones, heard daily in the sunshine at Salem village, but never until now from a cloud of night. There was one voice of a young woman uttering lamentations, yet with an uncertain sorrow, and entreating for some favor, which perhaps it would grieve her to obtain. And all the unseen multitude, both saints and sinners, seemed to encourage her onward. "Faith!" shouted Goodman Brown, in a voice of agony and desperation, and the echoes of the forest mocked him, crying, "Faith! Faith!" as if bewildered wretches were seeking her all through the wilderness. The cry of grief, rage, and terror was yet piercing the night when the unhappy husband held his breath for a response. There was a scream, drowned immediately in a louder murmur of voices, fading into far-off laughter as the dark cloud swept away, leaving the clear and silent sky above Goodman Brown. But something fluttered lightly down through the air and caught on the branch of a tree. The young man seized it and beheld a pink ribbon. "My faith is gone," cried he after one stupefied moment. "There is no good on earth, and sin but a name. Come, devil, for to this thee is the world given." And maddened with despair, so that he laughed loud and long, did Goodman Brown grasp his staff and set forth again at such a rate that he seemed to fly along the path rather than to walk or run. The road grew wilder and drearier, and more faintly traced, and vanished at length, leaving him in the heart of the dark wilderness, still rushing onward with the instinct that guides mortal man to evil. The whole forest was peopled with frightful sounds, the creaking of the trees, the howling of wild beasts, and the yell of Indians, while sometimes the wind tolled like a distant church bell, and sometimes gave a broad roar around the traveler, as if all nature were laughing him to scorn. But he was himself the chief horror of the scene, and shrank not from its other horrors. "Ha ha ha!" roared Goodman Brown when the wind laughed at him. "Let us hear which will laugh loudest. Think not to frighten me with your deviltry. Come witch, come wizard, come Indian powwow, come devil himself, and here comes Goodman Brown. You may as well fear him as he fear you." In truth, all through the haunted forest there could be nothing more frightful than the figure of Goodman Brown. On he flew among the black pines, brandishing his staff with frenzied gestures, now giving vent to an inspiration of horrid blasphemy, and now shouting forth such laughter as set all the echoes of the forest laughing like demons around him. The fiend in his own shape is less hideous than when he rages in the beast of a man. Thus sped the demoniac on his course, until, quivering among the trees, he saw a red light before him, as when the felled trunks and branches of a clearing had been set on fire, and thrown up their lurid blaze against the sky at the hour of midnight. He paused in a lull of the tempest that had driven him onward, and heard the swell of what seemed a hymn rolling solemnly from a distance with the weight of many voices. He knew the tune. It was a familiar one in the choir of the village meeting-house. The verse died heavily away and was lengthened by a chorus not of human voices, but of all the sounds of the benighted wilderness pealing in awful harmony together. Goodman Brown cried out, and his cry was lost to his own ear by its unison with the cry of the desert. In the interval of silence, he stole forward until the light glared full upon his eyes. At one extremity of an open space, hemmed in by the dark wall of the forest, arose a rock, bearing some rude natural resemblance either to an altar or a pulpit, and surrounded by 4 blazing pines, their tops aflame, their stems untouched, like candles at an evening meeting. The mass of foliage that had overgrown the summit of rock was all on fire, blazing high into the night and fitfully illuminating the whole field. Each pendant twig and leafy festoon was in a blaze. As the red light arose and fell, a numerous congregation alternately shone forth, then disappeared in shadow, and again grew, as it were, out of the darkness, peopling the heart of the solitary woods at once. "A grave and dark-clad company," quoth Goodman Brown. In truth they were such. Among them, quivering to and fro between gloom and splendor, appeared faces that would be seen next day at the council board of the province, and others which, Sabbath after Sabbath, looked devoutly heavenward and benignantly over the crowded pews from the holiest pulpits in the land. Some affirmed that the lady of the governor was there. At least there were high dames well known to her, and wives of honored husbands, and widows, and great multitude, and ancient maidens, all of excellent repute, and fair young girls who trembled lest their mothers should espy them. Either the sudden gleams of light flashing over the obscure field bedazzled Goodman Brown, or he recognized a score of the church members of Salem village famous for their especial sanctity. Good old Deacon Gookin had arrived, and waited at the skirts of that venerable saint, his reverend pastor. But irreverently consorting with these grave, reputable, and pious people, these elders of the church, these chaste dames and dewy virgins, there were men of dissolute lives and women of spotted fame, wretches given all over to mean and filthy vice, and suspected even of horrid crimes. It was strange to see that the good shrank not from the wicked, nor were the sinners abashed by the saints. Scattered also among their pale-faced enemies were the Indian priests or powwows, who had often scared their native forest with more hideous incantations than any known to English witchcraft. But where is faith? Thought Goodman Brown, and as hope came into his heart, he trembled. Another verse of the hymn arose, a slow and mournful strain, such as the pious love, but joined to words which expressed all that our nature can conceive of sin, and darkly hinted at far more. Unfathomable to mere mortals is the lore of fiends. Verse after verse was sung, and still the chorus of the desert swelled between like the deepest tone of a mighty organ. And with the final peal of that dreadful anthem there came a sound, as if the roaring wind, the rushing streams, the howling beasts, and every other voice of the unconcerted wilderness were mingling and according with the voice of guilty man in homage to the Prince of all. The 4 blazing pines threw up a loftier flame and obscurely discovered shapes and visages of horror on the smoke wreaths above the impious assembly. At the same moment, the fire on the rock shot redly forward and formed a glowing arch above its base, where now appeared a figure. With reverence be it spoken, the figure bore no slight similitude, both in garb and manner, to some grave divine of the New England churches. "Bring forth the converts," cried a voice that echoed through the field and rolled into the forest. At the word, Goodman Brown stepped forth from the shadow of the trees and approached the congregation, with whom he felt a loathful brotherhood by the sympathy of all that was wicked in his heart. He could have well nigh sworn that the shape of his own dead father beckoned him to advance, looking downward from a smoke wreath, while a woman, with dim features of despair, threw out her hand to warn him back. Was it his mother? But he had no power to retreat one step, nor to resist, even in thought, when the minister and good old Deacon Gookin seized his arms and led him to the blazing rock. Thither came also the slender form of a veiled female, led between Goody Cloyes, the pious teacher of the catechism, and Martha Carrier, who had received the devil's promise to be queen of hell. A rampant hag was she, and there stood the proselytes beneath the canopy of fire. "Welcome, my children," said the dark figure, "to the communion of your race. Ye have found thus young your nature and your destiny. My children, look behind you." They turned, and flashing forth, as it were, in a sheet of flame, the fiend worshippers were seen. The smile of welcome gleamed darkly on every visage. "There," resumed the sable form, "are all whom ye have reverenced from youth. Ye deemed them holier than yourselves, and shrank from your own sin, contrasting it with their lives of righteousness and prayerful aspirations heavenward. Yet here are they in all my worshipping assembly. This night it shall be granted you to know their secret deeds, how hoary-bearded elders of the church have whispered wanton words to the young maids of their households, how many a woman, eager for widow's weeds, have given her husband a drink at bedtime, and let him sleep his last sleep in her bosom. How beardless youths have made haste to inherit their father's wealth, and how fair damsels, blush not, sweet ones, have dug ye little graves in the garden, and bidden me, the sole guest to an infant's funeral. By the sympathy of your human hearts, for sin ye shall scent out all the places, whether in church, bedchamber, street, field, or forest, where crime has been committed, and shall exult to behold the whole earth one stain of guilt, one mighty blood spot. Far more than this, it shall be yours to penetrate in every bosom the deep mystery of sin, the fountain of all wicked arts, and which inexhaustibly supplies more evil impulses than human power, than my power at its utmost can make manifest in deeds. And now, my children, look upon each other." They did so, and by the blaze of the hell-kindled torches the wretched man beheld his faith, and the wife her husband, trembling before that unhallowed altar. "Lo, there ye stand, my children," said the figure in a deep and solemn tone, almost sad with its despairing awfulness, as if his once angelic nature could yet mourn for our miserable race. "Depending on one another's hearts, ye had still hoped that virtue were not all a dream. Now are ye undeceived. Evil is the nature of mankind. Evil must be your only happiness. Welcome again, my children, to the communion of your race." "Welcome!" repeated the fiend worshippers in one cry of despair and triumph. And there they stood, the only pair, as it seemed, who were yet hesitating on the verge of wickedness in this dark world. A basin was hallowed naturally in the rock. Did it contain water reddened by the lurid light, or was it blood, or perchance a liquid flame? Herein did the shape of evil dip his hand and prepare to lay the mark of baptism upon their foreheads, that they might be partakers of the mystery of sin, more conscious of the secret guilt of others, both in deed and thought, than they could now be of their own. The husband cast one look at his pale wife, and Faith at him. What polluted wretches would the next glance show them to each other, shuddering alike at what they disclosed and what they saw. "Faith! Faith!" cried the husband. "Look up to heaven, and resist the wicked one." Whether Faith obeyed he knew not. Hardly he had spoken when he found himself amid calm night and solitude, listening to a roar of the wind which died heavily away through the forest. He staggered against the rock and felt it chill and damp, while a hanging twig that had been all on fire besprinkled his cheek with the coldest dew. The next morning, young Goodman Brown came slowly onto the street of Salem Village, staring around him like a bewildered man. The good old minister was taking a walk along the graveyard to get an appetite for breakfast and meditate his sermon, and bestowing a blessing as he passed on Goodman Brown. He shrank from the venerable state as if to avoid an anathema. Old Deacon Gookin was at domestic worship, and the holy words of his prayer were heard through the open window. "What God doth the wizard pray to?" quoth Goodman Brown. Goody Cloyes, that excellent old Christian, stood in the early sunshine at her own lattice, catechizing a little girl who had brought her a pint of morning's milk. Goodman Brown snatched away the child as from the grasp of the fiend himself. Turning the corner by the meeting-house, he spied the head of Faith with the pink ribbons, gazing anxiously forth and bursting into such joy at sight of him that she skipped along the street and almost kissed her husband before the whole village. But Goodman Brown looked sternly and sadly into her face and passed on without a greeting. Had Goodman Brown fallen asleep in the forest and only dreamed a wild dream of a witch meeting? Be it so, if you will, but alas! It was a dream of evil omen for young Goodman Brown. A stern, a sad, a darkly meditative, a distrustful, if not a desperate man did he become from the night of that fearful dream. On the Sabbath day, when the congregation were singing a holy psalm, he could not listen, because an anthem of sin rushed loudly upon his ear and drowned all the blessed strain. When the minister spoke from the pulpit with power and fervid eloquence, and with his hand on the open Bible of the sacred truths of our religion, and of saint-like lives and triumphant deaths, and of future bliss or misery unutterable, then did Goodman Brown turn pale, dreading lest the roof should thunder down upon the gray blasphemer and his hearers. Often, waking suddenly at midnight, he shrank from the bosom of faith, and at morning or eventide, when the family knelt down at prayer, he scowled and muttered to himself, and gazed sternly at his wife, and turned away. And when he had lived long, and was borne to his grave a hoary corpse, followed by Faith, an aged woman, and children and grandchildren, a goodly procession, besides neighbors not a few, they carved no hopeful verse upon his tombstone, for his dying hour was gloom. End of Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne, read by Heather Eney.